Good morning, chat. We are currently gapped down on the NQ 30 points. Yesterday's close was at 23,498. NQ futures are currently down 0.13%. ES futures currently down 0.08%. Bitcoin did come to my target. It barely tapped it. 108,860. It did touch it. But I'm expecting a little more downside momentum before the bounce. It'll probably swing to like 107, 106 and then go. This could be the true bounce, but I don't think it is. I think it still has some room to the downside. Could be wrong, To be fair. We have 20 seconds to open. Good morning. Better be ready. I think this is going to flush down at least to start, but I'm going to look to long it. There's a lot of fear mongering over Trump firing Lisa Cook. So I think the market's going to do the opposite to start. Market is open. Okay, waking up. I'm going to short that to start. Up 40, up 60, up 90, scalping 150. Rotating. Okay. Where is the gap fill? ES is above the VWAP, 100 MA, 200 SMA. Gap fill is at 498. High pre-market at 22,505. I would like this to flush down to the NQ 30-minute VWAP, that yellow line. What I want. Good morning. If you guys have not already, smash that like button. It boosts us in the algorithm, boosts the stream out to other people exponentially in the algorithm. So smash the like button and follow the channel, subscribe, hit the notification bell. I'm live every day at 9:30 a.m. EST, trading the market. ES is trying to go below the VWAP, currently below the 200 SMA, 100 MA. Nvidia is up 0.4%. Very volatile to start, very volatile. You better be careful. And Q is trying to tap that gap early. ES about to fill the gap. Waking up. NQ 30 MA about to tap the 100 MA. Nvidia is up 0.8%. Wicks are strong. Google is down 1%. Tesla is up 0.6%. NQ gap has been filled. ES gap has not been filled. Good morning, Benefit, Stunner. Good night. Good morning. Good night. ES about to fill the gap. Pre-market high at 20,520. Then we're going to fill it quick. Netflix up 0.5%. GameStop up 0.35%. Costco up 0.8%. Alibaba up 0.8%. Abeco up 0.8%. AMD up 3.7%. QCOM up 1.25%. Gaps have been filled. Gaps from the closes of yesterday, ES and NQ have both been fulfilled. Tech guy, what chart is it? NQ futures 2 minute. The NQ 5 minute to the right of that. NQ 30 minutes to the left. ES 1 minute to the left. 3 minutes in the market open. We have 12 minutes until the 15-minute opening range. A lot of opportunity to come. Probably gonna look to join this long. My strategy flipping long. Flipping green. Pretty volatile, working back and forth. I may short it once it flushes the higher pre-market. A little risky though. We can do it in this wick. A little higher. A little more, don't stop. I will be against trend. I'm not in love with. We had a lot of positive news on the day as well. We'll get into all the news, a lot of stuff to react to. But this is pretty good opportunity right here. So far, a bounce of 50 points. Some bearish wicks on the ES. Video about to flip red. Interesting. Very interesting. At 8:30 a.m. we had U.S. durable goods. While we wait for an opportunity here, U.S. durable goods negative 2.8 came in positive. Supposed to be negative, expect to be negative 3.8. Fed Barkin was speaking as well. U.S. durable goods, core durable goods 1.1% positive. U.S. Case-Shiller 20 year over year came in positive as well. Next news on the docket is at 10 a.m. Red flash news, USCB consumer confidence. Nvidia did flip red. ES is above the VWAP 200 SMA 100 MA and 30 minute above the 200 SMA VWAP, tapping the 100 MA, getting rejected for now. I have a lot of accounts, Jack, if you look in the bottom left. Or if you're in the regular YouTube stream, the top right. Yo, beautiful day to make some money, absolutely. A lot of people have already profited massively if you longed them in pre-market, etc. You are on it, like the energy, appreciate it, Toro. What's up, Fabian? Good afternoon. Let's hope for some good price action. Pretty good right now. I'm expecting volatility to die out around like 11:30, maybe 12:30. Flushing down, flushing down, flushing down. NQ 30-minute VWAP, NQ 30-minute VWAP at 22,464. ES about to tap the 200 SMA, 100 MA, VWAP, NQ 5-minute about to tap the 21 MA as well. This could waterfall all the way down to 22,400. That is where the NQ 30-minute 200 SMA is. May want to create a double bottom here and then go bottom, double bottom. I don't want to join this long just yet. I probably should be in here with one. Nvidia turned red, now down 0.13%. I would like this to flush that VWAP a little bit. About to tap it. This could waterfall. Could waterfall. I'm in with one. Down 50, down 60. Tapping the NQ. 30-minute VWAP. Up 50. Not getting the bounce. Probably going to flush down that pivot point. Down 80. For a bounce off the Yankee 30-minute VWAP. 5-minute, 21 EMA. ES VWAP as well. This could continue to waterfall. Up 40, up 60, up 100, up 130, 150. Scalping at 240. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Rotating. Now I have no idea what it's going to do. This should prop up to that trend line up there. 23,538. I expected to tap 23,650 by end of day. But if it rejects that trend line, who knows? But that was my expectation going into today's market. It touching 22,654. Right now, it's kind of downside momentum. Nvidia is red. Tesla is red. Google is red. Amazon, Meta, which is Facebook, Apple, Palantir. Good thing is gaps have been flush on both the ES and NQ. What's your best and worst day ever? Really good and really bad. Derping, nice trade. I see so many opportunities between 9:30 and 9:45, but I've been screwed a lot. So add it. Rule no trading until first 15-minute candle close. Yeah, sometimes I do that as well. Waiting for this 15-minute open, waiting for the bottom 15-minute orb and top 15-minute orb isn't a bad idea. We will have that in 4 minutes. The 15-minute opening range closes. I don't fully believe this, but this looks like it wants to flush the high pre-market, the Asia high. I don't fully believe it. Pretty bullish on the NQ 5-minute candle. Nvidia about to flip green. We do have news in 19 minutes. 10 a.m., 19 minutes away. USCB consumer confidence. BOE man speaking. Richmond Fed comp index as well. Then we have a cabinet meeting with Trump at 12 p.m. 1 p.m. US 2-year note. A lot of things to come. I'm short with one. It's probably going to wick over that pre-market high, but I'm going to be in with one just in case. I am against trend right now. Everything's going up. Up 50, up 70, up 100. Up 140, up 160. Looking for a little more. Scalping 200. I'll wait until this flushes. This could be the start of an uptrend. I did expect it. Good morning, good morning, good morning, Stoner. Make sure you guys vote in the polls as well. Vote in the polls. Do you think it's going up? Do you think it's coming down? Also, how are you guys doing? Feel free to ask me whatever you want. Smash the like button, follow the channel, subscribe. Hit the notification bell. I'm live every day at 9:30 a.m. EST, trading the market. Raw, transparent trading. Not just posting videos, not just posting shorts. Raw, transparent day trading as well. And I don't know if you guys noticed, I got the merch. No missed opportunities. I finally got my hoodies in the mail. So far, only scalping. I'm unsure how this wants to go. Nvidia flipped red again. Kind of a liquidity sweep up. Ask anything. Do you think money is a virus? Well, it is contagious, I can tell you that. If you're in a room with people making a lot of money, you yourself will eventually make a lot of money. and vice versa. Is money evil? Yes, it is. But we live in a capitalistic society, so it is what it is. And the other ways don't work. Try to stay patient. Trying. Right. Thank you. 30-minute VWAP is now 22,465. About to tap it. I'm not going to catch it again. I'm going to wait until it goes to that pivot point. And then it's, even though it's pretty high risk. It's already tapped that point. Probably going to start waterfalling in each direction or pumping up. Could be a higher low here as well. Higher high, lower low, higher high. This could be the higher low. Could be. Nvidia is now down 0.25%. Tesla's up 0.8%. 0.3%, excuse me. Tesla's up 0.3%. ES is above the VWAP, 200 SMA, 100 MA. What's up, funny? Scalping is the only way for me. I don't have patience to hold. My average trade is less than 30 seconds. The Dow flipping green. Russell 2000 is up 0.65%. ATR is at 15.8. The VIX is at 15. Volatility index is at 15.14, up 2.3% today. Thank you. 5-minute 20 May. Try and reject. Nvidia is now down 0.4%. AMD up 1.25%. QCOM up 1.7%. Adobe down 0.3%. Voyager Technologies up 1%. About to tap that pivot point. I'm not going to catch this one. There's too many things going against it. I should be in here with one, but I'm not going to catch it. If you have the cojones to catch it, good luck, good luck, good luck. Wish you all the best. You're probably going to get 10 to 20 points very fast, but I'm not going to catch it. Everything's starting to waterfall. If it gets above the Yankee 30-minute VWAP, I'll probably go long with some structure. Appreciate the follow, Catherine. Appreciate you. Low pre-market is at 23,371. NQ 30-minute 200 SMA 200-day simple moving average is at 22,390. ES is now below the volume weighted average price, the VWAP 200 SMA 200-day simple moving average, and 100 MA 100-day moving average. Indicators rounding down. We have news in 12 minutes. 12 minutes news, 10 a.m. USCB consumer confidence, BOE man speaking, Richmond Fed comp index as well. Then at 12 p.m. EST in a couple hours, Trump cabinet meeting. 1 p.m. US 2-year note, high yield bid to cover. While we wait for this to happen, the dollar slipped as traders offloaded large dated U.S. treasuries following Trump's bid to oust Fed Cook. Stoking fears over outlook for inflation. Then we also have a synopsis for the Europe and Asia markets. We are dipping down. The stock 600 fell 0.6% as French PM François Bayrous confidence vote threatened government stability, dragging the CAC 40 down 1.5% to a 2-week low. French 10-year bond yield spreads over Germany's bond hit 77 basis points, the highest since April. Trump's tariff threats on tech and semiconductors dampen risk appetite, with markets cautious ahead of the upcoming inflation data. Asian market synopsis. The dollar pair losses after Fed Governor Lisa Cook resisted Trump's attempt to oust her. She was ousted, fired by Trump due to mortgage fraud. While Asian stocks dropped 0.7%, the U.S. and European futures weakened. Treasury yields steepened with two-year yields falling and 30-year yields rising amid a rate cut and inflation concerns. Trump's moves included a DOJ probe into Cook, fueled a sell America sentiment, pressuring the dollar and treasuries. That is the European and Asian synopsis for today. How you guys doing? How you guys doing? Anyone catching this long? This could be the bottom. Could. Happy thank you, 30-minute VWAP. Very well, could be the bottom, folks. Boys and girls, ladies and gents, senoras, senoritas, senors. ES getting above the VWAP 200 SMA 100, man. Derpy using retest as an entry for short, possibly. Thank you, 30 man, getting more bullish. Pretty nice bounce. Whoever long, just secure themselves 50 points. I was not long until it tapped that 200 SMA. The risk profile just wasn't there. Bitcoin does look like it wants to flush down on my target, which is nice. Very nice. Likes are weak. Get them likes up. Smash that like button. A lot of people thought this was going up. Up. Very interesting. Thank you, 30-minute VWAP again. Nvidia is still flipped red. We'll see. Trying to bounce off that bottom 15-minute orb. It's not above that 21 EMA on the NQ5 minute though. Nvidia is still turned red. There's a lot of barriers that needs to get through up to the upside. Waking up. Very quick wicks. Pretty bullish. Nvidia is about to flip green. NQ and ES trying to flip green. Could be a liquidity sweep up top too. Sun is down. News in 6 minutes. I'm gonna wait. Pitch rating: North American software firms face AI distribution risk and opportunities. Remember, USCB consumer confidence, red news at 10 a.m. in 6 minutes. Also, BOE man speaking at Richmond Fed Comp. So it's pretty important news. I will be trading the volatility of it. You guys are locked in today, huh? Feel it in the air. Alright, waiting. Remember that green line up top is the pre-market high, 20,520. 5 minutes. Nvidia is flipped green and queued. The Nasdaq futures flipped green. ES trying to flip green. Gaps have been closed. All right. Let's see where this news takes us. Good morning, Beast. Glad there was no confirmation for that short low. That is a lower high. It'll probably create a higher low. We'll see. Starting to get bullish, but I'm not going to take long until this news is out. It'll probably flush the pre-market high before in 3 minutes when this news drops before it. It loves to run up right before news. Especially on a day like today. But I'm gonna let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Can't hold me back anymore. Let it go. Just let it go. Take away and slam the door. I would say more, but copyright. Yo, Gappa. What's the news? Jack says. Jack, the science guy, asks what the news is. 10 a.m. USCB consumer confidence in 2 minutes. T-minus 2 minutes. BOA man speaking, Richmond Fed Comp Index as well. That's Bill. That's Bill. Bill Nye, the science guy. Jacksepticeye. Jackson, Rampage Jackson. Jackson. Miguel says the market will become bearish if you saying everybody is selling and leaving the market. True. Derby says you use MACD at all? No, not anymore. I just added A2R and MACD recently. Everyone has their own amalgamation of indicators. Use what works for you. News is king though. We have 1 minute. I'm not going to look at the news just yet. I'm going to play the volatility, whatever it does. Now, if it does wake up, I'm going to wait a little bit till it hits a key target, then go. Knowing very well it may not stop. That train, that momentum, object in motion stays in motion. In this case, it may be true for the candles right here. But I will jump in front of it. Jump in front of the train moving up or the rock falling off the cliff. 20 second shot. Hussein. John said recovery day 1 is green. Market is tough. Hopefully next month gets harder. Trade on, brother. Appreciate it, John. 3, 2, 1. News is dropping. Looks like it wants to wake up. Could also take a minute. Waking up. Battle flush pre-market high. Pre-market high 22,520. ES is looking bullish. NQ5 minute, I like it. USCB consumer confidence actually 97.4, forecast to be 96.5. Came in positive. Richmond Fed comp index came in positive as well. -7, expect to be -11. Very interesting. I wouldn't mind if they prop this back down to the VWAP again. Interesting. All the news today is positive. Little bull flag forming. Something like that. Video about to flip red. Volatility's coming in. NQ and ES both had to flip green. It should pop, chat. It should. I'm hesitant to take it because I think they're going to do some manipulation down. Also, thank you, 30 minute looking weak. Staying patient, no reason to FOMO, no reason to overtrade. Pounds here did flip green, 0.3% up. I'm gonna take it. Up 30, up 25. Probably only gonna hold until it flushes the pre-market high. Also, I'm well aware that this is likely to flush down to the VWAP. Kind of going against my judgment right now. Down 50, down 80. NQ flipping green, ES flipping green. Alright, this has a shot. Up 70, up 80. Up 100. Up 125, up 150. For wick up. Can you explain puts and options up 200? Ooh. Very big swat down. Very big swat down. I don't like that. Not the best. 1 minute until another 2-minute candle. I'll probably move it break even if I can get above that trend line. They reject it, at least briefly. ES coming back down. NQ 5-minute looking weak. We're flushing down. Still in a consolidation zone. To be fair. Nvidia is flipped green. You need to expect some hesitancy when NQ and ES are both at 0.00. Deciding whether to flip red or green. Down to 100. Tapping the 20 May. May want to go all the way down to the 20 May on the NQ 5-minute. Also, we have the NQ 30-minute VWAP. NQ 30-minute wicks are looking bearish. RSI bouncing off the MA inside the ES 1 minute. This could waterfall here, I'm well aware. Down 250, down 300, one contract long. Not gonna add until it taps the 20 May on the NQ 5-minute. How you doing, Chris? Pretty good, chick. Chicken. ES is above the VWAP 200 SMA 100 MA. NQ 30-minute above the 200 SMA. VWAP getting smacked down from the 100 MA. Bounce on the 20 MA on the NQ 2-minute. Trying to go. Video's pumping with it. ES is going. Up 30, up 40. We may get an insane wick up here. Up 50, up 60, up 70, up 100. Trying to go. I do not like how much hesitation. Do not like it. It's to be expected when they're going, the NQ futures, ES futures are flipping from red to green. It's to be expected, a little consolidation, but I do not like it. Go to the moon. Morning, legend. Good morning, good morning. Up 200. About to tap the pre-market high, 23,520. Up 250. Up 300, up 400. Taking at 5. Locked in 440. That's that wick. That is that wick. I could have rode that all the way to 22,040, by the way. That coincides with this trend line. This trend line has been very well respected. And I think it's going to break it as well. Go to that 20,654 level. Could be another consolidation type day though. Just run up a little bit, come back down to the 200 SMA on the 93rd minute. You're an animal. Appreciate it, Jack. Jay, how can I start trading? You begin. I will have a simulator soon, in about a month and a half, 3 months from now. A simulator I'm coding myself will be dropped. I've showcased a little bit on stream. I'm not really talking about it, but once it's close to being done, close to releasing it, then I'll start ramping up the promo, explaining more and more. That's what kind of sucks about all this. A lot of people want to learn how to trade, and if I had that ready to go, you guys would absolutely love it and gain a lot of value from it, but it's not ready to go just yet. Which sucks because it would be the #1 place by far to actually learn how to trade if trading's right for you, instead of spending money trading your own money on Webull, options, etc., when you have no idea what you're doing. You don't even know if trading is what you want to do. So it's very difficult. But you can start simulated trading with TradingView, TradingView if you have it, paper trading, Ninja Trader, paper trading, simulated trading, just anywhere you can. I recommend recording your trading, have an Excel spreadsheet, calculate your winning trades, losing trades, get the win rate from that, calculate your P&L for the day. Then to the right of that in the Excel spreadsheet, write a 1-sentence, 2-sentence synopsis of how you felt today, what went wrong, what went right, just a little synopsis. But mainly record your trading. Most traders don't record your trading. 1 to 5% of traders are profitable for a reason. So you need every single statistical edge you can get. But do what is best for you. Cheese, nice, appreciate you. In what time frame do you have that trend line? This is NQ 2 minute. That's the only one you guys see. I thank you 5 minutes to the right, NQ 30 minutes to the left, ES 1 minute. If you guys are enjoying the stream, smash that like button, follow the channel, subscribe. Also, check out the merch. Link is below in the bio. No missed opportunity. Also, Jerome Powell, good afternoon. Check out the merch. Check out the merch. Pin to the chat, etc. But follow, subscribe. hit the notification bell. I'm live every day at 9:30 a.m. EST, trading the market. Not just videos, not just shorts, live, raw, real, transparent trading. Trying to give you guys as much value as I can. But with that said, I am not a financial advisor. Do not take any of this, what I say or do, as financial advice. Do your own trading strategy. This is for entertainment, educational purposes only. Hold your own conviction. Don't FOMO, don't overtrade. And there are no missed opportunities, only the next one. I'm talking about the other chart you showed. This one. NQ 30 minute, ES 1 minute. And then I have stock percentages. Stock percentages to the right. This is a custom watch list I have. Nvidia, Tesla, Google, Amazon, just all the main ones. I just watch the percentages, see the trend, etc. I'm not gonna lie, chat, either. This is my merch, so I'm biased. But this hoodie, when I received it yesterday, is literally the softest hoodie I own. And I own a lot of hoodies, but I am biased. I'm not even gonna lie. But I do not own a softer hoodie, and I own a lot of hoodies. It's probably just like the Mandela effect or something. I don't know. Maybe it's because I made it. Where did you get it from? It's my merch. No missed opportunity. Link is below, the merch. I do take out the drawstring though. I do not like wearing my hoodies with drawstring. So I either pull it, cut it. In this case, I just ripped it out. I do not like drawstrings on hoodies. NQ's trying to go, breaking above that trend line. Entertainment, I would call it more teaching. Yeah, legally you have to say that though. Entertainment and educational purposes only, and entertainment. So teaching can go under education. Why don't you do long trade rather short trade? Like long-term trading? I do. But when I live stream this, NQ Futures prop firm trading, I only really scalp. Now, when I was trading crypto, if you go back a couple streams, trading crypto, we doubled the account. Go back and watch the stream. That was long-term trading for me. Partially. Swing trading, you can call it. I do that sometimes. Only with crypto, though. I have to be in a certain mindset. I have to look at higher time frames, etc. Trying to go. Do you buy from Trump Voice China? The t-shirts are from Honduras. They're 100% cotton. I forget where this is from. Can't read it. Oh boy. Hold on. Oof. Almost blacked out. Hold on. Where is this from? I'm gonna mess up my hair, but I don't care. This is 80% cotton, 20% polyester. Where is this from? We're waiting for a trade anyway. Where's the tag? Made in Pakistan. So no China. No China over here. Honduras for the t-shirts and then Pakistan. No China. No China. No China, chat. We're about to come into opportunity and then queue. I'm waiting for it. Waiting. Hair's gonna be crazy. It is what it is. Petro in Mexico. Is there a trade coming up? Yep. I'm waiting for it. Oh boy. Look at this. Oh my god. Forehead of doom, chat. Forehead of doom. You see this thing? Straight from the Osama bin. What? Gap. Are you still in the mountain house? You went back home, right? That's a crazy comment, Gap. Is crypto good to trade? I hear a lot of people say that they stay away from crypto. I'm constantly in and out of crypto, constantly going back and forth. Just took a crypto trade last Friday, 2x my account. We reaped the reward too on stream as well. I don't know if you guys can tell, volatility has subsided a little bit. We do have a lot more opportunities to come though. Yeah, leaving tonight. Hopefully the setup's coming well, Gap. I know with when you're dealing with making setups, that stuff is a nightmare. I won't lie to you. Building computers, all that. I mean, to be fair, it's not that difficult, but you do one wrong thing and then you fry your motherboard by accident. It's just a whole thing. You don't know your screwdriver is electrically charged, then you tap the screw, etc. But if you guys are wondering what I use, crypto platforms and everything, link is below. Merch link below. But enough with chilling. Enough with shameless plugs. Shameless. Shameless. It's about to tap my target. A little higher. We also have that 4-hour pivot point. 4-hour pivot point at 20,586. We will be hopping in front of this, which is not always the best idea, but I'm going to do it. Which doesn't look like the best idea right now. A little higher. Taking one short there. Up 50, up 80, up 100. A little more pull. Nvidia is still trying to come up. It's still trying to go. ES is climbing up. All right, we're about to be in it. Down 40, down 50. We're against the train. Amazon about to flip green. Give us a little flush, little waterfall. Waterfall, waterfall. Where art thou, waterfall? Just a little one. I'm holding conviction. Nvidia is coming up. A 40. Takes 611 coming, I know. Trust me, I know. Up 100, 120, 140. Little flush down. That could be all it has. Tesla is flipping back green. Microsoft flipping back green. Amazon flipping back red. Up 150. Take it there. Not what I wanted, but I'm gonna have to take it. Not what I wanted. Still up 150 on that trade, but that is not what I was looking for. Just have to wait for the next leg. Excuse me, next leg up or two. Everything's just too bullish. Rotate accounts. Yeah, I was looking for it to flush down back to this green, but it just wanted to hop a little before. I just saw Amazon wanting to turn green, Microsoft flipping back green, Nvidia continuing to come up, Tesla getting ready to flip back green. Let me check news before I do anything. Crypto and Fear and Greed Index came out, 48 out of 100 neutral. Fear and Greed Index for the stock market, 60 out of 100. BOE Man said, I stand ready for a forceful policy action in the form of larger, more rapid bank rate cuts should the downside risks to domestic demand start materializing. Yeah, that's it for now. Next news on the docket is 12 p.m. Trump cabinet meeting, 1 p.m. U.S. 2-year note. Pretty important stuff. We also have a lot of stuff to react to, chat. A lot of stuff. Lots and lots. If it breaks this trend line, it's most likely going to 20,652. It would make sense, but it also could fall right here. Cool, man. Appreciate it, most. Why you rotate accounts? Just being abundance, Turo. Lack of emotion. I usually limit each account to 1 per day. 1 trade per day. I really hate looking at green and red colors. And the more trades you do in an account, say you're up, say I traded the account that's up $439 right now. Then if I get a $100 loser, couple $100 loser, or if even I start adding to it, I'll just start chasing, being more greedy, fearful. There's just no reason. So I rotate. Limit each account to 1 trade per day. And that's what works best for me. If I was off stream completely, I wouldn't even trade with P&L on screen. Like when I'm open in a position, I wouldn't trade with that at all. Red and green colors are emotional triggers. You want to stay away from them as much as possible. That is why my chart colors, candlestick colors, are orange for going up and black for going down. You can also change that to blue and black, white and black, gray and black, just not green and red. Turo, you have to pass the eval when you're in a fund account, you got to get over the threshold. So in this case, TBT. I'm also messing around with another prop firm, but I'm not going to say it unless I like it. TBT I like, so I'm going to say that. But I really don't want to mention any names anymore. But once you get a funded account, you got to get that 150K account to 100 to 154,500, and anything above that you can take a payout. It's very gamified, which I like. It just adds a little more difficulty. Do prop accounts ever make any money? I just use my own money. Do what's best for you guys. I like trading prop accounts. Gives you more leverage, less risk, and it's a little more gamified. But I trade with personal whenever I feel like it. Whenever I'm really like needing it, I'll trade with personal. Like crypto, etc., etc. How long have you been a full-time trader? I've been trading for half a decade. How long have I been a full-time trader? For 3 years. In the beginning, I was trading while going to work. Just scalping $102 on the way to work, the car ride. Started during the AMC GME days. I'm starting to think this is a breakout of the trend line. I'm gonna take it. I'm in with one long. This could be a fake out liquidity sweep to the upside, but I'm gonna take it. This is either gonna hurt very bad or be very good. Video's holding. Down 75, down 60. It depends which prop firm you're using. Some prop firms cost more, but TBT is $252 if you get the code. If you use the correct code and buy at the right time. Just put 25,000 in your account. If you find yourself profitable over the long run. Could see 560. We're taking down. That was a liquidity sweep up. RSI rounding down. Down 250, down 250. Video is coming up. Pounds here up 2.15%. GME flipping green. My strategy up 0.5%. Thank you, 5 minute looking bearish. DZ asks, dude, did you get a mentor, some kind of teacher 101? No, I don't, and I do not have it. Never had it. All self-taught and just watching YouTube videos for free. Just took the best from what I wanted. So I would watch a trader, take the best from them, and move on, watch the next, and just gather. Eventually make my own thing. Which still, at times, needs reworked. Nothing is guaranteed, nothing is 100%. Isaiah, good morning, good morning. I learned through the school of hard knocks. True, Giannis, true. What's up? How are the trades doing today? So far, 100% win rate. This could be the first loser though. We'll see. Kang, appreciate the subscription. Appreciate you. Trying to break through that trend line. Support trend line may turn into resistance. May go all the way down to this previous pre-market high at 23,520. Down 300, one contract long. Not fully believing it, but may start have to. Down 10 points. Scope rating agency, French government collapse. Most likely outcome would be credit negative. Still respecting that trend line. Nvidia is trying to come up. Nvidia is up 0.7%. Palantir trying to go. We're gaining a balance from crypto as well. You 5 minute trying to go. This may just be a liquidity sweep though. So far, balance at 10 points, 15 points. Morning, appreciate the lives. Appreciate you, Isaiah. Said hi. Most from what time to what time do you trade? I don't have a strict schedule. So far, that's just a liquidity sweep up. I think they're going to fake it up, fake it down, then send it. Kind of what I'm thinking. Nvidia is just constantly going up right now. We'll see. I start at 9:30 a.m. usually. If there's a lot of news at 8:30, sometimes I start earlier, but I like to start when market is open. That's the most opportunity prone time. So far, it's looking like a liquidity sweep up top, sending this down 320, down 350. Thank you, 5 minute looking weak. May flush all the way down to the NQ 30 minute VWAP. We are at Monday open right now. Down 400, down 500. Waiting ad. Down 18 points. BB, Anno, appreciate the follow. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate it, DZ. We'll see. I'm taking it slow. I'm only adding at key levels. That is a rejection of the trend line for now. NQ and ES are still flipped green. Nvidia is still bullish as of now. That could flip. Palantir is coming down. That is a higher high into a higher low. But we did break that trend line as well. That support trend line is now a resistance trend line. This is a winner. OB above if you look at the 15 minute for sure. 20,552 on MNQ. It's going to take a lot of patience. ES, wicked down. Little lower. Down 500. About to top the 20 May. Adding 2 there. And with 3 contracts long. Down 7 points. This may want to flush all the way down to the 20 May on the NQ5 minute. I don't think it wants to go that far, but it may. Down 250. Slow and steady. It has a lot to get through to the downside if it wants to go. To be fair, one thing in news could send it down very rapidly. May just want to continue waterfalling. This could be the start of a downtrend as well. Pretty nice bounce. Little more sauce. Little more sauce. Yeah, I know it's DZ. I'm looking at it. It's bouncing off the 15-minute top orb. Doesn't have to go. It may want to go all the way down to 22,502. We'll see. Nvidia is still holding. May want to prop up. We need Nvidia, Palantir to prop up. So far, bearish. Down 600, down 700, down 800, down 15 points. ES tapping the 100 May, about to tap the VWAP 200 SMA. NQ30 May, about to tap the 100 May. Liquidity sweep to the downside. Liquidity sweep to the downside. I like this a little more. Very nice. I do not want a double manipulation liquidity sweep. I do not want that. Liquidity sweep down, liquidity sweep up, then send it down. I do not want that. It's what we're watching out for. Trying to bounce all that 15-minute top orb. We need it to go. ES trying to bounce all the 100 May, still above the VWAP, still above the 200 SMA. 200-day simple moving average, 100-day moving average. Up 50. Still a higher low too. What's up, King? Good morning, good afternoon. Greetings for the US. Greetings, guys. What's up, King? King. Trying to go. Up 140, up 150. Up 200, 250, 3 contracts long. Looking for a little more bounce. Taking 1 there, taking 2 there. Beautiful. Trail this one up. Where am I at? Okay.
Order submitted.
Looking to trail this one up. Probably just gonna get wicked out immediately, but we'll look to trail it up. Far as it can go. Securing around 250. Moving stop up. Beautiful. Give it a little more. Nice. Up 400, 420, Beautiful, beautiful bounce. Beautiful bounce. Securing it there at that trend line. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous, stunning. Probably could have held that. Probably could have held that remaining contract to 23,654 because it's trying to break through this trend line. That may be a little ambitious. I may be a little copium right there. That may be cope. That may be some cope. That is a liquidity sweep to the downside. It's probably going to send it low. But I am targeting today before it closes. Market closes at 4 p.m. 23,654. I am targeting that, and it would need to go now. Profited 622 in that account, by the way. Negative R&R, negative R&R. Yeah. Negative R&R. If you guys are enjoying the raw, transparent trading, getting value, learn what to do, what not to do, smash the like button. Likes are looking a little weak. Get the likes up, guys. Follow the channel, subscribe, hit the notification bell. I'm live every day at 9:30 a.m. EST, trading the market. Also, check out the merch. No missed opportunities. Become an insider as well. Join the YouTube memberships for behind-the-scenes analysis and stuff. Before today's stream, I sent the members, all members, what I was going to do today, what I was looking out for, etc., etc. So if you want the behind-the-scenes analysis, just little pointers here and there. I really need to step up the shorts and videos. Been slacking on that heavily. Also the insider videos, etc., etc. Become an insider. Join the memberships. Told you winner. Hold it to the orb on 15 minutes at least. Nah. Nah. Hey, goodbye. Are there any techniques or methods you use? I use price action, higher highs, higher lows, trend lines, pivot points that I map myself, draw manually, the VWAP, the 200 SMA, 100 MA, then 50, 20 MA, RSI, Williams R 120 day, the volume for the NQ 30 minute, ES 1 minute, both of them. I use the watch list, just stare at the percentages. Nvidia's taking up as we speak, weakening a little bit but taking up. Amazon just flipped green. I stare at all of them: Nvidia, Tesla, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, Apple, Netflix, MicroStrategy, Palantir, etc., etc. Just gauge where everything's at. Gauge crypto, where crypto's at, because the ES and crypto love to mirror each other. And then for the charts I trade with, the NQ 2 minute where I execute, I keep it pretty simple. Just trend lines, pivot points. I do draw the NQ 30 minute VWAP 200 SMA on the chart. That's really for you guys only. Just a little visualization. These boxes are just for visualization for stream. And then if we get overextension, or a over waterfall, over pullback, over downtrend, I will draw a Fibonacci retracement, use that to gauge. But ultimately, news is king. I keep track of long-term, medium-term, short-term news, and I will and do react to it on stream and try and give you guys the best gauge where everything's at and my thoughts. Don't forget that awesome shirt, the Gapper and Go. Oh, awesome strat. I thought you said shirt. That would work for a shirt though, Gap. The Gapper and Go. When you stop by the Gapper and Go, you get the best trading knowledge on the planet. You get strategies no one else has even heard of, back tested by 10 years of data. 10 years of hard, cold, sweat, tears, a lot of losing, a lot of trial and error, but backed by hardcore, hard knocks, school of knocks data, as Giannis would call it. So get your Gapper and Go shirt now. Hell yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate it, Isaiah. HPG. I'm not interested in graphics design. Do not do the pitch, please. Appreciate HPG. Appreciate the follow. Mosh. Appreciate the follow. Appreciate you guys. The Gap and Go is legit try true. Cody winner. Appreciate you. Make sure you guys vote in the polls. Vote in the polls. Vote in the polls. Are you profitable, negative, or just watching, learning? Profitable, negative, or just watching, learning? The video is almost up 1%. This is why I did not want to take any trades yesterday. Plenty of opportunities to come. If you guys thought yesterday we were missing opportunities, there are no missed opportunities, only the next one. This is a perfect example and realization right here. Good morning, Norman. Morning, morning, morning. Morning, morning, morning. AI can do thumbnails. No need to hire designers now. True. To be fair though, it really depends. To be fair though, AI can't do the fine details. It only goes so far. I gave up my Adobe package soon as I saw AI mentions. Yeah. Trump is tweeting right now as we speak. He said, "Happy birthday to my wonderful brother Robert. He is in heaven now, watching down on us and very proud with what he is seeing. What a great guy he was. I miss him and always will." He also tweeted 12 minutes ago on Truth Social, "Cracker Barrel should go back to the old logo, admit a mistake based on customer response, the ultimate poll, and manage the company better than ever before. They got $1 billion worth of free publicity if they play their cards right. Very tricky to do, but a great opportunity. Have a major news conference today. Make Cracker Barrel a winner again. Remember, in just a short period of time, I made the United States of America the hottest country anywhere in the world. 1 year ago, it was dead. Good luck." Also, he was talking about how he was going to up the tariffs because of the digital tax. This must end and end now with this True Social. I put all countries with digital taxes, legislation, rules, and regulations on notice that unless these discriminatory actions are removed, I, as the President of the United States, will impose substantial additional tariffs on that country's exports to the USA. Actually, this is important. And institutional export restrictions on our highly protected technology and chips. America and Americans' technology companies are neither the piggy bank nor the doormat for the world of the world any longer. Show respect to America and our amazing tech companies, or consider the consequences. He also is firing Tim Cook, Governor Tim Cook, I believe. That's the news I was hearing. Present to my authority under Article 2 of the Constitution of the United States and the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 as amended, you are hereby removed from your position on the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve, effective immediately. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Goodbye. ES is starting to look a little more bullish. MA trying to get above. RSI trying to get above the MA neutral territory, tapping that gap. NQ futures still up 0.14%. ES is still up. Nvidia is currently up 0.9%. Tesla down 0.25%. Google down 1%. Amazon up 0.2%. Microsoft down 0.25%. Meta down 0.05%. Apple down 0.1%. Netflix is up 0.25%. MicroStrategy up 0.33%. Palantir is up 1.83%. GameStop is down 0.25%. Costco is up 1.2%. Alibaba up 0.42%. AVGO up 1.2%. AMD is up 2%. QCOM is up 1.7%. Adobe is down. Adobe is down 2.3%. Voyager Technologies is up 3. Voyager Technologies is up 3.14%. Robinhood is down 0.15% for the day. Bitcoin's teetering on going red. Bitcoin is up 0.18%, was up close to 0.5% on the day. Ethereum's up 4%. Solana's up 2%. XRP is up 2.7%. Doge is up 2%. What are metals at? Metals are taking up. Silver is at $38.82 an ounce, up 7 cents for the day. Gold is at $3,392 an ounce, up $19 for the day. Interesting. Who is this guy on stream? Where's Chris? Is that because I shaved my facial hair and got a new haircut? Who is this guy? Norman said I blew my account earlier and now considering buying multiple accounts and rotate them through them. Your opinion? What I would personally do, hopefully you've been recording your trading, go back and introspect, review, and journal. Maybe you need a couple days. I doubt you do, but maybe you do. And just really introspect, see where you went wrong, see what you did right. Also look at the news coinciding with that day. That's why it's very important to record your trading, so you can just look back. But obviously I'm in favor of the multiple accounts. That's obvious. It just offers abundance. You don't get as emotional trading. You just move on. Good morning. You on any trade right now? Not right now, nah. But so far, 100% win rate. We're up like 1,600, 1,700, 1,800, 2,000, something like that. FedGov. I like Trump, but he can F one off with allowing 600 Chinese CCP students into the country. Huh? Say what now? What's up, Chris? Very good name. You say what now? We're halfway to 7,200, 7,300. We're halfway to 7,300. We could hit it this stream. Could hit it this stream. I don't know. Finalize your votes to the poll. Finalize your votes. Are you profitable, learning, or negative? Profitable, learning, or negative? Now I said I lost 2 trades and win 8. Not bad.
A red baller, welcome to the Insiders.
Welcome to the Insiders, Rod. Hopefully you enjoy. Go click on my channel when you're done watching the stream or whenever. There's a lot of value in the YouTube post section. A lot of value for you guys. Appreciate you. Welcome to the Insiders, Rod. This actually may be the bottom for Bitcoin. I think I'm gonna wait a couple days. Probably gonna miss a pretty good opportunity, but I think I'm gonna wait a couple days. Maybe wait for the liquidity sweep down. I'm not gonna rush it. I doubled the account. I'm gonna stay patient. There's no reason to rush it. It did hit the top of my target. There's a lot of coil here on LandQ, by the way. A lot of consolidation. Higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, lower high. Is this going to flush down, create a lower low? I think so. Nvidia is coming up 1% now. Amazon flipping green, now up 0.2%. Palantir coming up. There are no missed opportunities, only the next one. Thank you. 30-minute VWAP is at 22,485. Rod, which channel, bro? It's news time now. What do you mean, 11 a.m.? If you click my profile, the profile on YouTube, my profile, and you go to the post section, the post tab on my YouTube profile, there's a lot of game in there. A lot. And I'm constantly adding. Constantly. Also, you have access now to the Jerome Powell emote, the pow pow pow. Trump, Elon, Caroline Levitt, Bitcoin, Takeoff, the rocket ship. There's a lot of value. Truth bomb. Appreciate Chris. That is a lower low. ES is flushing down. About to tap the VWAP to RSMA. The video starting to tick down. Bless me, bless me. Bless me, bless me. We do have news in 1 hour. Trump cabinet meeting. News on the docket today. Trump cabinet meeting at 12 p.m. 1 p.m. US 2-year note. Tomorrow is a news-packed event as well. 7 a.m. NBA mortgage applications. 10:30 a.m. EIA crude oil inventories. 1 p.m. US 5-year note. And then I'm almost certain there's going to be something with Trump as well. Boom. There is... Oh, right here. NVIDIA earnings tomorrow. Tomorrow after market close, NVIDIA quarter 2 earnings. This is very crucial. I'm expecting very big things. We'll see. I may enter a trade after market. I may not. Post pre-market. We'll see. We'll see. Depending on that news. Appreciate it, Rod. While we wait, I will take a trading opportunity if I see it. While we wait for it though, let's catch up on some of this news. I'm gonna wait for this to either get above this NQ 30-minute trend line. I'll show you guys. So this trend line on the NQ, first touch point here. There's a lot of touch points back here as well. There's a very respected trend line, extremely respected. I figured it would break it here. The fact that it didn't, this is probably coming down to 200 SMA. But I will keep an eye out if it does want to get above it. Get above this trend line. Or if it comes back down to the VWAP, I'll probably take a long here. Take a long here. And then definitely long in here for this double bottom. Just the potentiality of it. The 20, 30 point, 50 point bounce off the 200 SMA. Maybe a little wick through. Liquidity sweep down. There's just too much opportunity not to take these levels. But volatility has subsided pretty substantially. ES is starting to bounce from the 100 MA. The VIX volatility index is at 14.93, up 0.88%. ATR was peaked out at around 23. It's now at 16.4 and coming down rapidly. We are almost at a bounce point, potential bounce point for the NQ. 5-minute 21 EMA. Could bounce off that. Also, the NQ VWAP is at 22,485. Yeah, all the way to 75 till later 90. We'll see. Which news do you guys want to go through first? Let's go through a short one for now. We could be in a trade soon. Could do the Fed. Do we do Jerome Powell? Pow? Do we do Jerome Powell? Pow?
Employment and inflation.
Let me refresh it. This is a while ago, but I have not watched it. 4 days ago, supposedly he hints towards raising rate because the job market is coming down. So he wants to precede that and get the economy stabilized by lowering rate finally. But we'll actually see if that comes to fruition September 17th. We'll see.
The labor market remains near maximum employment, and inflation, though still somewhat elevated, has come down a
NQ looks like it's going to wick down. Be careful.
Great deal from its post-pandemic highs. At the same time, the balance of risks appears to be shifting. In my remarks today, I will first address the current economic situation and the near-term outlook for monetary policy. I will then turn to the results of our second public review of our monetary policy framework, as captured in the revised Statement on Longer-Run Goals and Monetary Policy Strategy that we released today. When I appeared at this podium 1 year ago, the economy was at an inflection point. Our policy rate had stood at 5.25% to 5.5% for more than a year. That restrictive policy stance was appropriate to help bring down inflation and to foster a sustainable balance between aggregate demand and supply. Inflation had moved much closer to our objective, and the labor market had cooled from its formerly overheated state. Upside risks to inflation had diminished, but the unemployment rate had increased by almost a full percentage point, a development that historically has not occurred outside of recessions. Over the subsequent 3 Federal Open Market Committee meetings, we recalibrated our policy stance, setting the stage for the labor market to remain in balance near maximum employment over the past year. This year, the economy has faced new challenges. Significantly higher tariffs across our trading partners are remaking the global trading system. Tighter immigration policy has led to an abrupt slowdown in labor force growth. Over the longer run, changes in...
All that's fair. All that's fair. By the way, if you're just tuning in, this is Jackson Hole. I do have no idea. Symposium. Imposium. Yep. Federal Reserve Chair Powell remarks.
In tax, spending, and regulatory policies may also have important implications for economic growth and productivity. There is significant uncertainty about where all of these policies will eventually settle and what their lasting effects on the economy will be. Changes in trade and immigration policies are affecting both demand and supply. In this environment, distinguishing cyclical developments from trend or structural developments is difficult. This distinction is critical because monetary policy can work to stabilize cyclical fluctuations, but can do little to alter structural changes. The labor market is a case in point. The July employment report, released earlier this month, showed that payroll job growth slowed to an average pace of only 35,000 per month over the past 3 months, down from 168,000 per month during 2024. This slowdown is much larger than assessed just a month ago, as the earlier figures for May and June were revised down substantially.
By substantially, he means more than 200,000 jobs. 200,000 jobs. The revision was more than 200,000.
But it does not appear that the slowdown in job growth has opened up a large margin of slack in the labor market, an outcome we want to avoid. The unemployment rate, while edging up in July, stands at a historically low level of 4.2% and has been broadly stable over the past year. Other indicators of labor market conditions are also little changed or have softened only modestly, including quits, layoffs, the ratio of vacancies to unemployment, and nominal wage growth. Labor supply has softened in line with demand, sharply lowering the break-even rate of job creation needed to hold the unemployment rate constant. Indeed, labor force growth has slowed considerably this year with the sharp fall-off in immigration, and the labor force participation rate has edged down in recent months. Overall, while the labor market appears to be in balance, it is a curious kind of balance that results from a marked slowing in both the supply of and demand for workers. This unusual situation suggests that downside risks to employment are rising. And if those risks materialize, they can do so quickly in the form of sharply higher layoffs and rising unemployment. At the same time, GDP growth has slowed notably in the first half of this year to a pace of 1.2%, roughly half the 2.5% pace in 2024. The decline in growth has largely reflected a slowdown in consumer spending. As with the labor market, some of the slowing in GDP likely reflects slower growth of supply or potential output. Turning to inflation, higher tariffs have begun to push up prices in some categories of goods. Estimates based on the latest available data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.6% over the 12 months ending in July. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.9%, above their level of a year ago. Within core, prices of goods increased 1.1% over the past 12 months, a notable shift from the modest decline seen over the course of 2024. In contrast, housing services inflation remains on a downward trend, and non-housing services inflation is still running at a level a bit above what has been historically consistent with a 2% inflation. The effects of tariffs on consumer prices are now clearly visible. We expect those effects to accumulate over coming months with high uncertainty about both timing and amounts. The question that matters for
That's fair what he just said. Uncertainty about the amounts of tariffs. I mean, Trump is still threatening tariffs. A lot of deals still have not been figured out. Canada, Mexico, I mean, you name it. There's a lot of uncertainty on the war, et cetera, et cetera. So the uncertainty is there. It's warranted. You should still cover rates.
Monetary policy is whether these price increases are likely to materially raise
25
the risk
BPs
of an ongoing inflation problem. A reasonable base case is that the effects will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level. Of course, one time does not mean all at once. It will continue to take time for tariff increases to work their way through supply chains and distribution networks. Moreover,
most economists peg it at 12 to 24 months, 36 months with some extreme examples.
Rates continue to evolve, potentially prolonging the adjustment process. It's also possible, however, that the upward pressure on prices from tariffs could spur a more lasting inflation dynamic, and that is a risk to be assessed and managed. One possibility is that workers who see their real incomes decline because of higher prices demand and get higher wages from employers, setting off adverse wage price dynamics. Given that the labor market is not particularly tight and faces increasing downside risks, that outcome does not seem likely. Another possibility is that inflation expectations could move up, dragging actual inflation with them. Inflation has been above our target for more than 4 years and remains a prominent concern for households and businesses. Measures of longer-term inflation expectations, however, as reflected in market and survey-based measures, appear to remain well anchored and consistent with our longer-run inflation objective of 2%. Of course, we cannot take the stability of inflation expectations for granted. Come what may, we will not allow a one-time increase in the price level to become an ongoing inflation problem. So, putting the pieces together, what are the implications for monetary policy? In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside, a challenging situation. When our goals are in tension like this, our framework calls for us to balance both sides of our dual mandate. Our policy rate is now 100 basis points closer to neutral than it was a year ago, and the stability of the unemployment rate and other labor market measures allows us to proceed carefully as we consider changes to our policy stance. Nonetheless, with policy in restrictive territory, the baseline outlook and the shifting balance of risks may warrant adjusting our policy stance.
May warrant a rate cut. Jerome Powell actually talking about possibly having a rate cut. Look at that.
Monetary policy is not on a preset course. FOMC members will make these decisions based solely on their assessment of the data and its implications for the economic outlook and the balance of risks. We will never deviate from that approach. So, turning then to my second topic. Our monetary policy framework is built on the unchanging foundation of our mandate from Congress to foster maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. We remain fully committed to fulfilling our statutory mandate, and the revisions to our framework will support that mission across a broad range of economic conditions. Our revised statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy, which we refer to as our consensus statement to save time, describes how we pursue our dual mandate goals. It is designed to give the public a clear sense of how we think about monetary policy, and that understanding is important both for transparency and accountability, and for making monetary policy more effective. The changes we made in this review are a natural progression grounded in our ever-evolving understanding of our economy. We continue to build upon the initial consensus statement adopted in 2012 under Chairman Ben Bernanke's leadership. Today's revised statement is the outcome of the second public review of our framework, which we conduct at 5-year intervals. This year's review included 3 elements: Fed Listens events at reserve banks around the country, a flagship research conference, and policymaker discussions and deliberations supported by staff analysis at a series of FOMC meetings. In approaching this year's review, a key objective has been to make sure that our framework is suitable across a broad range of economic conditions. At the same time, the framework needs to evolve with changes in the structure of the economy and our understanding of those changes.
Why is he being sensible today? Why is he actually making sense today?
The Great Depression presented different challenges from those of the Great Inflation and the Great Moderation, which in turn are different from the ones we face today.
When I mean today, this was 4 days ago, by the way. We're just catching up on some news.
At the time of the last review, we were living in a new normal, characterized by the proximity of interest rates to the effective lower bound, or ELB, along with low growth, low inflation, and a very flat Phillips curve, meaning that inflation was not very responsive to slack in the economy. To me, a statistic that captures that era is that our policy rate was stuck at the ELB for 7 long years following the onset of the global financial crisis in late 2008. Many here will recall the sluggish growth and painfully slow recovery of that era. It appeared highly likely that if the economy experienced even a mild downturn, our policy rate would be back at the ELB very quickly, probably for another extended period. Inflation and inflation expectations could then decline in a weak economy, raising real interest rates as nominal rates were pinned near zero. Higher real rates would further weigh on job growth and reinforce the downward pressure on inflation and inflation expectations, triggering an adverse dynamic. The economic conditions that brought the policy rate to the ELB and drove the 2020 framework changes were thought to be rooted in slow-moving global factors that would persist for an extended period. And they might well have done so, if not for the pandemic. The 2020 consensus statement included several features that addressed the ELB-related risks that had become increasingly prominent over the preceding 2 decades. We emphasized the importance of anchored inflation, longer-term inflation expectations to support both our price stability and maximum employment goals. Drawing on an extensive literature on strategies to mitigate risks associated with the ELB, we adopted flexible average inflation targeting, a makeup strategy to ensure that
it was after market, or in the latter half of market on Friday, I believe.
Inflation expectations
I can't fully remember. It was 4 days ago.
Even with the ELB constraint. In particular, we said that following periods when inflation had been running persistently above 2%, appropriate monetary policy would likely aim to achieve inflation moderately above 2% for some time. In the event, rather than low inflation in the ELB, the post-pandemic reopening brought the highest inflation in 40 years to economies around the world. Like most other central banks and private sector analysts, through year-end 2021, we thought that inflation would subside fairly quickly without a sharp tightening in our policy stance, as this slide will show. When it became clear this was not the case, we responded forcefully, raising our policy rate by 5.25%.
We don't get to see the slide? L cameraman, L production, L cameraman, L meeting, no slide.
Percentage points over 16 months. That action, combined with the unwinding of pandemic supply disruptions, contributed to inflation moving much closer to our target without the painful rise in unemployment that has accompanied previous efforts to counter high inflation. This year's review considered how economic conditions have evolved over the past 5 years. During this period, we saw that the inflation situation can change rapidly in the face of large shocks. In addition, interest rates are now substantially higher than was the case during the era between the global financial crisis and the pandemic. With inflation above target, our policy rate is restrictive, modestly so in my view. We cannot say for certain where rates will settle out over the longer run, but their neutral rate may now be higher than during the 2010s, reflecting changes.
You guys know that, I don't know if you guys watch Meet Kevin, but I was watching a video yesterday. He is predicting negative interest rates coming around 2030, 2035. I mean, if that happens, the people who own assets are going to be very happy. The people who don't own assets are going to be very miserable. I can tell you that. That would be insane.
Demographics, fiscal
Absolutely
policy,
obscene.
and other factors that affect the balance between saving and investment. During the review, we discussed how the 2020 statement's focus on the ELB may have complicated communications about our response to high inflation. We concluded that the emphasis on an overly specific set of economic conditions may have led to some confusion, and as a result, we made several important changes to the consensus statement
Appreciate
to
you,
reflect
Casino.
that insight. First, we removed language indicating that the ELB was a defining feature of the economic landscape. Instead, we noted that our monetary policy strategy is designed to promote maximum employment and stable prices across a broad range of economic conditions. The difficulty of operating near the ELB remains a potential concern.
Peter, appreciate the jewels, man. Appreciate
But
you.
it is not our primary focus. The
Thank you,
revised
Peter.
statement reiterates that the committee is prepared to use its full range of tools to achieve its maximum employment and price stability goals, particularly if the federal funds rate is constrained by the ELB. Second, we returned to a framework of flexible inflation targeting and eliminated the makeup strategy. As it turned out, the idea of an
The makeup strategy. What is the makeup strategy? Like the makeup of difference or something?
intentional moderate inflation overshoot had proved irrelevant. There was nothing intentional or moderate about the inflation that arrived a few months after we announced our 2020 changes to the consensus statement, as I acknowledged publicly in 2021. Well-anchored inflation expectations were critical to our success in bringing down inflation without a sharp increase in unemployment. Anchored expectations promote the return of inflation to target when adverse shocks drive inflation higher and limit the risk of deflation when the economy weakens. Further, they allow monetary policy to support.
Peter, that's what we are doing right now. The volatility has subsided. We've already traded 100% win rate today. 6 accounts of profit, close to 2,000 so far. Not really that big of a day, but pretty good trading overall. Predicted what the market was going to do, trade around it, executed well. Now we reap the reward. I could go long here. That is a double bottom. Was thinking about it. Low ATR, I'm just going to let it go. There will be an opportunity in around 40 minutes, 35 minutes. Trump will be speaking. What is he doing again? He is having a cabinet meeting. So after that, there'll be some volatility. Also at 1 p.m., US 2-year note. ES did get a bounce off the VWAP to our SMA. There was opportunities. I decided not to take it. I know Gapper took a long. He's either in or still in or out. US to sell 100 billion 4-week bills on August 28th to settle on September 2nd. Let's get back to it. But yes, I live day trade every day at 9:30 a.m. EST. Smash the like button, follow channel. Let's get back to it.
Support maximum employment in economic downturns without compromising price stability. Our revised statement emphasizes our commitment to act forcefully to ensure that longer-term inflation expectations remain well anchored to the benefit of both sides of our dual mandate. It also notes that price stability is essential for a sound and stable economy and supports the well-being of all Americans. This theme came through loud and clear at our Fed Listens events. The past 5 years have been a painful reminder of the hardship that high inflation imposes, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of necessities. Third,
why is he so sensible today? This is so rare, and it confuses my brain. Like, how positive and just reasonable Jerome Powell's being in this hurts my brain, because he is never this sensible.
Our 2020 statement said that we would mitigate shortfalls rather than deviations from maximum employment. The use of shortfalls reflected the insight that our real-time assessments of the natural rate of unemployment, and hence of maximum employment, are highly uncertain. The later years of the post-global financial crisis recovery featured employment running for an extended period above mainstream estimates of its sustainable level, along with inflation running persistently below our 2% target. In the absence of inflationary pressures, it might not be necessary to tighten policy based solely on uncertain real-time estimates of the natural rate of unemployment. We still have that view, but our use of the term shortfalls was not always interpreted as intended, raising communications challenges. In particular, the use of shortfalls was not intended as a commitment to permanently forswear preemption or to ignore labor market tightness. Accordingly, we removed shortfalls from our statement. Instead, the revised document now states more precisely that the committee recognizes that employment may run at times above real-time assessments of maximum employment without necessarily creating risks to price stability. Of course, preemptive action would likely be warranted if tightness in the labor market or other factors pose risks to price stability. The revised statement also notes that maximum employment is the highest level of employment that can be achieved on a sustained basis in a context.
All the above, Peter. I use every single indicator, everything to give me a statistical edge over the market. Price action, 21 EMA, 100-day moving average, 200-day simple moving average, VWAP, 20 and 50 moving average, RSI, Williams R 120-day. Then I look at news as well, price action, higher highs, higher lows, trends, fibs. I mean, you name it, I use it.
Context of price stability. This focus on promoting a strong labor market underscores the principle that durably achieving maximum employment fosters broad-based economic
news is king, though,
and benefits for all Americans. The feedback we received at Fed Listens events reinforced the value of a strong labor market for American households, employers, and communities. Fourth, consistent with the removal of shortfalls, we made changes to clarify our approach in periods where our employment and inflation objectives are not complementary. In those circumstances, we will follow a balanced approach in promoting them. The revised statement now more closely aligns with the original 2012 language. We take into account the extent of departures from our goals and the potentially different time horizons over which each is projected to return to a level consistent with our dual mandate. These principles guide our policy decisions today, as they did in the 2022 to 24 period, when the departure from our 2% inflation target was the overriding concern. In addition to these changes, there is a great deal of continuity with past statements. The document continues to explain how we interpret the mandate Congress has given us and describes the policy framework that we believe will best promote maximum employment and price stability. We continue to believe that monetary policy must be forward-looking and consider the lags in its effects on the economy. For this reason, our policy actions depend on the economic outlook and the balance of risks to that outlook. We continue to believe that setting a numerical goal for employment is unwise because the maximum level of employment is not directly measurable and changes over time for reasons unrelated to monetary policy. We also continue to view a longer-run inflation rate of 2% as most consistent with our dual mandate goals. We believe that our commitment to this target is a key factor, helping keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Experience has shown that 2% inflation is low enough to ensure that inflation is not a concern in household and business decision-making, while also providing a central bank with some policy flexibility to provide accommodation during economic downturns. Finally, the revised consensus statement retained our commitment to conduct a public review roughly every 5 years. There's nothing magic about the 5-year pace. That frequency allows policymakers to reassess structural features of the economy and to engage with the public, practitioners, and academics on the performance of our framework. It is also consistent with several global peers. To wrap up, I want to thank President Schmid and all of his great Kansas City.
I thought he was about to say President Trump. I thought he was about to thank President Trump.
The staff who worked so diligently to host this outstanding event annually, counting a couple of virtual appearances during the pandemic. This is the 8th time I've had the honor to speak from this podium. Each year, this symposium offers the opportunity for...
Hold on. How do you say the word?
Honor to speak from this podium. Each year, this symposium offers...
Symposium.
I've had the honor to speak from this podium. Each year, this symposium offers the opportunity for Fed leaders to hear ideas from leading economic thinkers and focus on the challenges we face. The Kansas City Fed was very wise to lure Chair Volcker here to this national park more than 40 years ago, and I am so proud to be part of that tradition. Thank you very much.
This confuses my brain. Jerome Powell is actually sensible and coherent throughout that whole 21-minute speech. It's just too good to be true. It makes me want to think that he's going to cut interest rates at least 25 BPs, a quarter percent, come September 17th when they're cutting rates, potentially. But it's almost too good to be true. I think he may have just like smoke and mirrored the market just to keep it up a little bit. And then they're going to stay just like flat, not change anything. But all this, super positive, super bullish. I have no complaints. He was sensible. He was reasonable. Everything made sense. I mean, it's not like Jerome Powell in his speeches. This is like the cream of the crop of his speeches. And what he said, everything indicated a interest rate cut. Everything by far. Lawyer for Fed Cook. We will file a lawsuit challenging firing. Getting messy. Appreciate you. What's a simp? What you trying to do here, Peter? What you trying to do? Peter? Appreciate you. Appreciate your support, though. Appreciate you. We need to see what this does. I think it's going to wick down to the NQ 30-minute VWAP, which is that yellow line. I'm having conviction that it's going to do that. We'll see. If you guys are new here, if you're getting value, learn what to do, what not to do. We live trade here every single day at 9:30 a.m. EST to start. Smash the like button, follow the channel, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when I'm live and get a notification. We are here every day. Man, I can't get over this hoodie, chat. I really can't. I did not expect this to be this soft. This is by far the softest hoodie. By far. That I have. By far. And it's my own merch. Which is amazing. I need to order more. Need to get some Jerome Powell ones. Some Jerome Powell. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Jerome Powell. Good afternoon. Appreciate it, Peter. Symposium. It's like a meeting. I actually don't know what that means. I'm assuming it means meeting or annual meeting. Symposium. Symposium. A meeting or conference for a discussion of a topic, especially one in which the participants from an audience and make presentations. So it's a meeting or conference. So we were correct. Peter's out here balling, throwing jewels. Throwing jewels. Tossing them $1 bills. Appreciate it, Peter. Alright, we're about to tap the NQ 30-minute VWAP. About to tap it. Tappy tappy. Tappy tappy. Tappy tappy. Make sure you guys vote in the polls as well. Are you profitable, negative, or learning? We will be taking a look in a minute. It's what I was trying to ask when I said, what is simp? Yeah, I appreciate it, Peter. I know. Thank you for confirming. I had no idea. Like, I didn't know if you were talking about, like, simping for Jerome Powell, like what I was doing. What do you use to see upcoming news? I believe I still have it linked. I may have deleted it, but it is right here. FinancialJuice is what I use to see the docket for the day, real-time news as it comes in. FinancialJuice should be linked below. Everything I use is pretty much linked below. I did get rid of some things, so hopefully it's still there. If not, FinancialJuice. Appreciate it, Peter. Volatility is really garbage. Nvidia is currently up 0.6%. Tesla's up 0.65%. Tesla's down 0.6%. Google's down 1%. Amazon about to flip red. Microsoft down 0.4%. Meta is down 0.15%. Apple is down a little negative 0.03%. Netflix is up 0.5%. MicroStrategy is up 0.15%. Palantir is up 1.65%. The Dow is flipping red 0.06%. The dollar is down 0.3%. Russell 2000 is up 0.75%. Alibaba is up 0.15%. Costco up 1.15%. Avgo is up 1.25%. AMD up 1.4%. QCOM up 2%. Adobe is down 2.4%. Bitcoin flipped red. I knew there was another downturn to come. Bitcoin currently down 0.3%. They are liquidating them leverage longs. They are really liquidating them. Okay. ETH is still up 3.3%. I'm on mobile. Can't see any links below. Okay, just FinancialJuice. You really can't see anything in the short description. Go to the video description, or you can click my profile, and I'm streaming to YouTube and YouTube Shorts. So go to the regular YouTube stream. It should be all there. Let me see if it's even there. You can just go to FinancialJuice. You don't need to use my affiliate. Yeah, it should be there. I see it on mine. I just pulled it up on my phone. You have to go to the three dots and the top right. We have the cabinet meeting in 20 minutes. Docket for the day, remember, 12 p.m. Trump cabinet meeting, 1 p.m. US 2-year note, high yield. We have a lot of stuff to react to as well. In 20 minutes, we have the cabinet meeting. Let me pull this up, make sure they're not early. They're usually never early, but let's check. I will not be using this channel, by the way. Definitely not the times. Let's go to the White House. Really? They may be early. The stream started. They are never early. Okay. I'll keep an eye on those. When they're up, I will put it on. Very interesting. Let's check out how you guys did. So there are your guys' votes. So this is the regular YouTube stream. Are you profitable, negative, or learning? 35% are profitable, 6% are negative, 59% are learning. YouTube short stream, 37% are profitable, 19% are negative, 44% are learning. Very interesting. It's Peter said it's like 100 degrees today. How are you wearing a sweater? This is a hoodie. This is my merch, man. No missed opportunities. Only the next one. There are no missed opportunities. Only the next one. Merch. Link below. I'm also indoors, so it's not like I'm outside. Where do you think I live? So. Norman said, I hate asking dumb questions. There are no dumb questions. Feel free to ask whatever you guys want. I will answer what I am able and what I can. I hate asking dumb questions, Norman says, but have to rely on someone I trust. If I buy 5 accounts, should I activate all? And if so, I'm guessing I would have to pay a reset fee at the end of 30 days. Yes, every account you buy is already active. If you're on TBT, other platforms may do other options, but when you buy from TBT, all platforms are active as soon as you buy them and have a 30-day clock. After that 30 days, you're on a subscription timer. Unless you cancel, you can hit cancel, then that account will not pay and renew. So it's you're only used to trading one account. I mean, do what's best for you. But opening 5 accounts at once is a little, you know. If I didn't fully answer that, let me know, Norman. Are you trading US 100? This is the Nasdaq 100. Nasdaq indices. Nasdaq future indices. The NQ. The NQ. There is a crypto trade coming soon within the next week. I can feel it. I can feel it, chat. Feel it in my bones. This chart is absolutely going nowhere. If you guys wear hoodies, I'm assuming you guys wear hoodies. Do you guys take the drawstrings out like me? Or do you guys keep the drawstrings? I mean, literally every single hoodie, every single one, I take the drawstrings out. Am I the only one? Am I weird? Am I weird, chat? Am I delusional? Hello? Does anyone else take the drawstrings out of their hoodie? Are you trading on the basis of EMA or SMMC? Nope. I mean, possibly. I wouldn't know. Thanks, Chris. I do. Norma does. Norma does. Okay. May not be weird. Like, is anyone else? I mean, there's like no reason to have these drawstrings. I mean, it's constantly getting loose. Anyway, I don't even know why they have it. As a new trader, if you're new, do not copy trade. I got greedy with Apex and blew 20 accounts at a time many times. Yeah, we don't use Apex over here, but that is very true. I don't copy trade either. I trade one account at a time, one trade per account, rotate. Very true. We're on the same wavelength. Same mindset, Peter. We'll see, chat. Now's the time, chat. Any questions? Any questions at all? Any questions about trading? Anything else? Now is the time. Any Q&A? Anything? Right now, we're waiting for a trade. We're waiting for Trump to come live. Now is the time. Get your questions in. Also, vote in the poll. Will Jerome Powell cut interest rates or not? They do it. I don't you know. Alright, bro, should I take a Nasdaq trade with you? I just trade gold usually. You guys should not follow me. You guys should not be copying my trades. I am personally not a financial advisor. Nothing I say or do is financial advice. It's for entertainment, educational purposes only. Hold your own trade conviction. Do your own trading strategy. Don't FOMO, don't overtrade. And most importantly, chat, there are no missed opportunities. Only the next one. No missed opportunities. Only the next one. I'm at TBT now. Lol. I was $15 away from passing eval. I ended up blowing it on Friday. No shot, Peter. No shot. No shot. No shot. Coach Frank, what's up, man? I'm a new follower. Appreciate you. Appreciate the support. Did this group start from zero, or did you start from a couple of dollars? I'm assuming you're talking about the balance on the prop firm accounts. The prop firm accounts start at 150K. Now they start at 150K on the eval, and then once you pass the eval, get funded, they start on 150K as well. I'm assuming that's what you mean, but if not, ask it again and just explain. Bro, when is the new then? What are you talking about, Rod? When is the new? When's the news? 12 p.m., 12 minutes. News is 12 minutes away. We're waiting for the live stream as we speak. The White House live stream is up and ready. They're just not on screen yet. Screen. President Trump participating in cabinet meeting. This is probably going to be an hour-long meeting. 12 p.m. for the Trump cabinet meeting. 1 p.m. for the U.S. 10-year note. 2-year note. U.S. 2-year note. 2-year note at 1 p.m. What's your opinion on algorithmic trading bots? They are the future, call. They are already surpassing traders. Already. The prop firm accounts, you cannot do it. But you trade with a personal account and you want to do the trial and error of setting up a bot, they will surpass anything a human can do. Already, for sure. I mean, they've been doing it. And they just get better and better, so... It's in the works. I'm messing around with a couple. It's in the works. At the start of the day, how do you develop your bias? Very good question, Chad. Very good. It's heavily dependent on the news and the news docket. Today I looked at this news docket to start. Saw the U.S. durable good at 8:30. Saw the news here. I also knew that there was a lot of fear mongering. Trump fired Tim Cook, I believe, the federal chair. Also, Lisa something got let go as well because of mortgage fraud. So there was a lot of uncertainty about interest rates being settled. We had positive Jerome Powell news that we just watched 4 days ago, him hinting towards interest rates being cut at September 17th. But short term, a lot of fear mongering, a lot of people wanting to push the market down, and NQ loves to do the opposite. So I was expecting a brief wick down to start the day, which we did get. I thought it was going to go down even further, but I played the extremes. I shorted to start, then longed, then short again, then long. I basically just played the extremes today around key levels, around pivot points, the VWAP, the overextension on the gap fills right here. So this purple line on the ES 1 minute gap fill. Then if you look, gap fill as well. We wicked up, gap filled, then pulled back. I shorted on this gap fill. Also the touch of the 100 MA, which is that blue line on the this blue line, this purple line right here. Gap fill, traded on that extreme when it wicked up. It's just pattern recognition. When you've been trading into the market for half a decade, you just know when it's going to pull back, but nothing is 100%. Nothing's guaranteed. It's just statistics, probabilities. But also this key level here, trend line. I knew it would want to bounce this trend line, possibly come down, create a double bottom. This trend line here, possibly come down, create a double bottom as well. Pre-market low at 23,371. So I was prepared for that. I was going to start long at this 200 SMA, which is this purple line. And then the overall consensus for today is this market ending today at 22,656. We are currently 150 points away. Will it do it? Now I'm not so sure because it couldn't get over this trend line, but it is still very feasible. May do it post-market, to be fair, pre-market tomorrow, but I am expecting this very crucial level. Now, if we tap this level right here, this trend line, 22,653, 10-point range in between there, but 653. If we tap that, reject, we're coming a lot lower, probably all the way down to this trend line. For the ES, we have a trend line on the ES as well, probably down here at least, short term. But I'm expecting a touch on this trend line again, on this pivot point. That was the consensus for today. Also looking at the RSIs, going more 120 days. Also, the ES started above the VWAP, 100 MA, 200 SMA. And then mainly looking at this. See if I can slide it. So all these percentages to start. Just making sure my bias was correct. I just stare at these percentages right here. So Nvidia taking a little bit down, still holding though. Nvidia's holding pretty well, but taking slightly down. And you just stare at these percentages, get a trend of just a gauge of where the market's going to go, how it goes. And then you pair that with all the key levels, and then the news, long-term, medium, short-term. Hopefully that ramble was good. I believe the stream is starting. Let me see. Is Trump speaking? Scheduled for 7 minutes. Nope, still waiting. We'll be switching over. I don't use the bots for this side of trading for the live streams. I'm still in building them. Coach said, I see you have 7,262 in profit. Is it that much? It's like 2K, right? 1,000, 22, 24. I mean 14. Like 1,900 across 6 accounts. What about AI agent swarms? Out of my league. I'm out of my depth on that one, Callie. Peter said, do you use the same RSI risk to reward? Each trader does it vary each trade. Also thoughts on stop losses. Very rarely I'll use stop losses. I'm pretty much away from stop losses completely. I just use the account as a stop loss. And risk reward, I'm constantly negative R&R. Constantly. Which makes a lot of people mad. But I ultimately don't care. Negative R&R, negative R&R. Negative R&R. A lot of the trades today were negative R&R. Appreciate it, Norman. Nvidia has earnings tomorrow. Yep, after market. 4:15 p.m. That's going to be very crucial. I'm probably going to take a trade pre-market tomorrow. Post-market. We'll see. Luca, appreciate the follow. YT, appreciate the follow. Rosie, Med, Koo, Git, appreciate you guys. Are we at 7,300 yet? 30 subscribers away from 7,300. The growth is insane, chat. The merch is hot. The growth is insane. We haven't even tapped into videos yet. I keep saying that, but it's true. Haven't even tapped into it. Oh, negative R&R is a while, but it gets results, yeah. Everyone has their own strategy. See you tomorrow. See you, Norman. Appreciate you stopping by. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate you. See you tomorrow, man. Normano. I know that law sucks. Just take it as a learning lesson and try and improve as much as you possibly can. Love it, man. Thank you for constantly being there. One of the day ones. One of them ones. One of them ones, chat. One of them ones. Right, R&R is wild, but it gets results. To each their own. Everyone has their own amalgamation of indicators, etc., etc. To each their own. Which I don't like that saying. If you notice the mic going down, I'm messing with the gain, trying to stop it from peaking. It can't peak naturally, but I'm just messing around with levels. Also, I'm messing around with this camera, trying to get it perfect. I don't like how, yeah. All the social media profit is constantly being reinvested into the stream. Constant. I do not spend any of it on myself, trust me. And it's not that vast amount yet, but it will be. Next up are lights. Lights. Professional lights. At least that's what I have planned. Callie said, thanks for doing what you do to help us newbies. There's a lot of value yet to come, Callie. A lot of value yet to come. That simulator is going to be a game changer. I've showed it off on stream in the early days, the first 2 months. I stopped showing it off just to get everyone's hypes up because I realized it was going to take a lot longer. Currently about a month and a half, 3 months out. Tentative, it can move up and down as needed. But that's kind of where I'm estimated at. And we'll see. Simulator is going to help a lot of people. Alright, what do you think today's news will pump the XAU? I do not trade Forex. What do you think today's news will pump the XAU? I have no idea, Rod. I'm not gonna lie. No idea. Peter said, do you build your intraday plan from higher time frames like daily, weekly levels? I try to. So each day, I'll come here. I'll look at the 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour, 4 hour, all the way down to the monthly. I'll look at the RSIs while I'm doing that. For the ES too, I do all that for the ES as well. Let's get this back. And just draw levels where I think the bounce is going to be, support resistance. And then I gauge the volatility, liquidity sweeps as it goes, as the price action is playing out. The percentages from the stocks are key. The news is key. You just got to use everything you possibly can to get a statistical edge. over the market. Only 1 to 5% of traders are profitable for a reason. You need to use every single trading thing you can while also trying to simplify and not overcomplicate. That meeting, 12 p.m. Trump cabinet meeting, should be happening any minute. ES is bouncing. NQ trying to go. Why not, bro? Why not 4x? I tried 4x for a week. I didn't like it. Butler. Lou, appreciate the file. Appreciate you guys. We're 23 subscribers away from 7,300. 7,300. You may get it this stream. Insane. Appreciate you guys. How do you adjust your strategy between trending versus choppy days? What are the key conditions you look for before taking an NQ trade? Just where everything's at, what the docket is for the day. Pretty much everything I told you guys. What the volatility is at, what the average true range is. The ATR right now is 11, so very low. Low trading. Right now, I've only been getting around 10-point scalps, and that's not enough for me to risk an account. If news happens, which Trump is speaking soon, if not already, when that happens, it may volatility spike. I may get in there for a quick 10, 20, 30-point scalp, but I look at a lot of things. The VIX, just everything I told you, the VWAP, 2-hour SMA, key levels, pivot points, the news, how it's trending. I usually do the opposite of the herd a lot. I love doing the opposite of the herd. So in this case, there was a lot of fear mongering. So I switched all my bias to longs until it got under a certain level. Love going against the herd. Same, appreciate it, Callie. What habits separate consistent traders from those who struggle? How do you stay disciplined when NQ is moving fast? What's your process for reviewing trades after market close? It's a lot of the same stuff. If you look at the membership videos, a lot of that reviewing is pretty much what I do. The membership videos give you a very good detail of how I review trading, etc., etc. But I'm very privileged in the fact that I live stream everything I do, record everything I do. So if I'm wanting to introspect a day, I can just go back, review it. That's why I constantly harp on, you guys need to be recording your trading, etc., etc. You need to record your trading so you can learn, adapt, introspect, review. I'm also on immense pressure. Everything I do good gets highlighted immensely good. Everything I do bad gets highlighted to the negative very drastically. So I'm in this very grinder of excellence. Either you perform or you don't. Either way, you're getting ridiculed, support along the way up and down. I'm trying to grow rapidly and just get expedited growth in every area. And the way to do that in trading is just be under scrutiny, get constant suggestions, and just go through the gauntlet, if you will, of opinions, etc., etc. Just exponential growth as much as possible. All right, let's see if Trump is speaking yet. Was scheduled 3 minutes ago. He may be late. He is late. The cabinet is late. Apple to hold event on September 9th to introduce new products. NQ is also breaking out of a trend line right now, but it's not volatile enough for me to take. It'll most likely flush the high. May want to come back, tap the resistance trend line that is now flipped to support trend line. NQ 5-minute looks very bullish. It is coming into a resistance zone. Right now, it's about to tap the trend line on NQ. It could stop here, create a lower high. 22,536. May want a liquidity sweep a little up. Appreciate it, Peter. What Jerome Powell hoodie do you guys think I should get? Kind of thinking doing something crazy like red, just so it can stand out. Also, blue's not bad. This is my merch, by the way. I think white text is better for the stream. Navy. Could do navy. Blue would stand out. I think red's too much. I think I'm gonna get this. I think blue may be winner. Good afternoon, J Powell hoodie. Blue. Will you be the next? Oh boy. Who knows? I have aspirations outside of trading as well for this YouTube channel and other. You never know what this can mold and growth into. Sorry about all the questions and thank you for the responses. There's no reason. You can ask as many as you want, Peter. I don't mind. I'm waiting for everything right now. Waiting for everything. You are forced, though. You're forced right now. I'm holding you hostage. You have to buy a hoodie. No, I'm kidding. You're held hostage, man. No. Appreciate the support. You can ask whatever you want. I don't care. I'll answer what I can, what I'm able to. As you can see, I'm not a source for everything. Some questions I say I have no idea. And I don't care to admit I do not know. Nvidia is ticking up. That has a lot of potential, chat. Appreciate you. Like you said. Try and be as raw and transparent as humanly possible. Try. If Nvidia hits good earnings, you think we would be in the 200 plus territory? I think it'll definitely tap 190s. Let's look. It'll definitely flush the highs. Alright, so this was good earnings. Where was it? Like, so all the way back here. What is it? The 4th? 3. Somewhere back here, good earnings, and like propped up 10 points. It'll probably hit 190. Maybe 192, 195. Really depends how much they beat it. Beat it. Just beat it. Really depends. All-time highs for Nvidia is at 184. So I think it'll definitely hit 190. NQ and ES will probably be gapped up 200 points at least. Do you have any YouTube trading influencers that you think are halfway credible? Crypto Face. I like Crypto Face. Any trader not actually live day trading and just posting videos, shorts, you need to be careful. There's some that are legit that don't live stream. Live streaming does take a toll. It's not for everyone. You have to constantly adapt. And some people just aren't good being on the spot. Some days I'm not either. But I'm also trying to exponential growth in every area. Communication, just everything. Aspirant arete. Aspirant arete. Aspiring towards excellence. What do you do prior to starting your day? There's like 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour before stream. I have to prep. That's getting shorter and shorter the more I do it. But besides that, just keep an eye on the market. See if I want to take a Bitcoin trade, crypto trade, and BITUNIX. I have that constantly ready to go. Constantly. We did trade crypto a couple days ago, so it's probably going to take a minute, but I constantly have that ready to go. I usually eat. It really depends. My schedule is really sporadic. Really. Some, what was it? Monday, I was up for close to 14, 16 hours before starting stream.
Thank you very much. Are you all set? All ready? Nice group. Big group.
I was like, what the hell? Who's talking? This is Trump speaking.
Labor Day, when we honor the incredible hardworking men and women of our country, which is doing very well, I have to tell you. Every policy of the Trump administration is designed to lift up the American worker, promote great-paying blue-collar jobs, and to rebuild the industrial bedrock of our nation. It's also obviously for great defense. We have the greatest.
This is Trump's cabinet meeting if you're just tuning in.
We rebuilt it largely in my first term. Some of it was stupidly given away.
Not right now, Rod. It does look good, though.
For what reason? Nobody can figure that one. But it was still a relatively small amount of what, you know, if you compare. The concept of what they did, however, is just incredible. But the country is doing well. We're respected all over the world like never before, probably. We went to NATO, as you know, and they went from 2% to 5% of GDP. Nobody expected that, and the difference is they didn't pay the 2 and they paid the 5. So, and as you know, we are selling a tremendous amount of equipment to NATO. We're not spending any money, we're making money, but I don't want to talk about making. I want to talk about we're no longer involved with funding Ukraine, but we are involved with trying to stop the war or the killing in Ukraine. So we're selling missiles and military equipment, millions and millions, and ultimately billions of dollars to the NATO people, where I'm very friendly and we have a great relationship. But that was an amazing trip.
What's up, Shivam?
So they're funding the entire war. We're not funding anything. I think it's an important point to make because a lot of people don't understand that. And we will continue to do that, and we're trying to get as much as we can for them. They want the American product. The American military product is by far
Very
the
good,
best in the
Shivam.
world, and that's what they want to get. They have lots of options, but that's what they want to get. So
100% win rate so far on NQ today.
where
Luckily.
they make the Patriots and other really, you could say, defense and offensive weapons. The wages for blue-collar workers are now rising at the fastest rate in 60 years, which is so important to all of us around this table. The average American worker has already seen a $500 wage increase this year, and there's no inflation because there's been decreases, tremendous decreases with, thanks to Doug and Chris, some of the people, the great job they've done with energy. Thank you very much. And Chris, thank you very much. I see you down close to $60 a barrel, and you'll be breaking that pretty soon. And that has a huge impact. So we have groceries are down. Energy is way down. Energy is way down. It was $4 and $5 for a gallon of gas. Think of that for gasoline. And now it's probably $2.25. There are some places it's $2. It broke $2 at a couple of locations in the South. In places like California where they charge such high taxes, it's higher, but it's still much lower than what it was a year ago. So energy's way down, groceries are way down, eggs are way down. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. You've done a great job. Appreciate it. When we came in, the eggs were through the roof. They were 4 times higher than they've ever been. And my first question from you people, well, what are you going to do with eggs? I said, what's the problem with eggs? That was caused by Biden or whoever was operating the order.
Where do you live, Hex? Because grocery prices have come down a little bit where I'm at. Depends where you live. If you live in a metropolitan city, I mean.
Pen actually caused it, I guess, because I don't think he knew too much about eggs. Factories are booming compared to before I took office. Domestic auto production is going to be, it's going to be so thrilling in 2 years when you see the numbers, because they're building plants all over the country. They're all coming in because of tariffs. They don't want to pay the tariffs. And if they build their plant here, they don't pay the tariffs. And they're pouring into our country, and you know about AI and you know about but the auto plants, that's the good old-fashioned stuff that I love. The auto plants are pouring into the United States of America. They're coming from Mexico, they're coming from Canada, and they're coming from Europe, all over Europe. And it's been pretty amazing. So factories are booming. And when they actually open, right now they're booming in terms of construction. This is something given to me by Mark Zuckerberg. And you'll see this is AI now. I never understood. I said, well, because I built shopping centers, and for $50 million, you can build a very nice shopping center. So I never understood when they said $50 billion for a plant. I said, what the hell kind of a plant is that? But when you look at this, you understand why it's $50 billion. So this is one he's building in Louisiana. That's Meta, Facebook, as people understand it to be.
Massive.
But look at that. That's the size of Manhattan. So that's superimposed over the island of Manhattan. It takes up a big part of Manhattan. I think they say 81% of Manhattan. So these are big things, and they're going up. A lot of them are going up now. I don't know that big. Actually, Mark is building 4 of them, and others are building similar places. And when these things open up, I'll tell you what, our country, we're leading China now in AI, substantially leading China. And the reason is because we're letting them build their own electrical facilities. We would need double the energy if you take all of the electricity that we produce right now in this country, you'd have to multiply it times 2 or maybe 3 times. So 3 times more than we have right now for everything, to operate your toaster and everything else, okay? 3 times more. And the way we are able to succeed, because China goes out and builds these massive plants. They're right now building 58 coal, in this case, almost all coal-fired plants. And coal is back with this country too, by the way. There's a reason they use it, because it's good. It works for them. And we call it clean coal. We don't call it coal. We call it clean, even very clean coal. But we have coal going up. We have nuclear going up. Nuclear is very much in vogue now. It's safe and inexpensive and great. We don't allow windmills. We're not allowing any windmills to go up. I mean, unless there's a legal situation where somebody committed to it a long time ago, we don't allow windmills. And we don't want the solar panels that I was speaking with the secretary about, because they take up, thousands of acres of our farmland. You see these big, ugly patches of black plastic that comes from China. And the solar is, I like solar in some ways, but for firing up your big plants, it doesn't work. It's very unstable, but it really takes up your farm. The farmers are saying, they're building these massive blotches in the middle of the fields all over the country.
I'm personally a fan of solar, just overall, but he's not wrong that it takes up a lot of land. And it is, could be farmland, et cetera, and for the big plants, it's obviously not as stable of a power source as you can have. But in general, I am in favor for solar.
It's so crazy. It's so
not for wind. I don't like wind.
Crazy. So we're not heavy into that at all. And windmills, we're just not going to allow them. They ruin our They're ruining our country.
True,
They're ruining
Callie.
everyone. If you look at
You know, there is a company making miniature fusion reactors, I believe, right? Also cold fusion.
I hate to mention countries, but you look at the UK, what's happened at UK, they have energy costs have gone through the roof. It's because of wind. They want to do everything, close up the northern parts of the country. They have oil, it's tremendous. And they closed it up, and I tell them, you're my friends, but man, you're going to have a bad awakening very soon. It's going to be very bad. They're ugly, they don't work, they kill your birds, they're bad for the environment. And if you look at them from a house, your house is worth less than 50%. So I'm trying to have people learn about wind real fast, and I think I've done a good job, but not good enough, because some countries are still trying, and they're destroying themselves. Those are countries that are really destroying themselves. I hope they get back to fossil fuel, because right now, Chris, whether we like it or not, fossil fuel is the thing that works. And then you can add nuclear with it and other things, but fossil fuel is what works if we're going to fire up those big monster factories. But if you look at comparing everything before I took office, domestic auto production is up 18,000 cars a month. And we haven't even started yet, because a lot of these plants aren't built. It's up 18,000 because Ford, General Motors, and a couple of others, Stellantis, they're taking their existing plants, and they're, as quickly as they can, they're adding on to them. So when their plants open, because they're building big, modern, beautiful auto plants. But think of that, we're up 18,000 cars a month, and essentially all they've done is try and utilize their space correctly as their big plants open up. It's going to be, I hope they remember that it was this way. I hope this table gets a lot of the credit for what's happening. It gets all of the credit, because this would have never happened. We were going out of business in every way. We were losing. All the car plants were leaving this country. Now they're all coming back in, and they are coming from Canada, and they are coming from Mexico, but they're coming from Germany. They're coming from all over the world. Domestic steel production is up by 100,000 tons of steel a week. We have a 50% tariff on steel, aluminum, and various other things. Copper just got brought into the picture, and that means people are going to want to make steel here. We just made a deal with U.S. Steel. As you know, we have an outside company come in, spend $17 billion on building new plants, new everything. It's great, and it stays right here in America. So we're doing amazingly well on steel, and domestic oil production is up by more than 300,000 barrels a day. That's a lot of barrels, and you're going to be talking about that in a second, I think, Chris and Doug. These two people have done a fantastic job, and we have the oil price down to about $62 a barrel. So just so you understand.
Probably a good time to invest in auto manufacturing stocks. It may have already passed the boat, but potentially for the boom in a couple years. It takes like 2 years, 24 months for them to finalize and finish the factory, get it productional.
Understand, because a lot of you like to talk about
I'm sure they've already had a pretty significant pump.
I watch so much fake information. Product costs are down. Energy is way down. Energy brings things down. You know, with energy, that's what happened with Biden. He stopped our program, and then he went back to it when he realized that it looked like you're going to be paying numbers that nobody's ever seen, like $7 a gallon. You're going to pay $7 a gallon. They were up to $7.5. So then he immediately went back to the Trump plan that they terminated, but it was too late for them. It was too late. They blew it. They had a great thing going. I gave them something great, and they blew it. Since the inauguration, we've created over 500,000 new private jobs, and if you notice, when the numbers come out, government jobs are going down and private jobs are coming up, and that's what really fuels the country. It's easy to hire people and pay them for doing something that maybe is not very productive, but government jobs are down, actually substantially down, and private jobs are way up, and these are the jobs that make money, create a better life. Meanwhile, we've reduced the number of federal bureaucrats by 84,000. So we got rid of 84,000, and I think the job numbers, you're going to see the new job numbers are going to be
Out
through
of
the
how
roof
many,
because
though?
of all of the different businesses that are moving into our country. And not just production businesses, autos and AI, but any business you can think of. In the world of furniture, as an example, North Carolina, I went there many times when I built a lot of hotels and things, and I'd go to North Carolina, I'd buy the greatest, they were the greatest, most talented people. And then China came along and took all of those jobs away. If they would have tariffed them, China wouldn't have taken any of the jobs. But we had presidents that, honestly, and I like some of them, but they didn't know what the hell they were doing from a business standpoint, from running the country. And North Carolina, the most talented woodworkers that you've ever seen. I'd be there and I'd watch them. I'd say, I'd like to have a rail in that chair. Maybe can you fancy it up a little bit? How about this, sir? And it'd hand me a thing. It was like they were artists. They were unbelievable. And that business was stolen from us by others, not only China, but by others. All of a sudden, you're ordering your furniture from China. It was not even close to being as good, but they couldn't compete with it. If we would have said it costs 100% or 200% tariff, you wouldn't have lost one job. It's so sad. But we're going to rebuild North Carolina furniture and other places, South Carolina too, to a lesser extent. They make furniture. But furniture, we're going to put a very substantial tariff on. We've already announced it. It'll be done pretty quickly. And when that happens, everyone's going to start. I just tell you, North Carolina, go out and start getting the grandchildren and the children, start teaching them, because some of those incredible artists that I knew as young people, they're older people now, but they still have the talent and they have time left.
A lot of that, I mean, you can say China stole that and we didn't tariff them, so it didn't come back. Skilled labor has been dropping all across the board. Construction, I mean, the list just goes endless. Mostly because the younger generation, Gen Z, millennial, etc., want easy cush jobs, more internet-based. Also, the rise of the internet offers more opportunity, etc. Before I did this, by the way, I was doing construction, remodeling houses, etc. And there is a shortage of labor, and that is a job that will be around for years to come until robots inevitably replace it. But the high skill labor, that's not going to be replaced for half a century at least.
But they're going to be teaching their sons and their daughters and their grandchildren, and it's going to be a beautiful thing to see. It's going to happen like magic. It's going to happen without question. It's not like, gee, I hope it happens. It's going to happen. The results of Ford that just announced it's going to create 4,000 new jobs, American jobs. Hyundai, 14,000 jobs. General Motors is moving production of the Chevy Blazer and Equinox from Mexico back to the United States where it belongs. Don't forget, we lost 55% of our auto production over the last 35 years. 55%. We were the auto capital of the world. Like there was nobody even think about challenging us. We lost 55% of it to Mexico, Canada, China, a lot to China, and other countries. And it's all coming back. We will be bigger. A couple of years, we'll be bigger than we ever were. We'll be more dominant. We'll be bigger. We make great product, too. We're starting to make really great product. We're going to be bigger than we ever were. We're going to be at the level that it was when we were the only one that really, we sold to the world. And we're going to be back selling to ourselves and other parts of the world. It's not going to be the same.
Man,
but
Trump is funny. You got to
equally
admit
as
that.
important as it was in the heyday 30 years ago. But we lost more than 50% of the automaking.
We're going to be
capacity.
back
In fact,
bigger
the
and
unions,
stronger
the
than
auto
ever.
unions, as you know, the top guy didn't know me, didn't like me, and now he likes me. He says, man, I can't believe what Trump has done. But the auto workers voted for me. They understood better than anybody else. The auto workers, the Teamsters voted for me. Teamsters are great. They all voted for me. No Republican has ever gotten the support of the Teamsters and the auto workers. And now the head of
Derpy says, I am a chef in South Carolina and it is impossible for me to find employees. I rely on staffing agencies that work with undocumented workers for my staff at my hotel. Lucky for you, Derpy, Trump is supposedly making an exception for farm labor and hotel staff and like other service type businesses. He put it as like a handler, like the boss will like be in charge and be at fault for what the undocumented immigrant does, illegal worker or whatever. I'm not 100% sure, but he is making an exception supposedly for farm workers, legal immigration and farm work, hotel services, etc. But yeah, skilled labor is just out there. Also regular labor like that.
I can't even believe what happened. And I told them all what was going to happen. We secured new market access for American agricultural exports all over the world. Our secretary is doing...
Derpy, a chef. Are we talking about Michelin? You're a Michelin chef, man? How prestigious we talking about, Derpy? Can you cook the risotto, correct? Or do you burn the risotto? That is the question.
Great job. Thank you, Brooke. And we have negotiated historic trade deals with the United Kingdom, China, Indonesia, Vietnam, the Philippines, Japan, South Korea, who was here yesterday, and the European Union.
True,
Foreign
Kelly.
nations are now paying hundreds of billions.
Callie said too many of his rich buddies complain. True, but you also got to understand that Trump also owns a lot of hotels as well. He's constantly running into employees. He has a lot of employees as well. So I'm sure he felt that himself.
Of dollars straight into our treasury, and numbers that nobody's ever seen before. As you know, we made trade deals with...
We might have a personal chef, guys, for the community, for the insiders. Derpy, I cook everything from scratch. Executive chef at Boutique Hotel in Charleston.
A lot of countries, and many of those countries, just to be able to sit at the table, are paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. We made a trade deal with the European Union. They were rough on us for a long time. And now we have a very good deal with them. Trillions of dollars is coming into our country. Trillions. Far beyond.
All right, Derpy. I'll keep that in mind when we get a little more established, maybe in like 2-3 years. We start having meetups and stuff. I'll hire you out. Come on. Come on. 150K a year, huh?
Billions,
all right,
trillions
Derpy.
of dollars. Wouldn't you say, Scott?
Yes, sir.
And in a short period of time, they have to buy $750 billion worth of our energy product. Energy is great. We have more than anybody else, so we're using it. But the European Union is a done deal, and Japan is done. And, I heard there was a problem with South Korea, but we met yesterday, and they're done. We didn't do anything. We just kept the same deal. He honored the deal. They wanted to see if I don't even want to say it, but they wanted to see if they could do something. But they honored the deal, which is nice. And we cut the previous record-setting trade deficit, I hear just came out. We cut it in half already. We haven't even said, we've only been here really for a few months because, you know, it takes you a little while to fix up the Oval Office and do those things. Prepare.
Rubio, you're going to mess up the audio by tearing that. Marco Rubio, come on, man. Tearing that paper.
Prepare for the battle, right? So we really only been here for a very short period of time. And we cut
you seen Trump on The Simpsons?
In half. Is that right? That's fantastic. I didn't even think we were going to do that. And remember, these are things that are being built. These things are, you know, all these numbers they're not open yet. When they open, you're going to see things happen in the United States that nobody's ever seen before, including our country in its heyday. And I had the greatest economy in the history of our country my first 4 years.
This guy is so zoned out. Who is this guy? Does anyone know who this is? Any thoughts?
Despite COVID, which was a very unfortunate situation for the whole world, we did a great job with it. Never got the credit for the job we did. Operation Warp Speed, people say, is one of the greatest achievements ever in politics or in the military, because it was almost a military procedure. But everybody.
Callie asked, that reminds me, how did you deal with the greed of making, let's call it, a lot of money? I'm worried it's going to completely change me as a person. I focus on the execution over the result. And I I mean, I'm way more robotic than like everyone else, probably everyone in chat. I'm just constantly, like, every single day is a to-do list, just constantly checking things off. And every time you go to sleep, it resets and you constantly check things off. I mean, that's the essence of life. There's also a lot of other things, but I'm just way more like, I don't let that all get to my head. I really don't. Like, the profits here, the results are good. I just focus on the like the up 2,000 right now. Execution was good today. 100% win rate. I mean, execution was good. Good day. Execution bad. Bad day. Even if profit. I mean, that's kind of just how I go. Just step by step to do list.
Putin said that Operation Warp Speed, what you did with that, nobody can believe it. And we did a great job, but it was a horrible pall over our country. We had a very dark cloud over the world. That was a very, very bad thing that came out of Wuhan, which I said it came out of Wuhan. That's where it came from. And China suffered greatly, but everybody did. But we did a good job with that, as good as you could possibly do, and we came back, and now we're stronger than ever before. If I didn't win this election, this country was gone. I'm telling you, economically it was gone. None of the things that we're talking about would have happened. The whole world was robbing us blind. Friend and foe. They were stealing our jobs, our money, our factories. They were stealing everything. We would have been a shell. We would have been a bankrupt, broken shell. And that's the way it is, but we're doing just the opposite. Stronger than we've ever been. Last month, in a landmark achievement, I also proudly signed the largest working class tax cuts in American history. So the bill that, I'm not going to use the term great, big, beautiful, that was good for getting it approved, but it's not good for explaining to people what it's all about. It's a massive tax cut for the middle class. It's a massive tax cut for jobs. And it's, I mean, think of it, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security. So seniors, I don't know how you can vote for anybody else. And, just think of that. And no tax on overtime. So you work overtime, you don't have to pay tax on overtime. That's good. The Democrats don't know what they're going to do. So they have, like, this soundbite. They have all these sound bites. They send it out. I don't know. Some guy sends out a word, and everybody uses it, including the fake news. Some of you are here right now. I'm looking at you. And it's death. They use the word death. No, it's actually life. It's almost like a newborn life. It's not death. That's their soundbite.
What is he talking about?
It's death. It's not. We strengthen Social Security. We strengthen Medicare, Medicaid. The job we've done on Social Security is, if the Democrats got in, Social Security is over because the country's going to fail. There won't be any Social Security. And I made that pledge to you. We're going to take care of Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and we're doing that in spades because the country is becoming so successful again. And it hasn't been this successful. I think in the end, it will never have been this successful. I don't think it'll even be close with what's happening. Every American is seeing a tax cut as a result of the bill. The average police officer will keep an extra $1,000 a year at least in overtime, and the average waiter or waitress will keep nearly $2,000 extra.
Round tripping is never fun, Cali. That's why you got to take out your initial at least and just trade around with profits. There was a good example. The last couple streams ago, I traded crypto. Revisit that stream and you'll see, and I explain in detail. Go to the stream cut out, so there's two parts of that. The 54-minute, start there, and you'll see how I averaged out.
The fact that they would have had to pay,
and that was only on a 2x
on tips, and I never realized that the government was so strong on that. But waitresses, waiters would tell me that the government would go after
derby.
them. Like it was horrible. That's how it all started with me. It just was incredible. And the biggest thing was, again, the $4 trillion that they found. They said, well, that was nice. They should have announced it. I could have told them that. And I don't know. It should be simple. But a lot of people didn't understand it. Actually, a lot of good people didn't understand it. But now they're saying, Trump was right. They've never seen anything like this. And I don't know what it is, Scott. They didn't understand. what we were trying to explain to them was going to happen. Everybody's moving back to the United States because they don't want to pay a tax. If they're not here, they have to pay a tax. And it didn't seem that complicated, but it's working at a level that nobody can imagine. You know, this is working $4 trillion, but that's a big number. It's a number that nobody ever heard of before. But 4 trillion is exciting. But that's nothing compared to what's happening, because these places haven't even opened yet. Some of them haven't even started hiring yet. They're under construction. So it's construction jobs, but it's not the big number, and the big numbers, when they open, they're going to be very successful. It's a revolution. We're also working on things to ensure that the awesome power of artificial intelligence is used to benefit all Americans, including American workers and also American children. In that spirit, our wonderful First Lady has just announced a presidential AI challenge. It's going to be a very good challenge, I can tell you. She's put her heart into it, which will inspire the next generation to stay on the cutting edge of this vital technology. This is the new internet, the new computer, the new television, the new everything.
Trading around on base, man. Oof. You are really like asking for it. Rug pull or whatever it's called. I forget what, pump.fun.
All put together in
that
one.
stuff
This is why
is
when I show
complete
you
gambling.
a picture like that, I mean, I show you this. This is a factory superimposed over the island of Manhattan, and you have many of them being built right now.
I've learned a couple
all
lessons
over the
on crypto.
country, or soon to start some of them.
I wouldn't mind $1 trillion.
This one
Me
is
either.
actually
Stunner
started.
me either.
That's in the great state of Louisiana. But the First Lady is working very hard on this, and it's an important initiative. And Melania, when she puts her mind to it, nobody could do better. There's nobody. So every young person should go to ai.gov to learn more, ai.gov to learn more. And you'll see it's a great challenge. I think it's going to be a very modern kind of a challenge. It involves AI, which is very exciting to people. So I want to thank her, raise a lot of money for children. We're putting America first, and we're going to be putting the
Shameless
American
plug.
worker first. And, you know, the Republican Party has picked up 4 million new people, 4 million. The Democrats have lost 2.5 million. Other than that, they're extremely happy. No, they're very depressed. They're very depressed. And their new box that they've fallen into is crime. There was a consultant on one of the shows this morning I was watching. I thought he was very good. He's a Democrat consultant. And he was screaming, no, no, don't let him do this to you. Don't let, it's another trap. It's another trap. What he's talking about, like men playing in women's sports. They said that's an 80-20. No, it's a 97-3. It's 97-3. Like transgender for everybody. They fought for it. They're still fighting for it. I saw a guy today, a politician that you all know very well, fighting like hell for men playing in women's sports. You don't understand. They're human beings also. Well, I agree they're human beings. But you can't have a 7-foot guy playing
What's up with
basketball
gold, Hassan?
with the women. You know, just one of those little problems in life. And we all have our place. That's okay. I've got my place too. But this guy's screaming, it's another trap. And this is the worst of all. He said, because this is crime. Trump is saying he's against crime and they're for crime. No, he's going, it was funny. No, it's a trap. Don't do it. And then I saw this poor, stupid Chuck Schumer, the guy. He looks like he's aged 100 years. And I don't like getting into looks. You know, looks don't mean anything, right? When you're in politics, looks don't matter. I look at Pam, I would never say she's beautiful because that'd be the end of my political career. Laurie, secretary. But I will tell you, this is the best of all. And they're going to fight me. Like this slob of a governor you have in Illinois. This poor guy got thrown out of his business by his family. I know the family. I was partners with the family. Nice family. I like the family. But he was no good. They threw him out.
No matter what side of the aisle you're on, Democrat, Republican, centrist, I forget the term for it. But you gotta admit, Trump is absolutely hilarious. Just the way he speaks. I mean, it's like no other.
He's governor of Illinois,
is.
and he goes about Trump, we don't need his help. Chicago is the worst. These places are really bad. Crime in D.C. was the worst it ever was. You know, they make up stories. Crime in D.C. was the worst ever in history. And now, over the last 13 days, we've worked so hard, and we've taken so many, there are many left, but we've taken so many criminals, over 1,000. I watched a man from Maryland who said to me, I mean, sir, you're the greatest president. You're doing an unbelievable job. What a great job. Governor Moore, has anyone heard of him? Mm-hmm. He's another hopeful for president. I don't think so. But I met him, and I didn't realize it was on camera. Did you see they caught him on camera? I was
Callie
at a
says,
game. I don't know.
Callie says Trump is a stand-up comedian in real life. Has to be
Like
factual.
the Army-Navy game or something. And I
He
met
has
him
it.
in a hallway. And as usual, you do your job very well. One of these great cameramen had it on tape. But I met this gentleman. I never met him before. Sir, you're doing a great job. You're doing an unbelievable job. Thank you very much. But then he goes on television and says, oh, Trump is a dictator. He's a dictator. And a lot of people have heard. So the line is that I'm a dictator, but I stop crime. So a lot of people say, you know, if that's the case, I'd rather have a dictator. But I'm not a dictator. I just know how to stop crime. And you would think that Illinois would have such a problem with crime, such a bad governor. He should be calling me, and he should be saying, could you send over the troops, please? It's out of control. It's out of control. In New York, it's out of control. Not as bad as Illinois, by the way. Not even close. In California, you would have not had the Olympics had I not sent in the troops. Sent in the National Guard. They did a fantastic job. We have the Olympics. We have the World Cup coming. I got them in my first term, and I was really sad because I said, oh, boy, I got them, and I won't be president. And little things happen. Thank you, God. Thank you. No, little things happen. Think of it. You could ask Johnny. Johnny would tell you, he's the head of World Cup. He's a great guy, too, great commissioner. But he's the head of the World Cup. He said, Trump is the only reason we're doing this. And the sad part is that I was not going to have it. I would have to be, probably I wouldn't have even been invited to the game, depending on who's president, right? And I got that. I did not get 250, okay? The 250th anniversary, I did not get. I'd like to claim it, if I might, but I didn't get that. That was whether I was president or not, it was still 250. I'd like to take credit for it. What I will take credit for is we're going to have a better celebration under Trump than you would have had under some stuff. That I'll take care of. We're going to have a safer place, Christy, because of you and Tom Holman and everybody, right? But, so we have 250 coming up. We have the World Cup coming up, which is like having 45 Super Bowls. And we have the Olympics coming up. So we're going to have a very exciting 3.5 years remaining. We're going to have a very exciting, it's going to be done properly. So I just want to tell you, our country's in incredible shape. Our military is strong and powerful and respected.
When he was doing the debates with Hillary Clinton, when he called Rosie O'Donnell a fat pig, I mean, dude, he has a comedy hour, 2, 3. I mean, if he ever does after presidency one on Netflix comedy special, I mean, he has it. He has all the cards.
We had some
it would go absolutely obscene with the ratings.
Decisions from the Supreme Court that let us put the people into the military and other businesses that are best for the job, as opposed to some woke reason that was killing our country. That was a very strong, very powerful. You can now go into a company based on your ability, as opposed to being forced in based on some factor that cannot make our country great. That was a big decision, very, very big decision. And we've had a lot of great decisions, and we've all made some great decisions sitting around this table. I want to thank Scott. Unbelievable what's happening financially with you and Howard. And vice presidents involved in everything.
This guy is still mean mugging. Who is this guy? This guy is so out of it and tired of hearing Trump.
Marco has been really, I think you're born for this job.
He
I
may
don't
just
think
be
you should
tired,
ever
to be
run
fair.
for another office. I don't think you should, really. You're so good at this. He is so good.
His
And
third term.
everybody likes him, you know, everybody likes him. But everybody, much more importantly than like, I think you would say, is respect. They respect Marco. They respect all the people around the table. So what I'd like to do is, I'd like to go around the table. You seem to like it. Your audience seems to like it based on ratings. And I want to mention, you know, about crime because we have a young
screenshot
lady
and
here,
ask Brock.
Iris, of Epoch Times. You're Iris.
We're about to go around the table, so we may get his name tag.
You, huh? And
He's
I
probably
heard you
just
were
tired,
very
to be fair.
savagely mugged in the city, and I'm not going to let that happen under this administration. That was last year, and would you like to mention what happened?
Of course. So first of all, thank you, Mr. President.
You want to listen to this?
For having me here to share my story to the room and to the broader public. My name is Iris Tao. I'm a White House correspondent for NTD, the sister media of the Epoch Times. So more than 2 years ago, it was a Saturday morning in broad daylight. I was on my way to work, and a young man with a black ski mask pointed a gun at my face and threatened me to hand over my phone, my wallet, my laptop, and everything else. And when I refused, he used the butt of his handgun to strike me across the face, in the cheek, or what some people call pistol whip me, before running away. And that has deeply traumatized myself and my family. Ever since, I've never dared to walk in the street of DC at night, ever, and my family was extremely worried. So, Mr. President, thank you so much for what you're doing right now, because
You're being honest.
such incidents involved not just me, but also my family. If he had shot me, I could have died right there in the middle of nowhere without my families or my friends knowing at the age of back then, I think 23.
Right.
Just starting my career here in DC without even starting a family. But now I'm very blessed to have this opportunity
So
to.
you had a gun pointed at your head, and you probably figured that he's going to pull the trigger because these are animals that don't know what the hell, they couldn't care less. The pulling the trigger to him is a very minor event, and I'm sure he's done it before. So how did you, and you did refuse to give it, which would probably, maybe somebody would say that was not the right decision, right? But you refused, but I understand that. So
You guys gotta realize if this story was fake, every single person on social media, like every single person would point it out. The news would go crazy. I mean, everyone, there's so many people doing a background check on this woman as we speak. I mean, if anything's fake about this story, it will get found out. You can assure that.
So, and then
So
he
I'll
hit
just
you real
take it
hard.
at the words. Obviously,
It's
things may be
Really
exaggerated,
amazing
but
that you weren't shot.
that sounds like a legitimate story.
I'm very blessed.
Doesn't sound
and
too
that's why
far-fetched.
having this opportunity to stand here to share my story today. One, I'm very grateful for God for allowing me to still survive to this day, but also to Mr. President. Thank you for now making DC safer
Thank you very much.
for us, for our families, for my parents, on my behalf of my parents, and now my baby on the way. Thank you so much.
And there are other reporters and journalists, good people, and you don't have to say it, but that have also been attacked violently, and not violently too, pretty badly. But and I bet you see a big difference in the streets right now. And this is only 12
It could be a little rehearsed. Could have talked, Trump could have talked to her before, told her, prepped her speech a little bit.
days.
So it
but,
could be a true story.
People are telling me they're going out to dinner now. They haven't. I told my friend, but I have a lot of friends that are going out to dinner all the time now in D.C. and they weren't doing it 12 days ago. They would never even think. One of my friends went out
Oh my
5
God,
times.
Peter.
It was 4 times the last time I told.
Is
now
Trump
it's 5
the baby
times.
dad?
He said, "I love going out to dinner," and restaurants
I
are
don't think
starting to
so.
open again. A lot of them closed because nobody wanted to go into a restaurant. Nobody wanted to get to a restaurant or even sit in the restaurant. But you see a big difference now, don't you?
I do pass by Union Station every day on my way home, and I do feel a lot safer seeing the trucks right outside, seeing the National Guard troops members right outside. It does make me feel like I'm hopeful about DC again, and one day hopefully we can raise our family here.
Thank you very much. That's nice. And those are tough troops, too. Those are not politically correct troops. We don't have politically correct anymore. We have tough guys, tough people, including some tough women. But we have tough people, and when you look at them, I tell you, they showed one scene where a bunch of Trend-Aragua guys or whatever, maybe MS-13, maybe MSDNC, okay? Because to me, they're worse. I think they're worse. MSNBC maybe is worse than Trend-Aragua. Real scum, real dishonest people. But anyway, they went into this gang, I think it was Trend-Aragua, Venezuela, and they weren't nice to this group of people. The gang was calling them sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Get out of here. Get the hell out of here. You're no good. Get out of here. And yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. These are people that beat up people all day long. And they're calling these soldiers, that's what they are. They're real soldiers. There's no games. I said, you don't have to be politically correct. And you know the way they used to spit in the face of the soldiers, with the soldiers standing like this, and you'd have some guy or some woman sometimes screaming at them from 1 inch away. They're standing there, and they're told you cannot do anything, and they start spitting, actually spitting in their face. And I said, you spit, we hit. And they're totally authorized to do that, all of those things. But your story is great, and there are other stories here, but they don't have to tell them. But some people are ashamed to tell them. They don't want to tell them. But it was like a jungle, and it's not a jungle anymore. And it's going to get so good that this will be the safest capital there is. It'll be one of the safest places in our nation, anywhere. And right now, it's one of the most unsafe places, but not now. 12 days ago, it was the most unsafe place in our nation, and they have to stop.
Yeah, if you guys just get your news from the actual news outlets, CNBC, Fox, you really need alternative news platforms. Go on X, even that's some bias. Just get amalgamation of everything. Watch the actual reports. Just get and read upon everything. If you're just reading headlines, obviously you're going to be swayed a certain way. Everyone's biased in their own direction. Everyone takes funds from other, biased people, affiliation, investing in the companies, etc., etc. It is a business at the end of the day. Propagandizing, so take your news selection carefully.
False crime numbers, because, I heard the mayor, and I like the mayor, fine. I don't care if I like her or not. If she did her job, I wish she were a horrible person who did her job. But she's probably nice, I guess. I don't care. I want her to do a job. But the issue, false numbers. She said crime is down, before we got, now they can say crime is down. Crime is very much down. But what they did is they issued numbers. It's the best in 30 years. Not the best. It's the worst. It's the worst. It's much worse. And they gave phony numbers. And then they fired the man who didn't want to write the phony numbers. He got fired. And I guess that whole situation's under investigation, because it's a very important thing, Pam. If they're going to give these phony numbers, it's a false feeling that you get crime. You have to do something about it. And you can't go around saying, "Oh, Washington D.C. safe," if it's not. It's going to be very safe very soon. It's very safe right now. You're going to go out, have dinner. People are going out all over the place. They're walking. I have people that work in government, strong, tough cookies. They can take care of themselves. But it doesn't help to have big, strong muscles. And I work out. If a guy's over there with a gun shooting you in your face, you can be the strongest guy in the world. Guy has a gun, shoots you in the face.
Shooting you in the face. Man.
It doesn't matter how much you've worked out, how many weights you've lifted, how hard you worked. And
that's true. No matter if you've been in the gym for 10, 15 years, you get a gun, you are the lesser person in that exchange, no matter what.
We have the toughest guys, and we have the best guys. And I'm willing to go to Chicago, which is a big trouble. But we have a governor that refuses to admit he has problems, huge problems. Baltimore, Wes Moore was telling me I want to walk with the president. Well, I
appreciate
said,
Callie.
I want to walk with you too someday.
Appreciate
but first you got to clean up your crime, because I'm not walking in Baltimore right now. Baltimore is a hellhole. And this guy, I don't even think he knows it. He's another candidate for president. Between him and Newsom, you got some real beauties, I'll tell you. But if we didn't go into Los Angeles, you wouldn't have the Olympics, in my opinion. you wouldn't have the Olympics. We went in, and the sheriff, the boss.
You
said,
guys are trading NQ. We have news happening right now. News right now. US 2-year note. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful. This may take a minute, 2, 3. So just be careful if you are trading. I'm not in a trade right now. I am not in a trade. Be careful. It's usually delayed by a minute or 2. Just be careful of the volatility. Could get a wick up, wick down. Just be careful.
Thank God they're here. You could see his tape. He said we were not able to control what was happening. That was the sheriff. And he said it loud and clear. And, they're suing us for going in and cleaning up crime. And yet their own sheriff said on the first or second night, he said, we could have never handled. That was going to be,
That's the
you
old
were
school
not going
way,
to have the
Derpy.
Olympics or the World Cup, because that would be, there wouldn't be anything left. They shouldn't have lost 25,000 houses. The water was turned off from the Pacific Northwest. And I was after them in my first administration, turn on the water, turn it on. Nobody could have believed this could have happened. But they had no water in the fire hydrants. They had no water in the sprinkler systems that people put up in their ceilings. There was no water. And yet we have tremendous amounts of water. They send it all into the Pacific Ocean, trying to protect a certain little fish that's not doing well, because it doesn't do well without water either. And it shouldn't be protected because it shouldn't be a protected species. But I think that's actually just an excuse. I actually think these people are sick. There's something wrong. So we send hundreds of millions of gallons of water a day into the Pacific Ocean. They turn a valve, and the valve heads out, and we turn the valve back. I actually had to do it using force. We turned the valve back, and now they have water, but not as much as they should have, because they should, and I'm telling Gavin Newsom by this conversation right now, turn the rest of the water on. Turn it on. So things are done that are so sad in this country. Lack of common sense. I like to say the Republican Party is the party with common sense. We're smart, we're sharp, we're this and that. They're smart, but they're radical left people. And they can't help it. They're very smart, but they're radical left, and they're destroying our country, but they're not going to destroy it anymore. So we picked up millions of people in the Republican Party. They lost millions of people. And I think we're going to do very well in the midterms. And I just want to say one other thing, and that's medicine. The cost of medicine all over the world is much cheaper than the United States, because for years the world pushed us around, including our friends.
No president has touched the pharmaceutical companies or even dare to. They're running ads like crazy. In other countries, you cannot run pharmaceutical ads, et cetera, et cetera. Profit's insane. The profit margins are insane. So this is very massive.
And you go to Germany, you go to England, you go to different places, and you go to a store, and it's sometimes
Cal.
10%
Welcome back,
of
man.
what we pay in the United States. Because
Riding Chronos
said, "No,
Pop?
we're not paying any more. You charge the United States." This went on for 25, 30 years. And I invoked favored nations. I said, I want to pay the same as they're paying.
Hopefully your vacation, honeymoon went well. Hopefully it was very good.
And Bobby Kennedy is doing a good job, and Dr. Oz is doing a good job. And I asked them, other than the basics that they're doing on autism and other things, which we got to solve that problem because it's crazy what's happening, it's out of hand. But this is the most important thing that can be done, is favored nations, Bobby. And we're not talking about a 25% cut or a 50%. We're talking about a 1,500% cut. Because people go to Europe to buy drugs, and they come back with drugs, prescription drugs, normal, I don't mean the bad drugs, I mean prescription drugs, because you can buy them for 10%, 15%, 20% of what. So they're going to go up in price. And I told the countries, and I get along good with all of them. You could ask.
Oh, I'm ready, Cal. I'm ready.
I get along good with all of them. But I said, I told them, you're going to go up a little bit because it's the world. It's the world. So more people in the world than we have. We're going to go down a lot, and they're going to go up a little. And it's called equalization. We're going to have equalization. So we pay the same price as the lowest drug sold anywhere in the world. And I think, Bobby, that's going to happen pretty soon. The companies are ready for it. they had to go for years. I was with a very great gentleman from Eli Lilly. I think he's an incredible executive. I mean, I'll mention the company and I'll mention him because we had this argument my first term, and then we had it in my second term. In my second term, I wouldn't stop until I won the point, and he threw up his hands. He says, "You're right, I can no longer defend it. I can no longer defend that a pill that's made by Johnson & Johnson in a factory, in the same factory, in the United States versus a place in Europe or other places, including Canada, by the way, you could buy it for 10% or 15% or 20%, the cost of what we're paying. Well, we'd pay 5, 6, 7 times more money." He said, "It's the hardest part of my job, defending that. I'm not going to do it anymore." I'm saying that we have to get down to business. And that's a great company. He's done a great job, and I appreciated it. And it really
Your
broke
aunt
the
pays
ice
almost
because they were
$1,600
saying,
a month for
well, we have to do
Ozempic?
research and development. Well, you have to do it for Germany and all these other countries too. Well, they think the United States should bear it. I mean,
I heard
this
that
stuff
comes
from-
with pretty severe side effects. Ozempic comes with pretty severe side effects. I've heard.
And I finally said,
Wish her all the
"It's
best."
over." Now, you have to have somebody that can get these countries to do it. I told them, if you don't do it, we're going to charge you a 25% tariff on everything you send into our country. That's much more money than what we're talking about. Then we have to get the drug companies to do it, and they'll do it because we have tremendous power over the drug companies too. So we're going to get it done. I just hope we get it done fast, Bobby, because this thing should go fast. But we're going to get the cost of medicine is going to be 1,000%. Think of that, not 2%. And I just tell this last story. When I was in my first term, in my last...
Trump has been speaking nonstop for the last hour. By the way, we haven't even taken reporter questions or anything. This is President Trump participating in a cabinet meeting as we speak. This is live. He has not stopped speaking for 1 hour straight.
year, I was so proud of myself because drug prices
Honestly,
went down.
time has flew. I mean, he is very charismatic and hilarious. No matter what side of the aisle you're on, he is absolutely hilarious.
For the first time in 28 years under my administration. You know how much it went down? 1/4%. And I was so proud of that. And I held a news conference, I think you'll be able to find it, congratulating myself and my administration because for the first time in 28 years, drug prices went down 1/4%. That is
Ozempic, they make all from the excess petroleum. We're paying for the scientist's college bill. Then Stunner says it could make you blind, allegedly. You think there's a lawsuit for Ozempic? It can make you blind?
tiny, but it still went down. And I thought it was great. And then I realized, it's a very complicated business and formula. You got to be very smart. I said, we're really getting ripped off by the whole world. The whole world is ripping us off. And what happened is I got on this kick.
Not
And I
wrong.
got the drug companies to agree. And I got countries to agree. And they're not agreeing because they think I'm a nice person. They're agreeing because I will put charges and costs and tariffs onto them that will be many times more than what they're going to be paying. So the companies are there and the countries are there. And we got to get it done, Bobby. We got to get it done. And we're going to have the biggest price of it. Now, that's going to lower Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. This is going to lower everything because drugs go for everything. It's going to have the biggest impact, I think, of anything that can possibly be done. But your costs are going to be going down for medicine, for prescription drugs, will be going down at levels that nobody ever thought possible. And that's going to happen in a matter of a very short period of time. Very short. And we're all set with the countries, and we're all set with the companies. That's all you need, the two. And the middleman gets cut out. Under this scenario, the middleman doesn't exist.
Derp says diet and exercise. Not sure why it's such a hard concept for people to grasp when it comes to weight loss. People don't want to take accountability for their bad decisions that also make them give them a place to escape reality. That's why people just are constantly addicted to video games, eating, just anything where they can escape reality. Also YouTube as well, the internet, learning. I mean, anything. You can apply this to anything. Anything that escapes you from the circumstances of life, the reality of life. I mean, people don't want to take accountability for, and they want to constantly like keep that escape.
That was the other thing. They always blamed the middleman. I said, who are the middlemen? Nobody knew who the middleman was. You know, they had the most complex formula.
To be fair, Peter said his aunt's on Ozempic, and he said, no, my aunt is type 2 diabetic, so it's medically necessity, right? Ozempic is originally a diabetic drug, correct? Stunner says U.S. does get scammed with drug prices. Oh, 100%. That's why, and most politicians were funded. Campaign funds were funded. Also, a lot of businesses around it, just campaigns, everything were funded by pharmaceutical. They were allowed to run ads. Other countries, they weren't allowed to run ads. I mean, they were upcharging it like crazy. Every president has been scared to touch it and not been able to touch it. Trump is actually deciding to touch it, which is a massive W. Massive W.
It was genius, but they didn't get away with it. So I'm counting on Bobby. Do you want to start, Bobby? Maybe we'll start with you. You can start with that and then go on to...
Is this going to be a 3-hour meeting? What is going on right now? So they're going to go around the table, then have the press. I mean, this is going to be insane.
Talking about...
We are deep into MFN negotiations, most favored nation status negotiations with 14 companies. Howard Lutnick is a breath of fresh air, and I think he's going to help us get across the finish line with the leverage that we have from there.
They're smart. Don't let them get away with it, Howard.
Well, the combination of Bobby's MFN and the 232 Pharmaceuticals, which we launched together,
right.
When you put those two together, it really gives Bobby the tools to go execute your plan. So I'm supporting Bobby as he executes his plan.
Good. Right?
Yes. And this cabinet meeting is supposed to be about working Americans and bringing jobs back to this country, and particularly rural America. And I want to mention the big, beautiful bill. Right now, we spend 7% of Medicaid dollars on rural hospitals. So they're getting the short end of the stick. It's about $19 billion a year. Under the Rural Transformation Program, we give them an extra $10 billion a year. So we're raising an infusion of cash to rural hospitals and rural communities by 50%. It's going to be the biggest infusion in history, and it's going to restore and revitalize these communities. And we can't survive as a nation if we don't honor our rural communities, which are the source of our values, our virtues, our character, our economy, our food. And you are bringing that back. You are bringing those communities back. I wanted to talk, because you mentioned the wind farms. We now have an interdepartmental coalition, a team, which is Doug Burgum and Howard Lutnick and Chris Wright and Pete Hegseth. We're all working on this issue. And Lee. Sorry, Lee. We're all working together on this issue. We're meeting together. There are right now 11 wind farms planned that were launched during the Biden administration. Between Maine and Virginia, it's 1,130 towers. These towers are twice the size of the Washington Monument. The blades on them are...
They're massive. It's so crazy.
The blades are 350 feet long, one blade. One of these blades blew up on Nantucket last summer, and the water was filled with shards of glass, of sharp glass, so it was dangerous to swim. They had to close the beaches, but they have indemnified themselves so the local communities can't sue them. None of these projects are bonded. If you build an oil derrick in the Gulf, you got to put a bond down. There's no bond for dismantling them, and that's one of the tools that Doug is now using to challenge some of these projects. None of the cost of energy from these projects is 39 cents a kilowatt hour. The average cost in this country is 17 cents per kilowatt hour.
And natural gas is 3 cents.
Right. So it is the most expensive energy. I've been representing commercial fishermen for 40 years. They are so excited about what you're doing, Mr. President, because their fisheries are being wiped out. As soon as they begin construction, the groundfish fishery.
Starner says, never liked wind, me either. Solar and hydro is fine, true. Nuclear is better, true. But people are just really scared of nuclear because the nuclear reaction, etc., etc. Chris, I got to go. Love you. Have a great day. Appreciate it, Peter. Appreciate the support today. The bits, the jewels, the gifts. Appreciate it. Appreciate the constant support. I will be live tomorrow if you want to stop by, say what's up, see what's going on. Appreciate just constantly being active as well. Joining the community. Love it, love it, love it. Love it, love it, love it.
Just
Appreciate
disappeared. The fish leave the area. They've killed 160 whales in the last 2 years. They're wiping out the whale population, the Atlantic whale population, the big whales, the minkies, the gray whale, or the humpback whales, the right whales. And you are going to save the whales on the East Coast because of this. And you're going to save these economies.
The whale deaths washing up on shore from the windmills is obscene, by the way. The numbers just keep skyrocketing. I mean, it's crazy.
Fishing. I'll say one other thing about fishing. We are now, the South Asian nations are now dumping shrimp on our country. The shrimp is heavily contaminated.
They're dumping shrimp?
A shipment that was contaminated with cesium-157, which is radioactive. They're farming these shrimps, and they use bactericides and antibiotics and all kinds of chemicals, and the shrimp are so contaminated.
Derby says whale lives matter. True. WLM.
The European nations won't take them, so they're dumping them all here, and they're putting out of business. We have the most sustainable, highly regulated fishery in the world. What our fishermen do is a good thing. And all of the trawlers in the Gulf and Alaska are being shut down because we're getting shrimp dumped here. So we have now increased FDA inspections of shrimp to make sure that Americans are not buying and eating contaminated shrimp and putting our shrimpers out of business.
We're getting radioactive shrimp dumped on us? By who? By China?
Very briefly, we have an historic agreement on pre-authorization. We brought together 80% of the insurance industry, which has agreed to, for 80% of diseases and injuries, to give immediate pre-authorization so that when you go to your doctor's office and he prescribes you a new knee or whatever it is, you will immediately know whether your insurance company is going to pay for it. This is an historic agreement. People have been trying to do it for decades, and we, because of your leadership, brought the insurance industry together and got them to voluntarily agree to do this. Similarly, we made another historic agreement with personal health records. The 60 biggest tech companies in our country have all agreed to allow Americans for the first time.
Health records need to be digitalized. This is a big step as well.
Access to their personal data, which they own, which these companies have been monetizing without permission. You're going to be able to see by next year all of your health records on your cell phone. It's going to save lives. It is going to fuel an infusion of technology into that space where people can access those records. They can compare their diet to what they personally need, and we'll have personalized medicine. We are doing price transparency. You passed this during your first term, and then the Biden administration refused to enforce it. We've now brought at HHS, under your leadership and my leadership, more enforcement actions than during the entire 4 years of the Biden administration. So we're going to have that kind of price transparency. I'm working with Linda on forcing medical schools and the MCATs, the people who administer the MCATs, the people who do accreditations, to put nutrition into medical school education. Right now, 25% of the doctors in this country do not feel competent to give nutritional advice. 70% of diabetes cases can be reversed or ended if you just change people's diets, and the doctors don't know how to advise it. They only know how to prescribe.
Processed foods and sugar, all poison.
The drugs. We are going to change that, so if you come out of a medical school under the Trump administration, you are going to know about diet. And then finally, most importantly, the Pete and Bobby Challenge. I want to give an update. I got 5 minutes and 48. It's 100 push-ups, 50 pull-ups, and you try to do it within 10 minutes. I got 5 minutes and 48 seconds. Pete beat me. I'm still bitter at that. 5 minutes and 25. The cabinet leader is Scott Turner. Despite age,
That's good.
got 5 minutes and 15 seconds. I'm waiting for reports from the rest of the cabinet. The only exemptions currently existing is if you can hit a 50 at Bedminster, which President Trump did with Bryson DeChambeau. So he's the only one exempt in this room. Everybody else.
I believe that's golf.
That's great, Bobby. Bobby, autism, if I could I don't want to go too long because we have a lot of people, but the autism is such a tremendous horror show, what's happening in our country and some other
It's
countries.
1 in
but mostly
24
our
now, right? What's the rate of autism? Rate of autism in USA. It's at 1 in 24, right? 1 in 31. This is as of 2022, though. It's probably went up. I believe I read something like a year ago that it was 1 in 24. Could have been fake news. We'll just go with 1 in 31. That is just obscene. Obscene.
country. How are you doing on that?
We are doing very well. We will have announcements as
Derby says American food safety laws are trash too. So much stuff cool here that's illegal overseas. Buying our groceries to poison ourselves. Yeah, you need to buy Whole Foods, organic, not Whole Foods, the grocery store, actual Whole Foods. You know, apples, grapes, watermelons, blueberries. Get all organic if possible. Meats. Stop buying stuff with 20 ingredients, 50 ingredients. I mean, it's very simple stuff, but it gets overlooked a lot.
in September. We're finding certain interventions now that are clearly, almost certainly causing autism. And we're going to be able to address those in September.
It's such a big day. I'm looking forward to that day because there's something wrong when you see the kind of numbers that you have today versus 20 years ago. And those numbers, what are those numbers, Bob?
In 1970, the biggest
Here we go.
epidemiological study in history was done in Wisconsin. They looked at 900,000 children, and they were looking for autism. They knew what it looked like, and they were very, very precise about it, and they found an incident rate of 0.7, in other words, less than 1 per every 10,000 children. Today, our most recent numbers are 1 in every 31 kids. It's probably actually much worse than that because California, which has the best collection system, is reporting 1 out of every 19 children, American children, has autism, 1 in every 12.5 boys. So it's gone from less than 1 in 10,000 in 1970 to 1 in 12.5 boys
Look at
today.
those numbers. So there has to be something artificially causing this, meaning a drug or something. And I know you're looking very strongly at different things, and I hope you can come out with that as soon as possible.
We will.
So 1 in 10,000, and now it's 1 in 31 or 34 or 12 if it's a boy. Can you imagine that? 1 in 12. That's for a boy.
1 out of every 12.5 boys.
It's not even believable that could be. And that was 1 in 10,000 not so long ago. I've been hearing these numbers, and they get worse and worse every year. There's got to be something. I think there's nothing, including favored nations and everything else, there's nothing that can be, if you can find out the reason that that's happening, and I know we're gonna do some things. I think it's.
We will
I think.
have that answer
I think
for
we.
you.
I think we maybe know the reason, and I look forward to that press conference, to be with you in that press conference. That's going to be a great thing. Thank you, Bob. You're doing a great job. Linda, how about it? And we want nothing less than $500 million from Harvard. Don't negotiate, Linda. They've been very bad. Don't negotiate. Go ahead.
All of that's working. Well, Mr. President, thank you very much. Since we are focusing today on Labor Day, and I know that Kelly and Lori are both going to echo some of the things that I'll say as well. we are really focusing, on our workforce. But what I'm finding with great joy around the country is that states really are being innovative and working more with middle schools and with high schools to make sure that we are having hands-on learning. There are pathways to jobs that are happening now. And if we see more and more of our community colleges working with our middle schools and our high schools so that high school students are graduating not only with a diploma, but a certificate that they have worked with, perhaps with a Toyota or another company that is coming in, public-private partnerships. And they're learning on the job so that when they graduate from high school, they're ready to go into the workforce, because we know with all of these wonderful jobs that are coming back into the country through AI, through just our normal jobs that we need, electricians, HVAC operators, etc. If we don't have this training, we're not going to have the workforce we need for all these wonderful jobs. So governors are really excited about this prospect. I've been now to several states and visited community colleges and tech schools with governors, and they're just all on board for getting this done. I think it's one of the best things that we're hearing relative to the job market. So we're just kind of focusing on that for today.
So we're bringing education back to the states, to put it in a more simple fashion. We're going to let the states educate our children again. And, we're rated out of 40 countries, we're 38, 39, or 40. So obviously, it's not working what they've been doing for the last 30, 40 years. And if you go back, the best are like Norway, Denmark, Sweden, some of the other, Finland, they're very highly rated. If you go back to just take a look at anything you want to do, you just look at us in the past. If we gave Iowa or gave Indiana or gave, and I don't say every one of them, a guy like Gavin Newsom's not going to do well. Certain states won't do well. But even California, you cut it up into sections. You have Riverside, you have this, you have that. You cut it into 5 sections. And, if you had a good governor, you'd be able to do well. But certain states will be able to compete with Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and everyone. It'll be just as good. So I figure you have close to 40 of those states. Mm-hmm. And then you'll have 10, you'll have 5 that won't be very good. You have 5 disasters, and we'll have to work on those disasters. But for the most part, we will have education that will go zooming up in those charts, just like we have in everything else we've done. And I think it's one of the most important things we're doing at this table. So bringing education back to the states where you have the parents running it, where you have the school boards that are local. We have people running from Washington that have never even been to the state that they're in charge of. They've never even been there, and I don't think they care about it. So we want to close up the Washington buildings, sell the buildings off, let somebody else get rich with the real estate, because it'll be a crime-free city. By the way, speaking of that, anybody murders something in the Capitol, capital punishment, capital punishment. If somebody kills somebody in the Capitol, Washington, D.C.
Is he talking about going back to town square, like beheadings? Is
we're going to be seeking the death penalty.
Okay, the death penalty.
And that's a very strong preventative. And everybody that's heard it agrees with it. I don't know if we're ready for it in this country, but where you have it, it is, we have no choice. So in D.C. and Washington, states are going to have to make their own decision. But if somebody kills somebody, like you could have been killed, very lucky you didn't get killed, it's the death penalty, okay? Fantastic job you're doing. Thank you, Linda. Very much appreciated. How are you doing with the colleges, by the way?
People are not going to respond well to that, but if you've been following Trump's rallies even before becoming president, you know that the safest countries drug-wise, this isn't drug-related, obviously, just yet, but there's an overarching theme of where death penalty is implemented, drug-related instances, people, drug users, just manufacturing, everything, supply, everything just starts tanking. People are more fearful to sell it, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's kind of where he's trying to go with this. Also, he's trying to keep the capital safe. This will prevent, I mean, if you commit a murder in Washington, D.C. after this, I mean, you are no
You're
common
doing
sense
some
at all.
Pretty good work in terms of getting them to treat people fairly.
Well, interestingly
What's
enough,
up, OH?
since we've been negotiating with
Been
some
good,
of
it's
the
been good.
Ivy League
100%
schools,
win
I have
rate today.
presidents of universities calling every single week. They want
Haven't
to sit
seen a
down
trade. Low
and talk to us
volatility.
about all of the steps that they are taking because they
Good
would
day,
like
good
to
day.
not come under the same investigative, program, and so it is having its desired effect.
That's great.
If I shot across the bound, the big guys, people kind of step in line and know you mean business, and we have teeth in these agreements. And I'm proud of the work that we're doing there.
Well, they misbehaved, and some of these schools are getting billions and billions of dollars, and they misbehave. So that's it. And so one way or the other, we're going to win that whole thing. It's going to straighten them out. Okay? Thank you. Great job. Lee, please.
Mr. President, the Trump EPA has a special Labor Day message to America's workforce, especially our auto workers, our coal miners, our steam fitters, our pipe fitters, and the list goes on. See what a difference a year makes. A year ago, the way that the Environmental Protection Agency was operating, the choice was made to protect the environment. We would have to strangulate the economy. That's the way that the EPA operated for years. There was a binary choice. We had to choose one or the other. The Trump EPA completely rejects that. See, we choose to protect the environment and grow the economy. And a very special shout out to Russ Vogt and his team at the Office of Management and Budget. We give him a lot of work. He's happy to do it. Dozens of different deregulatory actions.
Oh boy, I think we found out who that guy is. That guy just constantly just overtired or something. I think we just found
Russ
out.
Vogt at and grow the economy. And a very special shout out to Russ Vogt at
Russ Vogt. Russ Vogt, that's that guy.
And his team
Russ
at the Office
Vogt.
of Management and Budget. We give him a lot of work. He's happy to do it. Dozens of different deregulatory actions. We just announced a proposed rescission of the 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding, all of the light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicle regulations that followed. It is the single largest deregulatory action in the history of the United States government. And when you add up the dozens of different actions that we have announced and that we're working through, in one agency in 1 year, we'll do more deregulation than entire federal governments have done across all agencies, across entire presidencies. And what we are accomplishing would not be possible if not for the support of the rest of this team you've assembled around this table.
OH asks, what strategy do you trade? Continuations, reversals, any tips of on spotting fake outs? Been taking it serious for a few weeks now, live paper trading and doing replay trading every day. My personal recommendation, what I would personally do, record all your trading, introspect, review after each day. Have an Excel spreadsheet where you calculate your wins, your losses, get the win rate from that, calculate your P&L for the day, then write a synopsis to the right of all of that. Just a brief sentence of the overview for the day, what you struggled with, what you did right, what you did wrong. Just a brief synopsis of how the day went, the news you missed, etc., etc. It's a lot of pattern recognition. I trade whatever I feel, just whatever I see in the markets, the key levels around it, pivot points. I trade around the VWAP, see what the ES is doing, if it's above the VWAP, 200 SMA, 100 MA, 200-day simple moving average, 100-day moving average. I trade around the key pivot points as well. So if you see on this chart, these are actually 4-hour pivot points, 23,586 to the upside. To the downside, 23,454. Fake outs, liquidity sweeps. We had a couple here. So if this can be considered a fake out, if you look. So a higher high here, higher low. Then with volatility, it sweeps right above that high, but it did it quick enough. Liquidity sweep. So it's a signal that it's going to start going down. I don't like getting short there. I like waiting for this. A lower high. So higher high, higher low, then a lower high. I love shorting this opportunity. I just let it go because low ATR, low volatility. I also trade heavily on extremes like extreme wicks down, wick downs, I trade. So 100 points down. If it's near a key level, I may long depending on how quick it drops, etc., etc. I trade differently and adapt dynamically based on what I see.
Well-wired
Indicators,
machine
news.
at the White House, led by Susie Wiles, and the decom.
Derby says, breaking news, Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift engaged. Bullet says, okay.
Policy
I guess.
Shop, led by Stephen Miller. They have been amazing.
Hopefully
to
that
work
helps,
with. I was
OH.
just in
Appreciate
Iowa with Administrator Leffler, who made an announcement with Secretary Rollins to reverse the deratement on diesel exhaust fluid systems. Mr. President, you said you wanted water flowing faster. Working with the Secretary of Energy, we've done our part to do that, to get gas cans flowing faster, to stop that annoying start-stop feature in vehicles. See, people out there might say, well, why are you focused on all of these little things? If it's little to you, it doesn't mean that it's not a very big deal for millions of other Americans. The charge was clear when you called me in November and you asked me to do this job. Clean air, land, and water for all Americans. Unleash energy dominance. Advance cooperative federalism, permitting reform, make America the AI capital of the world, bring back American auto jobs. What we are accomplishing now, again, wouldn't be possible if not for your leadership. I'm grateful to the American people for electing you and our amazing Vice President. I was just in Mexico City announcing and signing on behalf of the Trump administration an agreement with Mexico for a permanent solution for the Tijuana River sewage crisis, which you have been so outspoken and passionate about in our conversations. It would not be possible if not for Secretary Rubio, Deputy Secretary Landau, U.S. Ambassador to Mexico Johnson. The team at the State Department has been incredible. The work with the NEDC on permitting, to be able to get new pipelines built, to get new factories
Appreciate it, Derby.
started.
See you tomorrow.
And the list, it's amazing. So, somebody out there might not realize the relationship between the Environmental Protection Agency and the Department of Defense.
Thank you for that very important breaking news. I mean, it may affect the markets, to be fair.
The amount of
the
work
Swifties
with Secretary Hegseth and the Army Corps, from responding to the LA wildfires to getting more water flowing in California, which is also something that Secretary Burgum is involved with, to helping the farmers, the ranchers and landowners to revise the waters of the United States definition so they don't have to go hire an attorney or a consultant to tell them whether or not a water on their property is subject to federal regulation. Thank you for putting this entire team together. It's an honor to be at the Trump EPA, where we choose to both protect the environment and grow the economy. It's a very happy Labor Day for America's workforce.
And Lee, in Los Angeles, if you could, because of the fires, Lee was there, and as you know, we have very strict federal rules having to do with the rebuilding of those houses. And Lee was able to get the approvals done for everybody immediately. It was so fast, nobody could believe it. And the mayor and the governor still haven't gotten their approvals. And they're going to have riots out there for that reason. These are great homeowners. They want to build a house. They can't get approved because you have the mayor, Bass, who has no idea what she's doing. And you have a governor who is just such a bad governor. And the people are unable to build their house. The toughest permit to get was the federal permit by far. And yet he got them all in a short period of time after the fire. How long did it take?
Well, Mr. President, you came in, signed an executive order, and told the EPA that we had less than 30 days to complete our hazardous material removal, which the initial response, once all of our heart rates went down a bit, was just to figure out how to get it done. We got it done in just less than 30 days. The Army Corps of Engineers.
OH, I would add on top of that the 200 simple day moving average, the 100-day moving average as well, and RSI, the RSI indicator, and then the Williams R 120-day.
Then comes
Pretty good.
in for the debris removal. The federal government in clearing.
Legend says, I'm out for the day, bro. Had a great long day. Up 32K in one account and up 7K in another. Take it easy, all. Good stuff, Ledge. Good stuff. Very nice. Very well done. See you, man. See you tomorrow.
Over 13,000
Man, you're constantly killing it, man. You risk a lot, though. Killing it.
properties that
Killing
were
it, killing it,
destroyed
killing it.
because of these wildfires. We've gotten to
Good
the
stuff,
point
Ledge.
today where property owners all across Los Angeles, they're grateful to the Trump administration. They're happy that we did our part, but they are desperate to rebuild. And there is not a single green light approval that they are waiting for from the Environmental Protection Agency. The EPA and the Army Corps of Engineers proudly have done our work. It's important for those local officials to let these property owners build on their land. It's their property. It doesn't belong to the mayor of Los Angeles. And they need to represent their people better. They're ready to build.
When will they have their permits from Los Angeles?
Williams R 120 day. So it's Williams R indicator. I'll pull it up right here. Williams R indicator. I get mine on TradingView, also the RSI. Then this is the VWAP right here. Blue line is the 100-day moving average. Purple line is the 200-day simple moving average. It's the Williams R, and then you go into the settings right here, change it to 120 days.
Well, here's the problem, Mr. President, is that they have been ready
Appreciate
since
OH.
the moment we were done with the federal part. I mean, well, I was visiting a week after. Actually, I thought my first trip was going to be to Los Angeles. However, the moment I got confirmed, the vice president said, "You're going to East Palestine right away." So that actually ended up being the first visit because the vice president's so passionate about that from the great state of Ohio. Then we went to Los Angeles from there. We're talking about the beginning of February, where we were meeting with property owners already. They were already all set up. They had the contractors. It was the beginning of February, and they were waiting for green lights from Los Angeles to be able to go onto their property and start rebuilding. Some of the same people
What's up,
who
BC?
were waiting for a green light ready with the contractors at the beginning of February are still waiting now in the middle of August. Let these Californians rebuild.
We're talking about also taking away some of the properties and building low-income housing on those properties.
Is
They have
Marco
problems
Rubio
like-
asleep right now? Chat. Is Marco Rubio asleep right now?
They've never
Or is
had
he on his
before.
phone?
These people don't know what they're doing. So
Is he just resting his eyes?
we have
What's going on here?
all our permit. Everything
Oh,
the
he's
federal
back, he's
government has
back.
to do was done long ago.
W Marco,
They should have
W
been-
Marco,
I went
W
to
Marco.
a town hall with Lee, but we were there, and the mayor was saying it would take 2 years, maybe 3 years to get this approved. I said, no, not 2 years, 2 days. They should have it in 2 days. And I toured the site, and I met 100 homeowners, all standing in front of the site a couple of days after the fire, and they were ready to go right then. They wanted to just build right then. And the city won't let them do it. Los Angeles, I don't think it's that they won't. I think they're incompetent, okay, to be honest with you. I think they just don't know how to go about it. It is so badly run by Newscomb and by Mayor Bass. Mayor Bass, she was in Africa during the fire. She knew the fire was starting to rage, and she decided to take a trip to Africa.
Marco trying to scout the market on his phone.
These people are they're just bad. You know, you're talking about make America
He's
great
zoned
again.
out, man.
They can never make America great again, but we are doing that.
He's doodling.
Congratulations, you found some interesting things, Tulsi. She's becoming a bigger and bigger star every day. She found a lot of good things. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. As we approach Labor Day weekend here, this is just such a great opportunity really to recognize your leadership as a true champion for working people. And I know we'll hear, as we go around the table here, how your focus singularly on putting the well-being and interests of the American people first is that common thread that we're seeing in your policies being implemented across your administration. For ODNI, number one, our focus is and must always be making sure that our intelligence community is focused on our mission, keeping the American people safe, secure, and free. We're doing great work on this front. I'll point out our National Counterterrorism Center, led by Director Joe Kent, are working across different agencies with Homeland Security, DEA, FBI, and others to catch terrorists, both those who are trying to come into our country, those who may already be in our country, They are finding the worst of the cartel bosses and making sure that they're not able to continue to wreak havoc and terror in our communities. Secondly, Mr. President, you have charged me with the mission of finding the truth and telling the truth to the American people. And we've exposed some of the worst examples of the weaponization of intelligence in the last several weeks. I will continue down that mission and that path wherever it leads. Transparency, telling the truth, is what will drive true accountability for the American people who deserve nothing less. And lastly, Mr. President, all of us are charged with being good stewards of taxpayer dollars. I've gone through a reorganization for ODNI that we've announced in the last week. We've cut nearly half of redundant, unnecessary functions within ODNI, saving taxpayers over $700 million a year. We will continue focusing on our core mission in keeping the American people safe, and appreciate your leadership and your focus on this most critical task.
And you've
Nothing
also
right now,
found
nah.
many bags of information. I think they call them burn bags. They're supposed to be burned and they didn't get burned, having to do with how corrupt the 2020 election was. And when will that all come out?
Mr. President, I will be the first to brief you once we have that information collected. But you're right, we are finding documents literally tucked away in the back of safes in random offices in these bags and in other areas, which again speaks to the intent of those who are trying to hide the truth from the American people and trying to cover up the politicization that was led by people like John Brennan and James Clapper and others that have caused really immeasurable harm to the American people and to our country.
Great job. Thank you. We look forward to hearing it. The public looks forward. Thank you very much. Administrator?
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, everyone knows there's no stronger advocate for hardworking American families than you, sir. Thank you for the largest tax cut in American history for working families. The average family of four is going to save about $10,000 take-home pay more a year. And what we're seeing is an increase in the child tax credit, the increase in the standard deduction. Hardworking families are going to benefit from this bill, and small businesses. There's no bigger beneficiary than Main Street, because small business makes up 99% of all businesses in this country. I've traveled to nearly half of our states, 24 unique states. I've made 40 state visits. In fact, I was with our great vice president at a small business manufacturer in Georgia last week. I was with a trucking company in Ohio. I was in Michigan at a motorcycle manufacturer. The return of Made in America is going to be driven by small businesses, because 98% of all of our manufacturers in America are small and medium businesses, 600,000 factories that employ 5 million people. And as Secretary McMahon mentioned, this work-based learning that is going on in professional and trade schools is real. I've visited them from Utah to Maine to Georgia and seen this revolution in education happening.
OH says, what kind of R&R did you go for today? Wasn't as choppy as yesterday. I traded yes. I'm constant negative R&R. OH, if you watch any of my streams, constant negative R&R. Even with the 100% win rate today, I mean, at least half of the trades were negative R&R, I'm sure. It's constant.
So small businesses need skilled labor. Now that you solve for inflation, for the taxes, every Democrat voted for a $4 trillion.
6 burn. You can watch this right now on the stream, but if you want to watch it on your own time, you have somewhere to go. Just on YouTube search bar, The White House or White House, and then click live streams. They live stream all the news.
$1 tax increase on the backs of hardworking Americans. And so you prevented that. And now we've got fair trade. And thanks to Administrator Zeldin, we're seeing deregulation. I mean, this diesel exhaust fluid crushed farmers and construction and other heavy industry. So rolling that back makes a real difference for small business. And your domestic economic agenda is amplified through small businesses, which is why small business optimism is above its 53-year average, finally. And so Main Street appreciates it. What Main Street wants now is a rate cut. They feel burdened by high interest rates. They would grow higher and expand more if they could, but the interest rates are really
Cut
hurting
the
them.
rates, pal. Cut the rates.
Finally, I want to say thank you for your executive order on debanking. We're about to announce a major investigation on debanking. It happened to you and your family. It happened to me. It happened to thousands and thousands of Americans, and unfortunately, disproportionately on those that had conservative values, on Christians, on pro-life, on 2A businesses. And so we're going to be talking to the banks about that. The SBA operates the largest government business loan program in the federal government. We have a network of 5,000 banks, so we're going to be making sure that that never happens to anyone again.
Good job. You're doing a great job. Thank you.
Pretty solid meeting so far. I know it's super long. We're going into the second hour, and it's probably going to be 3 total. Probably going to go into power hour, but this is very informative and just a recap of what everyone's going through. Cabinet meetings between Trump and his cabinet. I mean, it's very informative, and you need to know this news. I haven't said it in a while, but if you guys haven't already, if you're enjoying the Raw Transparent stream, we're usually day trading, but we're recapping the news while waiting for an opportunity potentially. We did profit around 2,000 currently in 6 accounts, green in 6 accounts, up close to 2,000. 100% win rate today, not bad. We're just recapping all the news. Please smash that like button, follow the channel, subscribe, hit the notification bell after you subscribe. We are live every day at 9:30 a.m. trading the market. Now let's get back to this. Very informative.
Christy?
Very worth
Mr.
it.
President, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to work for you. And you committed when you ran for president to make America safe again. And today, the average family and individual that lives in this country is safer than they've been in years because of what you've done. We've got 3 months in a row now with 0 illegal aliens coming into this country. And
Which
I want to
is
thank
crazy,
you
by the way.
and the Department of Defense for all of their help. They're down at the border with us still, helping us keep that border secure and make sure we know who's coming into this country. You've arrested and brought to justice hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens, but criminals that have perpetuated violence against American people. Sir, you've had 1.6 million people voluntarily go home to their home countries that were here.
Insane.
In this country illegally because of your strong message. And you
I may have been muted, but the 1.6 million illegal immigrants that self-deported voluntarily is absolutely insane. If you guys didn't hear me, I think they're aiming for around 11 million, but 1.6 million voluntarily going and self-deporting. I did not expect these numbers. And it's just starting. It's only like 4 months since it's been implemented, maybe 5. So these numbers are going to grow immensely. And I did not expect this type of traction. It's insane.
You enforcing the law, they decided to go home on their own so that they could come back the right way someday and be American citizens. But what I think is one of the most remarkable statistics is that under Joe Biden's administration, 88% of new jobs went to foreign-born individuals. Under your administration, 2.5
Appreciate
Americans
OH, appreciate
have
Stunner.
jobs today that they didn't under the previous administration. And they have those jobs because you created opportunities.
Appreciate you
made
guys.
this country safe. You opened up the economy. You enforced the law. Now people can get up and provide for their families and go to work every day and be confident in that. And the last thing I would say is that it's incredibly important to know that every one of those illegal aliens that has gone home, they were costing us about $8,700 to $9,000 a piece in what they were taking out of our social programs, out of Social Security. You've saved this country billions of dollars, about $15 billion, just in what those illegal aliens were costing us in social programs. I've cut over 450 different contracts at the Department of Homeland Security. We're getting rid of corrupt ones that were not efficient for taxpayers, weren't focused on our mission of keeping us safe. And we've also renegotiated and brought in our biggest vendors and said you have to do better. And we've saved the taxpayers over $13 billion doing that as well. So we're continuing to be accountable with taxpayer dollars, but sir, focused on doing the mission of what you've committed, and that's to keep us safe and to make sure we put Americans first.
Shout out to these reporters for standing for 2 hours straight.
Mission of what you've committed, and that's to keep us safe and to make sure we put Americans first.
Great job, and great job on the border. We had millions and millions of people coming in. To think 3 months in a row,
flushing down.
0. That's some job. Thank Tom and everybody, and Pete, good job. Not surprised. Thank you very much. Chris, please.
Chrissy. Sorry about that, Mr. President. Like Secretary Noem, I'm thrilled to be here to work with you on the simple platform you were elected on, which was to bring back the American dream, to bring jobs and opportunity for families across the country and to lower their costs so they can live their lives and expand the choices they have. You led off today talking about gasoline prices. I'll throw in diesel. If you correct for inflation, they're at multi-decade lows. This is a huge expense. This is a huge constraint on people's lives. We should celebrate that. Natural gas has become our main industrial fuel powering factories around the country. Natural gas prices are quite low in this country, and they're lower than in any country in the world. The reason for that is the United States produces 2 times more natural gas than the second largest natural gas producer in the world, and 4 times more natural gas than the number 3 and number 4 producers in the world. So you've opened up American opportunity and energy together with the work of Secretary Burgum, Administrator Zeldin, Secretary Lutnick, Secretary Rawlins. You know, we've made it easy to produce energy in America again, and those benefits are flowing. I could go on about this stuff forever, but let me talk about one specific area of energy, electricity. That's in the front of people's minds. When the day you were inaugurated, we get hold of all the data and we can look at the resource plans of utilities across the country. What you inherited when you arrived was a plan over the next 5 years to close 100 gigawatts of reliable electric generation. So that's 100 large power plants. Now that was offset with the plan to build 22 gigawatts of reliable electricity generation. Their plan was to close more than 4 times as much electricity generating capacity as they were going to build in that 5-year period. How do we lead the world in artificial intelligence if we're shrinking our supply of reliable electricity? How do we reshore steel and aluminum and automobiles and semiconductors and all those jobs Americans want back in our country when we're degrading and shrinking our energy system? We were going to hand that leadership to China in artificial intelligence, not just to our economic loss, but to our huge national security loss. Your team around this table, and almost everyone around this table is involved in it, is just to completely pivot dramatically. We're stopping the closure of all these plants way before their retirement date. Some plants get to their end of life. That's a small percent of the planned closures. Most of those were just political nonsense at the cost to American taxpayers. So we have rapid new construction of power plants under in the United States. We're doing everything we can with suppliers who build the equipment for these power plants. They've got to build their factories bigger to build power plants in America. People thought those days were past. We weren't going to build big things in America anymore. We're just going to keep sending it over to Asia and overseas and just buy other people's stuff. Totally nuts economically, totally nuts for national security, and of course crushing for working Americans, particularly Americans that work with their hands. But we are seeing revitalization.
We're closing in now at 2 hours, and they're only a quarter, maybe a third of the way through. They're going around this whole table supposedly, and then they're going to take possibly reporters' questions.
people
Pretty
of
crazy.
that optimism. You showed that picture of that plant being built in Arkansas.
I don't mind it though.
Dozens of
It's
those under
pretty
construction
informative.
just in artificial intelligence. But the reshoring of steel, of aluminum, of plastics, of fertilizer, semiconductors, like this, America's the land of opportunity. How did we get to become this awesome nation? Because we believed in the American dream and we leaned in on it. But the wealthy in our country and the coastal elites that live away from where stuff's actually made, they just lost their way, and politicians just let them have it. Your tireless campaign and your relentless messaging made people realize the American dream isn't dead. It's just been smothered, and we're unsmothering it and setting it loose. God bless your efforts. God bless your assembly of this team around this table. We're bringing the American dream back.
Thank you, Chris. It's a great job you're doing. Appreciate it. Lori, please.
Mr. President, everybody here who spoke works at the Department of Labor, clearly. Which I
Nick, Trump talked for an hour straight. He's going around the table. Everyone's talking about what they're working on, the accomplishments, et cetera, et cetera. It's actually been pretty informative and definitely worth the watch. Just to recap what the government's working on, the key news, what they're planning to do in the future, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of it is just, you know, for the media, et cetera, et cetera. But it is also, there's little nuggets in here of gold.
they have all the correct talking points, but I think that's a testament again that we are all working together.
No, I did not,
every single
Hassan.
day. We talk to each other often,
Hassan.
and the
No, I did not.
workforce, the skilled workforce, the education
Not short.
factor, retirees, it's been so important because they all touch the Department of Labor, and I have the opportunity to work with every single one. If you all haven't stopped by the Department of Labor, Mr. President, I invite you to see your big, beautiful face on a banner in front of the Department of Labor, because you are really the transformational president of the American worker, along with the American flag and President Roosevelt, because we're bringing business and labor together. And I was so honored to unveil that yesterday, and everybody is taking note of that. You also mentioned crime, and I think it's been important for my colleagues to recognize that now American workers can return to work and feel safe. That business owners aren't shutting down their businesses because they're afraid they can't protect their workers, and now it's open for business again, and it's starting right here in our nation's capital. Many things have been mentioned about consumer confidence up, unemployment is holding steady, and more than 2 million net jobs for native-born Americans has been key under your leadership. 84% of the workforce and jobs has been produced by the private sector. I think that was the mission of this administration and the Department of Labor. And I will continue to say for a little bit longer, until I heard you today, the one big beautiful bill, because it equals one big beautiful workforce. And Congress passed this legislation. It probably will be the single most important bill that they did sign, because it is protecting our American workforce by expanding Pell Grants and child care and reduction in taxes, that they can keep more of their hard-earned dollars. I am at the Department of Labor announcing $30 million in grants for our skilled workforce, that I have an MOU with Secretary McMahon. I have an MOU with Administrator Loeffler. That's important to share the data points on how important this is. In June, we awarded nearly $84 million in grants for the capacity of what? Registered apprenticeships, an executive order to have 1 million active apprentices across this nation, where we've already registered 185,000 since in the last few months. One of the other things that we have done is the Biden administration's guidance on cryptocurrency. And thanks to you and your leadership on that, we rolled that back. And of course, we're going to see the 401k, the investors in our alternative assets. That's been key through the Department of Labor to work through.
Let's go.
Partnering with our agencies, again, as I mentioned before, is important as we work together. I have visited, I'll be 31 states on my 50-state tour by the end of this month. I'm headed with Secretary Duffy, with the South Korean President Lee today, as we move through the shipbuilding. We will do that in Philly, and then I'm off to New England to talk to those states about how important the apprenticeship program is. But while I visited Hexel in Salt Lake City, 100% domestic carbon fiber for the Department of Defense as they produce. They are announcing another $1 billion investment per your executive order on advanced manufacturing. So it is working. Everything that you have been saying since you were elected And since we all can put into
Drug. Allowing crypto 401k would be absolutely astronomical. Absolutely astronomical. I mean, I mean, Bitcoin was flipped red. Now it's flipping green.
play.
I'm
has
expecting
been working.
still a little
Ohio,
downturn,
McDonald's
a little
is
one.
investing 375,000
And then it's gonna go to the
new
moon.
jobs. The shrimpers I visited as well, and they need our help in protecting that industry for our American
Nick.
fishermen and shrimp.
Biden and Newsom is why I'm not a Democrat anymore, Nick says.
In Minnesota, I toured.
Yeah, I mean, I try and not be too political, but they definitely are. They're up there. They're up there.
Cambria, when we're talking about quartz countertops, all made in America. And again, in Oregon, where we are expecting a crackdown. Thank you for what you are doing with your agents on ICE, and thank you for the prosecution that I hope you will come to Portland, Oregon, and crack down. But while there are still good people, I was able to visit Buckeye Pacific, really a trading floor for the timber industry.
Something like that,
So we still want to
OH.
focus on great, hardworking American businesses. Mr. President, I couldn't be more excited to ring in Labor Day in Erie, Pennsylvania for the Labor Day Parade. I will be there to welcome it. It is an honor to serve this country. It is an honor to serve under your administration as the Labor Secretary, and we will kick off, and Republicans will own Labor Day again, not Democrats. We will own it because we are, and you are the president of the American worker. So thank you for everything that you've done.
Thank you very much, Lori.
Absolutely.
You're doing a fantastic job, and I will tell you that Lori was recommended by the Teamsters. And I said, that doesn't really work, does it? And it turned out to be one of our best choices. So I just want to thank you and Sean, who, as you know, recommended you very strongly. You really turned out to be a gem. Thank you.
I was able to talk to the president on the phone the other day.
I don't remember Marco Rubio speaking, so I'm assuming he is waiting, and he's gonna drop like a bombshell or something. There could be really good news, really positive news, really like impactful news that Marco Rubio is waiting to drop.
He called and we visited, and he said, but I know that you were, you know, a little bit middle of the road and not so sure. I said, Mr. President, I have been a Republican. He's like, what? Wait, what? Now I like you even more. I said,
DCA,
I
drug,
appreciate
DCA.
Thank you. Pam?
President, I'm working with everyone around this table almost daily on legal issues that we're winning on. But today, because it's Labor Day, President Trump, if I could focus on public safety, not only domestic, but from our foreign adversaries. And Secretary McMahon, I know you know, kids are out of school this weekend. It's Labor Day. And Secretary Duffy, you know, our highways are going to be packed with travelers coming to not only our nation's capital, but all over this country. We're also going to have boaters, Secretary Duffy, right, on our waterways. It is illegal to be under the influence and on a boat. So get a designated boater if you're out on our waterways, whether it's the Potomac or the Gulf of America or the Pacific, wherever you're out this weekend.
September 1st, Nick, is Labor Day. September 1st.
People need
Market is closed because of the holiday. It's a Monday.
Be safe. And on an international level, Secretary Rubio, thank you for all your help on everything we're doing, and everyone around this room. But yesterday, there was a big, big win. El Mayo pled guilty, and he was the co-founder of Sinaloa Cartel with El Chapo. And there's even a Narcos Netflix series about these guys. Well, now we know the ending. He's going to die in an American prison. They are one of the worst, El Chapo and El Mayo, some of the worst narco traffickers in our world. And he will spend life in prison now. And that's so important because those guys and others throughout this country, throughout this world, have brought into our country drugs, cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, methamphetamines that's killing our kids. And we have to stop that. And that's what you've been doing, not only in DC, but around the country at your leadership. And over the weekend, parents need to know, with kids out of school, with people out on our highways and on our waters, do not take a pill from anyone you know, don't know. Do not buy anything on the street. It could be laced with something toxic. We've seen so many fentanyl overdoses.
And when you were here,
drugs are a massive L in every single regard.
in D.C., we showed you pictures of some of the drugs that had been
Every
seized right
form.
here in D.C. President, they were packaged for children, and people are dying from these around our country. So thank you, President Trump, for your leadership and for letting Americans know that it's now a safe place to go. But parents also have to know, college kids have to know, to
Yeah, I
be
know, Nick.
vigilant and not take this trash. Because you could be thinking you're taking a Xanax, an Adderall, anything, and it could be laced with something very lethal.
It's a
So
great message.
thank you, President.
Great
Trump.
message,
Thank
and
you,
you've
President.
been fantastic this last 12 days in DC. The job you and your whole group has done is,
All of us.
everyone's talking about it all over the world. I hate to have to talk about that, but we have to. It's becoming a very safe place again, and the work, I've seen how hard you worked the last, well, from the beginning in all fairness, but this focus on DC is so important for the country, so great job, and to everybody, great
And
job.
President, it's a team around. We're all working hand in hand, side by side, all of our agencies together to make America safe and DC safe. And Iris, congratulations on your baby, and I'm so glad that you're safe now.
Thank you, Pam, very much.
Halfway there.
Would you like to say something?
Yes, sir. I'll be brief, but I want to congratulate you and the entire team on all the things that have been accomplished. You'll hear about a lot of it. You've already heard some of it, but I thought it would be helpful, Mr. President, just to take stock, not just of what we've accomplished, what we will accomplish, but of the mess that we inherited, because I think it makes this first Labor Day a bigger and more special occasion. You heard, I think, Christie talk about this, that all of the net job growth under the Biden administration had gone to the foreign-born. Now that net job growth is going to American citizens who deserve opportunity in their own country. That's a great accomplishment. You'll hear, I'm sure, Scott talk about the success with tariffs. People forget that we inherited the largest peacetime deficit in the history of the United States of America. And now, because the president is not letting foreign countries take advantage of us, we're collecting hundreds of billions of dollars, trillions of dollars over 10 years in tariffs from countries and companies that were formerly taking advantage of the American people. You heard Pam talk about the public safety and the success that we've had there. I happen to believe that maybe the most sacred thing that we can deliver to American workers is the ability to live safely and comfortably in their own neighborhoods. Public safety is not just something that should belong to the wealthy. It should belong to every working man and woman in the United States of America. And because of the work of this administration, that is happening. And of course, Mr. President, you yourself talked about the inflation mess that we inherited under the Biden administration. Maybe the most striking and even shocking statistic of the Biden administration is that housing costs had gone up by 100% over the 4 years of the Biden administration, literally doubled, making the American dream of homeownership unaffordable. We've made great strides and great progress already. But to the American people who are listening, there's a lot more to do. We're going to keep on working hard at it, but it's an honor to do this job.
Yeah, I mean, politicians are politicians, Coach. Coach said some of what they are saying is true, but it's a kiss-up meeting. Yeah, I mean, they're politicians. They know how to sell stuff and just generate hype, focus on the future, selling, etc., etc. But there are gold nuggets in here, so it is worth listening. At least their thought, their processes a little bit, their mindset a little bit, just where they want to go, things they've accomplished already, what they're looking at. I mean, you kind of really need to keep up to date with the crucial, important stuff.
Job under the president's leadership and with this very great team that you've assembled. So we've done a lot, but there's a lot more work to do.
Nick says, Chris, by my house, where people were unaliving because someone was lacing fentanyl on dollar bills and leaving it everywhere. Unbelievable.
And we're very cognizant of it. Thank you, sir.
Great job. Thank you. Scott?
Good, sir. As we've said very often, economic security is national security, and our country has never been so secure thanks to you. You have brought us back from the edge. You have the overwhelming mandate from the American people. You're restoring confidence in government, a topic that is on the front of everyone's mind, the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve's independence comes from a political arrangement between itself and the American public. Having the public's trust is the only thing that gives it credibility, and you, sir, are restoring trust to government. You are weeding out the waste, fraud, and abuse and the old ways of doing things are not good enough. We are seeing a blue-collar boom. In the first 7 months of your administration, real blue-collar wages have taken off. And the only other time that they've done this in the past 70 years was in your previous term. Your efforts on tax, trade, and deregulation have boosted paychecks for American workers while slowing the pace of inflation and lowering the cost of energy. Inflation has plummeted to just 1.9% since you took office, and the economy rebounded with real GDP surging 3% last quarter. The blue-collar boom coincides with a CapEx comeback. In anticipation of your one big beautiful bill becoming law, CapEx increased by American businesses by nearly 14% in the first half of this year. And as you and I talk about frequently, and as that chart or that photo attests, we are going to see, I believe, a bigger CapEx boom from here. This is just the beginning, just the beginning. You have saved this country by making it the best place in the world to do business again. Treasury is helping to implement these new provisions, as well as no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. This weekend, I will be meeting with workers from local restaurants
Did he just say mating?
Discuss the positive impacts of the pro-labor reforms on no tax on tips. And I have to tell you, thanks to you, when I go into a restaurant or stop by a hotel doorman, I am the most popular person there. And since my first job at age 9 was as a busboy getting tips, I am going to spend Labor Day going from restaurant to restaurant talking to workers who receive substantial amount of tip income. So I'll hear directly from them how your one big beautiful bill is increasing their take-home pay and making a big difference.
Scott Besson is a nervous public speaker, eh? I mean, he is shaking and everything.
Now, we can also talk, that is domestic. On the international front, you have leveled the international trading system whereby countries took advantage of us, and that's over. It's over. The Treasury Department is taking in record tariff revenues that I had been saying was running at a rate of $300 billion a year. You chastised me for saying that it's not, that number is too low, and as usual, you're right, that we had a substantial jump from July to August, and I think we're going to see a bigger jump from August to September. So I think we could be on our way well over $500 billion, maybe towards the $1 trillion number. This administration, your administration, has made a meaningful dent in the budget deficit. The average budget deficit during this term is 26% less than the last 12 months under Biden. And even the CBO, and we don't agree with CBO on everything, as you said, last Friday, on a summer Friday, had to admit that they believe over the next 10 years, the budget deficit will be $4 trillion lower than they had previously scored. $4 trillion, 3.3 trillion of tariff income, 700 billion of lower interest cost, and I would expect that number could go up from here. So, Mr. President, your return to the White House marked the return of the American worker. Thank you for reclaiming Labor Day for the American people. You're growing the economy for everyone, especially the middle and lower income households who suffered disproportionately under the last administration, and it's an honor to do this under your leadership.
Great job. You're doing great. Thank you very much, Scott.
Is that true,
Sir,
bro?
I dropped my second son off at college last
Are
week.
you just being
And
exuberant?
I wasn't planning to say this, but just listening to everybody, I wanted to put a little bit of a personal touch on this work. He started his freshman year yesterday at Texas A&M, for all my SEC friends in the room. Thank you for saving college football, by the way. We're all very grateful. The country just feels different. It just feels different. There's such a optimism and a love There's a faith movement going through, especially with our younger Americans. And for those of us with kids in college, I know we feel it. And I experienced it firsthand last week, moving him and my other older son in as well. As we move toward Labor Day, you have made a lot of dreams come true for a lot of people, but one of my longtime dreams was for the right to recapture Labor Day. And I've been talking about this for almost 20 years and writing about it, that why are we ceding the day that we are celebrating the American worker to the Democrats? Because this is our day, perhaps of any day of the entire year. This is our day. America was founded and fought for by fishermen and farmers and workmen and et cetera. The Genesis, the first book of the Bible, talks about the righteousness of work and the art of creation. And so to be part of this effort to represent the farmers, the ranchers, the agriculture industry at this moment in time, which I do believe we're in a revolution. 1776 was the first one, 1863 or so with Abraham Lincoln was the second. This is the third with Donald Trump leading the way. And we are saving America. And the
Grug says that they sprayed all the crops with aspergillus fungus for revenge against the tariffs. He's talking about China. This is why we can't share a system with evil people that hate us. Yes, China did that because they own farmland here to export produce, but when tariffs was imposed, they destroyed their own crops, and that fungus spread and destroyed many other crops too. I have not read any news about this. Is this true? Insane.
The idea that we are putting the worker,
that is
the very
crazy.
central component of the American dream, at the center of it, is the reason that it is so. So at USDA, it continues to be my greatest honor to fight for the original American worker, whom I think the farmer is and what they represent. And as we are building new systems and new structures, as we have this year going to have the best harvest on record for our row croppers and others, what this team has done and is doing to open up those markets to ensure that these farmers can continue to return prosperity to rural America. I'll finish with this. This morning, we had a working group with 6 of our cabinet members. Bobby Kennedy, representing healthcare, Linda McMahon, education, Lee Zeldin, deregulation, Kelly Loeffler, small business, Lori Chavez, Trimmer, labor, and Scotty Turner, housing. And how you leading the way in your vision, how that will return the golden age to rural America, to the very fabric of our country. And whether it's better hospitals, better education, more opportunity, less government, better and bigger small businesses, better opportunities for our workers, and better housing, and of course the agriculture piece of that.
Grug said, remember in the 80s, China was spraying buffets with salmonella? I was not alive during the 80s, man. How old do you think I am? But no, I do not. I don't remember hearing anything about that. I know that China owns a significant portion of the farmland, etc., etc. But that is pretty obscene that we even allow that. We even allow that to happen is crazy. Crazy work.
Through the big, beautiful bill, what it did, the greatest investment in rural America.
Yeah, get it done, Grug. Nick says Grug needs to ban the Chinese from coming here. Get it done, Grug. Come on, Grug. No, some Chinese people are good, but them owning, like the CCP owning farmland is crazy work.
History, and now the opportunity to effectuate that is again a game changer, a country saver, and what a joy to be able to do it under your leadership. So thank you, sir.
Thank you. Beautifully stated. Thank you very much. Scott?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm so grateful to be here to celebrate Labor Day with the greatest team in America. And it is football season, so I'm happy about that. But Mr. President, I want to say thank you for, as Brooke said, reclaiming Labor Day. And you've been a tremendous champion for the American worker. I come from a hard-working family, as many people around this table do. And so thank you for helping us to change the conversation. And I believe we are changing the conversation around the kitchen table. And as everybody knows, you know, my job is to steward HUD. And we have at HUD been very intentional about changing the conversation about the dignity of work and the dignity and the honor of family formation through work, and how the younger generation, when they see their parents work, how they're incentivized to work. And that, you know, America is not a welfare state, but America was built on small business. It was built on entrepreneurship. And so as it pertains to housing, we're being very focused on that, and even some that receive HUD funding to make sure, like our Section 3, when you receive HUD funding, that you are given opportunities for the most vulnerable Americans that you serve to have work, to have opportunities to work, to have work requirements. Work requirements are not a bad word, that's a great word. Time limits is a great word to incentivize people, able-bodied, able-minded people to work. And I believe that we are, under your leadership, sir, changing that conversation in America to where working is an honorable thing. And Secretary Wright talked about revitalization. Revitalization means to bring new life. And I believe we're bringing new life to America, Mr. President, through work and through all the jobs that people are doing around this table. And with the One Big Beautiful Bill, the most extensive tax break in American history, opportunity zones are now made permanent. And you know how passionate I am, and you are too, sir, about opportunity zones.
Long time no see, Chris.
To continue to build affordable housing around our country. And Mr.
Appreciate it, Chris. Very good day. I haven't taken a trade in about an hour and a half. We've been watching this for about 2 hours. 100% win rate today. We're up like 2,000 across 6 accounts. Win rate's good. Execution's been good. It's a pretty good day. We're just catching up on this news. Trump talked for an hour straight. Now his cabinet's talking for an hour straight. Just, we got to hear this news. It's very crucial news. I could do this off stream, but I'm deciding to do it on stream, and we're in it now. We're in it. We're in it. And to be fair, they're almost done. In the next 10 minutes, 20 minutes, they'll be around here.
Vice President, I'm coming your way. I'm coming to Columbus later this week. And
been doing great. Good job, Chris.
To build
good
affordable housing in our country with opportunity zones. And you know, 1 million people.
I'm not from Arkansas.
Were lifted out of poverty.
Arkansas,
because of opportunity zones. $90 billion.
Where'd you get that from, Nick?
Private money was invested in opportunity zones.
Fake news. Fake news. Not from Arkansas. Not from Arkansas. Not fake news. Fake news. Totally fake. Fraudulent. Fraudulent. Death penalty. Capital punishment.
Urban, tribal, and rural, and now that they've been made permanent, we're looking for millions more to be lifted out of poverty, $100 billion to be invested, hundreds of thousands of jobs to be created, hundreds of thousands of units of housing to come online. And so, sir, I sit here very excited.
I don't know. I don't say it that often, Chaos. What's the correct pronunciation of Arkansas? Let's find out right now. Arkansas. Arkansas. Arcana. Arkansas. Yep. I think I have to do a pronunciation. Pronunciation. Sure, why not? Hopefully this doesn't bleed our ears. Come on.
We are looking at how to pronounce the name of the southern state of the United States that borders the Mississippi River. Unlike for the state of Kansas, the S here is definitely silent. How do you go about pronouncing it? Arkansas.
Arkansas. Arkansas.
Arkansas.
Arkansas.
You do.
To be fair, I've probably
about the future
of
of
this
country. I'm very proud to
low IQ behavior right there.
Do so.
Low IQ behavior.
We're on a good path.
Arkansas. For some reason, I wanted to say Arkansas, but obviously Arkansas. One of these states. I know.
Support,
low IQ behavior.
Okay, God bless you.
And I want to give credit
Arkansas.
to Jim Scott, great senator from a place called South Carolina that we love, right? And Tim really came up with opportunity zone.
Did at least some of you get confused as well when you saw that written out? Arkansas? Come on. Come on. Was I the only one? Arkansas? Come on. No shot I was the only person. Y'all don't know how to pronounce that way low. I've taken French and Hindi, so I'm a stickler for pronunciation. Did not expect that. As non-American, I also pronounce it like I read it. I say it Arkansas when I imitate Southern accent. Arkansas. Arkansas.
We did a good job of working with him, and together we created something that nobody speaks of very much, but it's probably the most successful thing that's ever been done of its kind. It's been amazing. So Tim Scott deserves a lot of credit for that. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Russell, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I get the opportunity to go.
Nick, I'm not going to say where I'm from. I appreciate it, though.
Hand by hand with all
I am from the United States. I'm in the United States.
these people.
Even though with that low IQ behavior, you're right to question that.
Their deregs to
Arkansas.
the Office of Management and Budget. And I wanted to zoom out for a second. In the first term, you gave us a goal of 2 for 1. And then we outperformed it through your leadership. We came in at around 5.5, 6 for 1. And then as you're running for your second term, you put out a goal that when you put it out, I was thinking to myself, that's going to be a pretty ambitious goal. You said 10 for 1. Well, where we are right now, in just 1 month, in 1 year, basically 8 months, we are at 245 deregulatory initiatives planned by these agencies. That comes out to 30 for 1. So we are making incredible strides, and you know, as you're focused on the details of each one, I mean, these aren't small things. Endangerment finding is one of the most deregulatory things we've in the history of this country. NEPA reform, incredibly deregulatory. WOTUS just came in, which is Waters of the United States. So every single one of these agencies is doing incredible work when it comes to deregulatory, and we add that to the work being done to get us going on energy, reduce spending. We're going to lower costs for the American people. We're going to be able to have innovative jobs and get them back to work. So thank you for your leadership, Mr. President.
Thank you. Great job, Russell. Appreciate it. John? Central casting, I call it. Central.
Well, Mr. President, I'm grateful to be with everyone today as we're talking about jobs and workforce. At CIA, consistent with your directives to all of us, we've embraced your mantra for a leaner, more effective, more efficient workforce. But at CIA, Mr. President, we had an additional challenge because, as you know, at times, our workforce had been misdirected. Its focus put on political narratives, some that even worked against you and always worked against the American people.
I heard about that.
But under your leadership and your direction, we have been focused back on the core mission of what CIA is supposed to be doing, which is to provide you and this entire incredible team around the table with a decisive strategic advantage in accomplishing your goals. And your success in that regard, the examples are clear and many. With regard to Iran, everyone knows that our DoD partners executed that mission flawlessly. But flawless military operations are subject to flawless intelligence. And as you know, Mr. President, CIA was the backbone in terms of its intelligence operations in providing that flawless execution that allowed you and your team to obliterate Iranian nuclear facilities and set back a nuclear program by years. Likewise, with regard to your ability to prevent and to preempt wars between India and Pakistan, between Armenia and Azerbaijan, between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo, in all those cases, CIA intelligence supported you and your entire team in making that possible. It's not just...
He is, I don't want to butcher this, that is the head of the CIA, the director of the CIA. So he is a spy, and he knows how to speak in... I don't even have to say words. He speaks in this.
It's folks around this table, Secretary Besson, Secretary Luckman.
Most vague talk ever, yep.
And great successful negotiations on trade and tariffs, again, was a CIA workforce working to enable them to accomplish your goals. So as we roll into Labor Day, I tell you that the CIA workforce at the Trump CIA is grateful to be focused on what it's supposed to be, which is helping you prevent and end wars and to make America safer.
Thank you very much. You've been really fantastic, but I'm not surprised. I've known John a long time. I'm not surprised at all. Thank you very much. Steve, please.
Mr. President, working for this government, for you, is the greatest honor of my life. I tell it to everybody, and I really do feel that way, and I thank you, because it's a privilege to go out there and represent you in your humanitarian effort, in your goals of solving conflicts all over the world. I think there were actually more than 7 conflicts that you've put to bed.
Yeah, the recent people speaking have been a bit just like blowing smoke and nothing of significance coming out. But the first couple, there was very valuable info. So I'm expecting this to continue. Also, Marco Rubio, I'm going to wait to see what he has. I think Trump skipped him for a reason. He may be cooking something, may have something of significance. We'll see.
In the last 8 months. And I hear these, I travel all over the world. In Hostage Square, they talk about you reverentially. It's really quite amazing. I sometimes wish that I had a cam recorder with me and I could put you right there as I listen to it. I was in Gaza, the first American diplomat, on your behalf, and as we delivered food and aid pursuant to your new aid initiative, pushed forth by your great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who it is a privilege for me to work alongside. The people were
I'll do my best, Ann.
applauding you. The signs were up. I mean, these are people who I just don't think you get the proper credit for it all. We are negotiating multiple entries into the Abraham Peace Accords because of your vision. Azerbaijan, all these different conflicts that we're out there on your behalf on, these are people who have never really seen the world change in this way. Peace through strength really, really works. Russia, Ukraine, Iran, Israel, Hamas, we're having meetings all this week on all 3 of those conflicts, and we hope to settle them before the end of this year. Your team is nothing short of incredible. And there's only one thing I wish for, that Nobel Committee finally gets its act together and realizes that you are the single finest candidate since the this Nobel Award was ever talked about to receive that reward. Beyond your success is game-changing out in the world today. And I hope everybody one day wakes up and realizes that.
Amen. Well said.
Thank you, Steve. Jameson, please.
Mr. President, I like to think of Labor Day as the Trump trade policy day, because everyone around this table and everyone listening knows that one of the major reasons why American workers...
Okay. And I am for Trump, and I'm saying this. That was a bunch of just blowing smoke, just appeasing to the boss. The clapping right there when he's just all like, yes, man, yes, man, yes, man. And I'm even for it. I like the people around here, et cetera, but even that was excessive to me. Let's go, people.
Labor voted for you because of your trade policy and the policies you've had and advocated for 40 years or more. You have reset global trade policy in the past few months, and it shows that's been working for American workers. When you look at President Biden,
they really need to get back to achievables. What have you accomplished? What's your mission? What are you aiming out to be? How have you done in the 5 months, 6 months you've been in?
The last quarter of 2024, median weekly earnings fell 2.1%.
Not just blowing smoke.
In the first quarter of your term, they went up 3.3%. And that's why we're doing the trade policy we're doing. It's to help the workers of the United States of America. And they're the best in the world, but they can't do it without a level playing field. And you have flipped the script. For many years, the other countries had high tariffs and high non-tariff barriers. while we were open to...
Oh, they glazing hard, especially this last guy. That's all he did. I didn't hear one achievement. Maybe I was just like zoned out, but the last guy that went, just pure glazing. Just glazing.
To all of their labor and services and goods and capital. You flipped it. Now we have the tariffs, and they have lowered theirs and the non-tariff barriers. And we couldn't have done it without you and the leverage you've
This guy's saying
created.
something.
So between the tariffs and the deals, the hot streak continues for the workers of America. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Short and sweet.
Really good job, by the way. He's a good negotiator. Good negotiator. Thank you. Please.
Well, Mr. President, I feel like, as everybody here has talked about how great working with this team is and all, but
The South has came into the building, y'all.
I do feel a special need that you've given me the privilege of working with the best of America. I get to take care of the veterans. I get to take care of the veterans who Labor Day really finds its roots in, if you think about it. We wouldn't have Labor Day if it wasn't for men and women who would leave their jobs and go fight this nation's battles to keep us free and independent.
Absolutely.
So that they would have jobs to come home to. And over the past few years, they've been coming home to many times a government that was keeping them back, holding them back, taxing them, regulating them. And now we have veterans who represent the bill, the big, beautiful bill, they're the beneficiaries of. And I get to see them all the time because they're receiving the benefit, because they see the jobs, they see the care that they're being given. And these veterans can look at their country with pride, knowing that we're taking care of them, just like you told me to do. When your only statement you said to me, I asked you what to do, you said, go take care of my veterans. Well, that's what we're doing. One of the other things we're doing right now is, for many of you, I love to hear how you're deregulating everything, and I've worked from Congress and worked with many of you before. I get to do the same thing with the largest bureaucratic organization in the government. We're deregulating from the inside. And it's amazing to me because we have such a powerful workforce at the VA who really want to do good, but yet they kept tripping themselves up. They kept making their own, they'd take one step forward and put a regulation in that put them 3 steps back, and it always hurt our veterans at the end. We're taking that away. We're making community care again, Mr. President. We talked about this yesterday. We're making community care a part of our direct care system. So if a veteran wants to get into the community, they have our direct care, and they also have the ability to go into the community. Something that the previous administration decided they wanted to keep everybody inside because they thought it was a fiefdom they were building. I'm telling you, we're not building a fiefdom at the VA. We're trying to take care of a service organization that takes care of veterans. So how do we do that? We make best medical interest where a doctor can send a veteran to the community a lot quicker without having to worry about miles and time logged and wait times. Just get them the help they need. We've actually expanded out, and it's made a difference in this regulation, and also unleashed a workforce that is now free of the collective bargaining agreements and other things that have kept them from being able to do the job of national security that they've been intended to. I'm actually giving them the benefit of the doubt to actually go be the workers that they're called to be, and that's what Labor Day is about. The VA is going to have the best workers. But just to let you know how that's working out, wait times at our hospital are going down because we're getting them in our hospitals or into community care. And then one for you, Mr. President, you heard about this a lot.
He says that, but by how much? I mean, come on. You're just going to glaze over that? You're going to say wait times are down and not give a stat after that? I mean, who's structuring this dude's speeches? I mean, he should be like, wait times are down this amount. They were blank. I mean, leaving it at that.
And that was backlogs. At the backlog when I first came in, and I've said this before, in February we had over 260,000 backlog. That means over 125 days of not getting an answer. In just a little over 4.5 months, we've dropped that over 100,000. We're under 150 and heading down to historic lows. We'll be within the next month lower than any time.
There we
in the previous
go.
Administration at all. That means our veterans are getting the help they need.
Good.
So when you look at it this way, we've opened new facilities. We've put new facilities in places where workers can get to. We've expanded out hours, over 1 million extra hours, so veterans, younger veterans in particular, can get off of work and bring themselves and get their appointments in after hours or on Saturdays. That's what it means to be in the Trump administration. That's what it means to take care of veterans. That's what it means for Labor Day. Because you can't forget the ones who fought for us to be on this table today. And it's all
He
because of what
finished
you've done
strong.
and the progress that we've made.
Not bad.
Well, you've done a tremendous job, and I hear it all the time. We have a 93% approval rating at the VA now. And you know what it was before? It was
True chaos.
horrible. So thank you
Yeah,
very
he
much.
started a little shaky. I thought he was going to give the stats, but then he finished strong. Gotta give him credit. That pretty decent stats as well. To be fair, they need a lot more. Veterans should not be homeless on the street, etc., etc. I know there's like certain mental stuff. We don't gotta get into all of it, but they definitely need a lot more funding And people who serve our country, die for our country, et cetera, get injured, they deserve the massive amount of respect and everything to rehabilitate them that they need, which is common sense.
Mr. President, there's been some conversation about the
All
Peter
respect.
Bobby challenge. I would just note that I don't think Peter Bobby could hold these sticks for 2.5 hours. If they want that to be the challenge, so be it. But I think 50 pull-ups and 100 push-ups might be
You know, it
easy
is
compared to
impressive.
the.
It really
It is.
We didn't have this problem with Biden.
They're not
It was
shaking.
in and out very quickly.
So kudos on Labor Day to the audio team that's holding the sticks. But Mr. President,
Really
it's pretty great
only.
to celebrate Labor Day with a builder who
Good
loves
ear.
labor, who loves the men and women who have built this country, the people that sweat, that have great skills, they have grit. They do the dirty jobs of America that have made this country great, and you know them very well because you have worked with them.
Introvert, every time you join my chat, no pretty lady. Where's the pretty lady? Caroline Levitt does not want you, man. Unless I don't know something. You are a gooner. Straight gooner, man. Stop simping, man. Oh,
Great
TOS,
Trump projects
TOS.
have come from the very men and women we're going into this weekend to celebrate. We all want to claim Labor Day in our departments, but I'm going to claim this at DOT because, roads, bridges, pipelines, shipbuilding, rail, passenger, and freight all fall under the great men and women who wear boots and make this country wonderful. And at DOT, we don't want to have the Congress spend money. We want to take the money that Congress gives us and actually deploy it and put these men and women to work building the great projects of this country. You said the big, beautiful projects that connect this country. And that's why we have got rid of the DEI. We've got rid of the green. We've done what we can to streamline the regulation to move these projects faster. Time is money. And time has been money. Even Democrats agree now that it takes too long to go through the regulatory process. So we're going to move these projects faster, putting the great American worker back to work. I want to make a quick comment. We've all probably talked about this horrific accident in Florida. And I appreciate the help of Christy and Marco on this very issue. But in May, we said, listen, it's a safety issue if you can't
Is he talking about the airplane crash into the helicopter a while ago?
Speak the English language. And we gave states a little over a month to comply. And Washington, California, and New Mexico have refused to comply. And by the way, this individual in Florida received a CDL from Washington, from California, and received a speeding ticket after our rule went into place, and they didn't stop him. And had they taken him out of service, he wouldn't have been in Florida, and we would have 3 beautiful people alive today. And I make that
is he talking about that van that went into the alley and just went crazy on the crowd of people? Is that what he's talking about?
Because it's the work that maybe no one sees that then shines a light when horrific things happen, but also that your cabinet works together and teams up to make a difference for the American people. Real quickly, so we have a safety mission at DOT. I don't know that you'd think of the transit unions in the greatest cities of the country, New York maybe being one of them, that support us, but they do, because the violence in the subways and on our buses across the country, the transit workers are
the videos of people getting pushed on to railroad tracks on X are crazy. If you guys ever dive into that rabbit hole, be prepared. They are hard watches, and there's quite a few. And it's not just limited there.
The most abuse, and they're grateful for the mission of everybody around the
Semi-truck accident,
fighting to make their communities safer. So I appreciate everyone's help on that. But the transit unions love the effort that all of us have put in together. One quick FAA. We are
Here we go.
about to put out a request for proposals for a big, beautiful bill. We got build. We got $12.5 billion in the big, beautiful bill. We need more, but this is a great start. I expect the middle till the later part of July, we'll be through the process to bring the proposed integrators to you for selection. So we're looking forward to that.
He's talking about a year from now? What?
To you for till the later part of July, we'll be through the process to bring.
Hold on.
We got 12.5 billion in the big beautiful bill. We need more, but this is a great start. I expect the middle till the later part of July, we'll be through the process to bring the proposed integrators to you for selection. So we're looking forward to that.
A year away?
We will have the most. I'm learning from you. This is going to be the greatest contract ever crafted in the federal government for this build for air traffic control. Really, it's innovative, and we have unique tools at FAA. It's going to be a great contract. Bobby left me out of the windmill conversation, Bobby, but so there was a study done in the last administration that said if you build windmills 1.2 miles, within 1.2 miles from a roadway, it can mess up the automation and technology on a car. Same thing 1.2 miles from rail. The last administration buried that report, Mr. President. And so now what we've said is, what we're going to do is say, listen, I'm sorry, it is a safety risk to build windmills this close to...
Wind suck. When harnessing energy from wind is just absolute garbage. Just the way it's being done now, at least. I mean, it's absolute garbage.
Roads, by the way, they want to build them by roads and by rail. We're going to say no more. It is a safety risk, and we have a report to show that. And just real quick.
Good idea. That's
It's a
great.
good team effort. I wasn't invited to the party, but I'm still going to throw it to the party. Maybe next time, Bobby. One last thing. We have this Mars to Moon mission at NASA. No, Moon to Mars mission. Sorry about that. But sometimes people think that space doesn't matter to them. But if you look at every rocket that's launched,
Space, every time I think of space, sorry to interject, every time I think of space, it just is the future. I just think of the future possibilities, just makes me get in a better mindset. Every time I think of space, the potentiality of like going to Mars, just makes me constantly think of the future things to come, civilizations, I mean, et cetera, et cetera. From little micro things in life, currently, to massive, just what could be. I mean, space is just awesome just to ponder on for a brief period of time, just get reminded of constantly by missions from SpaceX, etc. The Mars, getting to Mars, populating Mars, becoming multiplanetary. I mean, it just makes me constantly think of the future, which is always good. A lot better than thinking about the past.
The truck drivers, the electricians, the welders that build these rockets.
Bardam's way more efficient.
Industry that has developed over the course of the last 10 years in space. It's truly remarkable. It's not just rich guys setting up rockets in partnership with NASA. There's a whole industry of working men and women who we celebrate this weekend that build, refurbish, design the rockets that are making America the leader in space. So thank you for your leadership, and happy to celebrate this weekend with you, Mr. President.
Really great. And he is doing a good job at NASA too, and we are, I think we'll have some pretty exciting announcements.
Yes, we do.
And you enjoy it.
It's been fun.
I said, how about temporary? He said, well, can I go a little bit longer? He loves it. He loves it. And he's doing a really good job. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I mean, who doesn't love space? I mean, come on.
Howard, please.
So, making America great again is one of the key statements, and people don't always understand.
100% win rate so far, Sadri.
So, we always talk about 1870 to 1913. But in the mid-1980s, America owned more of the rest of the world than they owned of us. We owned $140 billion of the rest of the world net of what they owned of us. And when you came into office this time, the rest of the world owned $24 trillion more of our assets than we owned of theirs. And so when people argue with you about, the trade deficit is nothing, the trade deficit sends 1.2 trillion of our dollars to them. And what do they do with it? They buy the great America. Because when we learned in college, what we learned was that if you keep printing these dollars, they're supposed to devalue. But the problem is we're too smart. We invented the light bulb, the transistor, the GPU, so they keep buying us. And the only president ever to understand that, and you understood it in the 80s and the 90s, And I used to, see you on TV and you'd say, God, what are these people doing? And finally, we've changed it. So let's go over what we've changed. So Japan and Korea, they're never going to open their markets to us. So we've negotiated $900 billion that they're giving you to invest in national and economic security in America. The European Union, the second largest economy, $20 trillion. And all the experts said you'd never get a deal done with them. And watching you in Scotland was my favorite thing, right? 15%, they'll pay us 15%, and we will pay zero. So we can export to their $20 trillion economy, and they can pay to come to the great American consumer, right? So, a couple of other things. 4 days before you took office, the Commerce Department, which had the CHIPS money, they set up this thing called NatCast, which was a make-believe not-for-profit. And they signed contracts to wire them $7.4 billion. This was just nonsense. So we stopped the payment. We've got the money. It's an illegal thing to try to set up a department that's not the Department of Commerce, that kind of acts like the Department of Commerce. And what was it filled with? All these people who work for the Biden administration. I mean, it's exact corruption that you talk about. $7.4 billion now clawed back. Last week was the most fun. In 1 week, Intel came in, right? The Biden administration had given $11 billion to Intel, given it to them, done. Corporate just gift. And you turn that into really, it was like less than 5 minutes of conversation, and Intel agreed to give us 10% of their company, which of course was worth $11 billion. So it's not socialism. This is capitalism. If you give someone $11 billion, who's just building in America, they're not doing something special, they're building in America. And their CEO told the president he didn't need the grant. And you said, well, then why don't we get something for it? So it's amazing. You're going to watch semiconductors come home, right? We don't produce semiconductors. We've got $165 billion for TSMC, but you're going to watch the whole ecosystem come home because Donald Trump is the only president who understands the magnet to make them come home is one word, which used to be your favorite word. Now it's dropped to number 4, which is tariffs, right? Tariffs are going to bring semiconductors home. They are going to empower Bobby to execute MFN. Tariffs are going to be one of those tools that he's going to use to do that. We're going to do it for furniture. We're getting autos. We got steel, aluminum.
Chaos says, is the market done for today? Absolutely not. There are constantly opportunities. There are no missed opportunities. Only the next one. No missed opportunities. I mean, there was constant opportunities when during this speech, during this 3 hours watching this news, I could have taken around 2 to 3 trades, decided not to. Just save it till tomorrow when volatility is high. The news ramps up this week and next week, so it should be pretty good trading. So it's really not worth me risking anything on this account, on these accounts, when ATR is literally at 8 right now. I'd rather just wait for more high probability areas. Some people eat up this, love this. I don't like trading during this. If I was swing trading, sure, but I'm scalping.
I mean, it has been a blast, So 2 more things. The Department of Commerce is going to start issuing its statistics on the blockchain because you are the crypto president, and we are going to put out GDP on the blockchain so people can use the blockchain for data distribution, and then we're going to make that available to the entire government so all of you can do it. We're just ironing out all the details so we can do it. Patents. We have given tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars to universities for them to do research, and they invent things. And you know who owns those patents? The universities. So we are going to make a deal with them all, which is if we give them the money, don't you think it's fair that the United States of America and the taxpayers who funded it get a piece of that, right? So we wrote a letter to Harvard, so Linda and I working together. I mean, it's so much fun to work with everybody here. I mean, we just have a blast, you know, because Linda's hitting Harvard and she says, what can we do? And now we send them a patent letter and we'll hit them again. So we're having fun together. This is the greatest cabinet working for the greatest president, and I just want to say thank you. I'm having the time of my life.
I mean, if be fair, that does, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, universities doing research, they get grants and it's funded, completely funded 100%, or however you want to distribute it. We deserve, the taxpayers deserve, since we're funding it, a portion of that. I mean, that makes sense. There may be some counter arguments, but I'm not thinking of any right now. So far, sounds all right.
For you, Mr. President.
Sounds common sense.
Yeah, that was very well stated, wasn't it? Some things people
I did
don't
indeed.
think of too much.
That
Thank
is
you
my
very much.
brand. I
Appreciate
came up with it. There are no missed opportunities, only the next one, because in trading, there's a lot of fear of missing out, and you really need to get rid of that by understanding if you miss this opportunity right now. So this trade, there's a possible short opportunity right now. It's hitting the highs at 23,556. Could be a short opportunity here, next here. There's also constant opportunities to come. Tomorrow, the next day, an hour, and 2 hours, and 24 hours, 48 hours. There are no missed opportunities, only the next one. Constant, constant, constant.
Amen to what Howard said. And I would just say, heading into Labor Day from the American military, sir, we happen to be the largest employer in America. We like to think we have a different form of employees who need to be the toughest and the strongest and the most well-trained and the most lethal. And under the previous administration, and for decades, frankly.
What do you mean, Mayfair? What do you mean? It repeats every month, every week? Unless a new world order, we are all sweet. Oh, you're just rhyming. Rhyming, a cryming, a byming, a Simon, a lineman, a Kyman, a diamond in the rough. Yeah, you look so tough. When you get the buff, yeah, crypto is gonna pump. Yep.
It was social justice. It was political correctness. It was
Appreciate the
divisive
file, Ma,
ideologies
Andre, appreciate it.
seeping into the ranks and changing how well we do our job. No more. Now it is only merit-based, gender-neutral, colorblind. The best of the best from the top to the bottom. That's our expectation. And sir, you've enabled that. So from the troops directly, which they ask me to say all the time. Thank you for your leadership, for your boldness, for your clarity, for common sense, for providing a shield for the rest of us to put America first and to apply peace through strength. We're in the strength business. That's our job, is to stand behind everybody.
We're in the home stretch, everyone. We're in the home stretch. This is almost done. We're also 5 subscribers away from 7,300, which is insane. The growth has been absolutely insane. What's up, Roger?
And alongside John, in everything they do to keep the country safe. And
For sure,
the world is noticing. And I wish everybody could. There were 2 meetings yesterday that I think tell the story. One was, because today happens to be the 4-year anniversary of what happened in Abbey Gate in Afghanistan. Mr. President, you had the families in, who you've met with multiple times, who, when the cameras were on and not on, acknowledged, sir, you were the only one that gave them a proper greeting, that recognized what they gave their sons and daughters in the debacle that was the withdrawal in Afghanistan, that we will bring accountability for at the Defense Department through our investigation.
That's good.
Mike is muted again. The situation, the Afghanistan withdrawal, was a scarlet letter per se for the reputation of our country. Just a stain on the reputation. Just the respect level went down the tubes. Just even if you're on whatever aisle you're on, you gotta admit that. I mean, that was just a horrendous withdrawal. Absolutely horrendous.
But at the same time, the world, sadly.
To be fair, it's good that we're out. At least, you know, mostly. But Should have kept that air base. That is correct. Very key, crucial air base. Shouldn't have given the Taliban billions and billions of dollars of the U.S. technology, tanks, brand new cars, weapons. I mean, you name it.
Whether it was Israel, whether it was Ukraine, those wars never would have started if you were president.
Appreciate chaos.
Instead, they looked at the foolishness of Joe Biden. Under your military, your Pentagon, we are restoring deterrence. Whether it's Midnight Hammer and those beautiful B-2s, 37 hours straight, whether it's counter-drug operations in our own hemisphere, whether it's the border, working with Christie and the national security team, whether it's LA, whether it's Washington, D.C., you name it, whether it's Europe. Our allies paying 5%, now our allies in the Indo-Pacific stepping up to do the same. That's a recognition that American leadership is here. And then in the second meeting, we were talking about what we're doing in D.C. and Pam's taking the lead. I have to say, just pause for a second. When I look around this table, yes, there's a national security team of Steve Witkoff and John and Scott and Howard and the vice president and Susie and Christy and Tulsi, but to every person here, we work together on a daily basis. And if you call me and I call you, if the answer is yes, how do we do it together? I think that's exceptional. It's what the American people deserve, and you've demanded that, sir. So I very much appreciate it. In that meeting on DC, I started my sentence by saying, the Department of Defense. To which you said, that just doesn't sound right. So maybe next time we're here, my card will read Department of War. We'll see. But it's not, here's the thing, here's what people miss. It's not just about words. It's about the warrior ethos. It's about what the department is supposed to do. George Washington started the Department of War because he wanted us to win.
Arad says, bro, does this affect gold chart? Absolutely. This, I mean, this news is just talking about people's gold is really more affected by wars, et cetera, et cetera. If a war gets solved, gold and just other indices will come down. Regular indices will go up. That's just constant. Times of uncertainty, times of max fear, gold, crypto, up, 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 and away. And everything else down, 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 down. That's usually how it goes, the patterns. This Ukraine-Russia war, if that would be a ceasefire, gold will start coming down, silver will start coming down. Maybe gradual, may have a couple liquidity sweeps up, but that's just kind of how it goes. Also, you got to realize that the silver, like the prices they're at ounce-wise, are heavily manipulated, just artificially too. I mean, silver should be way higher. I mean, they estimate it should be like 44, maybe 54, 64, 74, something like that. I can't remember the exact report, but firms heavily artificially deflate the values of that. So you just have to take it with a grain of salt. But this news is very crucial. You have to stay up to date with news. Anything transpires, you have to know the schedules coming up for the week. What days certain things are going to be scheduled, because not everything is on the docket until the day of, until like a couple days before. You really got to have the landscape and the projection down, and you need to listen to stuff like this to get it.
Our founders didn't
also
want
achievements,
endless
the
foreign
trajectory.
entanglements. They didn't want
Very crucial.
endless contingencies and deployments. They wanted an empowered military that was, the handcuffs were taken off to fight to win, and then bring those troops home. So my platoon in Guantanamo Bay, our motto was, those who long for peace must declare for war, must prepare for war. We don't want war, we don't seek it. You are the peace president, sir. Because we are strong, our enemies know what we will do. And so whether it's Secretary of War or Secretary of Defense, that warrior ethos is changing. We're going back to basics. Our drill instructors can be drill instructors again, sir. So from the minute of the tactical of standards to the strategic of B-2 bombers, we're focused on what matters. Had a meeting yesterday on Golden Dome for America, which is on track to deliver strategically for the American people. Munitions and the Deputy Secretary making sure our stockpiles are overflowing. That's our job. I'm an honor to be a part of it, sir. Thank you for your leadership.
That's great. I think I like Department of War better, but
Now, are they going to skip over Marco Rubio, or is he going to cook something here?
make that decision, right? But you've been great. Thank you very much, sir. So Marco?
Here we go.
Well, Mr. President, first of all, everyone's made this comment already and needs to be echoed again. You were elected as the President of Working Americans, and that's why this Labor Day is so meaningful. For me personally, this is the most meaningful Labor Day of my life as someone with 4 jobs. And so,
Appreciate it, Rob.
it's true. And but on the point of, you made it very clear from the outset, even in foreign policy, everything we did has to be pro-American. It has to make America stronger or safer or more prosperous. And there's just a few things I want to touch through because it involves your team under your leadership making it happen. The first is, for the first time in the modern era, we are truly on offense against organized cartels that are pumping poison, killer poison, into our cities. And that's a team effort. It's Christie's team, it's Pete's team, it's Pam's team, and obviously it's under your leadership. And by the way, we're getting incredible economic international cooperation. Countries just in the last week, Ecuador, Paraguay, Guyana, Trinidad, today Argentina, all joining us or trying to be helpful in advancing this. And this just, one thing is we're going to stop drugs from coming in and we're having record seizures. But another thing is to build an international coalition against the scourge on the international stage. The second is mass migration, illegal mass migration, which is dangerous for the country but harmful for American workers. What's happening on the border is essential, but it's not just what's happening on the border. And again, Christy and her team have been essential in this. We have countries all over the world that are actually helping us, whether it's through safe third country agreements, whether through it's stopping the migration flow from coming here in the first place. Incredible international cooperation. You've redefined our border. It's no longer just our physical border. We are doing things ahead of time to prevent this from happening and getting cooperation.
Bro, this meeting is never ending. Holy crap. The other meetings were like 2 hours max. What are they doing? This thing's closing in on almost 4 hours.
Operations from countries that we've never seen
I mean,
before.
it's worth it and it's necessary, especially when you're trading, to keep up with stuff like this. And it's 100% worth it. I mean, I've had a good time and I'm going to have a good time, but this is insane.
And last, I would say, and Steve touched upon this, who, by the way, is doing a phenomenal job. Steve is both a great negotiator and he's also a nice guy, which are two tough things to pull off together. But it's incredible.
Bro, here's
but we both
midnight.
work for the peacemaker in chief. Think about it, how fortunate we are as Americans to have a president who's made peace a priority. And just since the last time we've met, there was a war going on in Cambodia and Thailand, between Cambodia and Thailand. The president just picks up the phone and tells them to stop fighting, and within 72 hours, the fighting had stopped. There's no other leader in the world that could have done it. And the fact that you were willing to spend time to do that and to make it happen is, of course, essential. And then the war that didn't happen because of Azerbaijan and Armenia coming here to sign that peace deal, which is historic in so many countries. You know how many countries said, I think it's never going to happen, it isn't possible. And it occurred, Mr. President, because of your leadership. And then on a point of personal privilege, I wasn't even going to raise it. I haven't even talked to you about this. It's a little controversial, but I think I need to bring it up at this time of year.
Oh, here we go.
This thing about people getting married on Saturdays during college football season is a scourge, Mr. President. It's dividing families. And I don't know if we can have an executive order on this, just saying, but it's really difficult. There's 7 other months of the year that people could get married, so I just wanted to say that because it's very, very difficult. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Doug, please.
Well, Mr. President, you've heard from around the table how people are grateful to have an opportunity to be part of this team, have an opportunity to work for you, and have an opportunity to serve the American people. And I would say as we head into this Labor Day, the thing that really differentiates you and your leadership and everybody around this table is one word, and that's respect. Because this is a group of people that respect our farmers and ranchers. We respect the people that are in law enforcement. That's a huge change. Respecting the people that are in uniform, respecting our veterans, respecting our shrimp fishermen. I mean, whoever it is in this country,
100%.
people that are building our roads. This whole group embodies that sense of respect.
Even though them road crews who fix holes, most of them are absolutely trash. Absolutely trash. There's a very select few skilled ones that get it smooth, but they fix an 8x8 hole and they pave over it, and there's like 20 different just bumps in other dimensions and angles that you wouldn't even think of exist. I mean, some of them, I mean, they need to get locked up. Their criminal behavior, I mean, it's insane. Not literally, but I mean, them road crews.
Respect. And when we start with that, then who benefits? We come up with policies that help those people. And what have you done? You've led an opportunity for us to have the lower taxes, way lower deregulation, record amounts of investment that's coming into this country. We're going to be seeing lower interest rates. All of those things coming together is a gift to the working people. The policies are lifting everybody up. There's 140 million Americans that get up and go every day and drive to work. They commute. And one of the most obscene things of the prior administration was their energy policies was creating a hidden tax on those people. The poorer you were, usually the further you had to drive because you couldn't afford the housing if you were working at a hotel, if you're working in a service industry. We were taxing them. A hidden tax on them was the high cost of energy. You're the only, perhaps one of the only leaders in the world that understood the connection between peace abroad and prosperity at home was directly connected to energy policy. You came in and said, we're going to sell energy to our friends and allies. We're going to bring prosperity at home through policies here by having lower energy prices. And we're going to stop funding wars abroad with energy policies that help their adversaries and hurt us. You said we're going to sell energy to our friends and allies. And with the work that Jameson and Howard and Scott and everyone has done on these trade deals, we're going to have an opportunity to have a renaissance in American energy, selling energy to the world, which is going to help bring peace abroad. But the real key thing in closing I want to say is two things. One has to do with the U.S. Park Police. That's the group here in Washington, D.C. They're the oldest uniform law enforcement group in the nation. You coming out and visiting with them in person before they went out on the surge. Not only are carjackings down, muggings down, homicides down, everything down, morale is through the roof. Just like Pete saw, we've got record people signing up to want to be part of our military. You have breathed life back into the profession of law enforcement. Your respect for law enforcement is so incredible. It's making a difference. And then us giving them the tools. On a lighter note for everybody here, one of the rules that under President Trump we were able to change for the U.S. Park Police was they could do a pursuit. I was shocked to find out when we were talking to them, like, oh, you pull somebody over and they just drive away and you can't pursue them? I mean, like, and they said, no, we can't. They said, all rules. We got that rule changed in 24 hours because of President Trump's leadership. The next night, they had so much fun. They pulled people over. They started to take off. They chased them. They stopped them. And then the bad guys, some of these were in cars that had stolen plates. So they take the plate off. They steal them off somebody else's car. They know it. The plate doesn't match. They know they're doing this thing. The bad guys in the car said, What, you're not supposed to chase us. Like, you're breaking the rules. The bad guys are telling us to break. No, we're back in action. So it's like, and so the morale is high. They all wanted to say thank you to you. Yesterday, you announced increasing the number of U.S. Park Police that we're going to hire. This is the group that protects not only our sacred monuments of democracy here, but also the Statue of Liberty and the Golden Gate. This is a great group. But on behalf of all law enforcement, we say thank you. And as Chris Wright was talking about electricity, I want to close with that. We've solved amazing things in 7 months, but the big challenge we have against the remaining is, solving Iran's nuclear thing, that was an existential threat. China beating us in the AI arms race, that's an existential threat. We finally have a president who talks about it. You talked about it in your opening remarks. You've signed executive orders. You understand that essentially we used to say hundreds of years ago, people started saying that knowledge is power. But now, for the first time in history, we can take electricity and we can convert it into intelligence. So it's flipped. It's no longer knowledge is power. Power is also knowledge. And while we're ahead on the technology, we're way behind China on the amount of electricity they're bringing online. And your strong position to support affordable, reliable energy using our nation's resources, including those across the Department of Interior, bringing back coal mining, bringing back mining, bringing back timber. All the industries that have been killed in this country are coming back to life because of you. And with your leadership, we have a chance to not only win the AI arms race, but actually dominate it the way we're dominating in other things. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. And we're leading that race right now by a lot. And we're going to keep the electricity coming. You know, in China, they do it very quickly. They have one person that says, do it, and that's it. But essentially, we have one person that says, do it. And we've given that order, and the job they've done has been amazing. And I want to thank again, Lee, what you're doing in that regard is so important. And the rapidity, just as fast as them, because it's a question of a week versus a day, and that's not going to make the difference. But you've done fantastically, and Doug and Chris, amazing job. So we've done this for a little while now. I don't think you've ever seen anything like it. And I think Sean was right. These guys that are holding these up, if you ever try holding your hand out for 2 hours, that's a long time. These are pretty strong characters. You've been doing that a long time, I guess. Congratulations. Are you getting tired? Are you getting tired? I'm looking at these guys. They look like they have no problem. It's amazing, actually. I think they would have beaten you guys in the test. So I want to thank you. If you want, it's been a long time. If you want, we could go in and we can call it a day. No? And feel free then to ask some of the questions here. Look, I believe in very open, we want to be open, above board. We want to be honest with the media. I wish the media was totally honest with us, but I think they're getting better, to be honest with you. And so we'll see. But if you want to take a few questions, you really want to do that.
On a serious note, when it comes to Fed Governor Lisa Cook, her lawyer has said that they're going to be filing a lawsuit challenging this legal action. What is your response? Are you prepared for a legal fight? And then a little bit
Oh, sure, always. You always have legal fights. Look, I had a legal fight that went on for years with crooked people, with very horrible people that have been found out now between John Ratcliffe and Tulsi and Pam, and I mean, the things that we found out, of course. It's a very, very sad group of people. But no, she seems to have had an infraction, and she can't have an infraction, and especially that infraction, because she's in charge of, if you think about it, mortgages, and we need people that are 100% above board, and it doesn't seem like she was. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, first, I would love to ask you a serious question, but I have to tell you the biggest pop culture news of the year broke while we were in this cabinet meeting. Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are engaged, and the world wants your reaction, sir.
Well, I wish him a lot of luck. No, I think I think he's a great player. I think he's a great guy, and I think that she's a terrific person.
Our country is a straight joke. A straight joke. The fact that even got asked by a reporter after all of that 2.5 hours of just stuff you can ask on and other pressing issues, the wars, peace agreements, Israel, Gaza. I mean, the fact that got brought up is just, we're living in a fallen state.
So I wish them a lot of luck.
This is just crazy.
On a serious note, Mr. President, in May, Secretary Rubio said that they were aggressively removing
Volatile is coming back in.
Yesterday, you said you wanted to allow 600,000 Chinese students to study in the United States. Could you and the Secretary clarify what is the policy on Chinese students in the United States?
Well, we think we're getting along very well with China. And I'm getting along very well with President Xi. I think it's very insulting to say students can't come here, because they'll go out, they'll start building schools, and they'll be able to survive it. But I like that their students come here. I like that other countries' students come here. And you know what would happen if they didn't? Our college system would go to hell very quickly. You'd have, and it wouldn't be the top colleges. It would be colleges that struggle on the bottom. And you take out 300,000 or 600,000 students out of the system. I like having, and I told this to President Xi, that we're honored to have their students here. Now, with that, we check and we're careful and we see who's there, and Marco wants that. We're in the same position. But we have a tremendous college system, the best in the world. Nobody even close. That's why China sends them.
Yeah, the Nasdaq's going up right now.
You can call it an industry if you want, but you're talking about millions of people. And I'm honored to have the students from China come here, and we're just getting along very well with China. And it's a different relationship than we had for years, where they took hundreds of billions of dollars, just sucked it right out of our country. They respect us again. I respect them. The relationship is very good. I think it's important that these are two very major powers, nuclear powers at that, but two very important powers. You know, when I get along with Putin, when I get along with President Xi, when I get along with these people, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. We're tough and we're smart and we're strong. We get along. It's a lot better than not getting along. You had somebody in here before. The war should have never started with Ukraine and Russia. It would have never started. And Putin said that himself. President Putin said that himself. So we want to see college students come in from countries. There are some countries that we can't necessarily say that. These are places that have ideologies that we can't live with. So there are some areas, some countries that we can't say that, but we're honored to have the students come here. Please. Yeah, please.
Yesterday you said that within 2 to 3 weeks we would have a conclusive, pretty good conclusive end to the war in Gaza. What did you mean by that? And could you tell us
On what?
in the war in Gaza?
Yeah, what about it?
You said in 2 to 3 weeks we would have a conclusive end, a pretty good conclusive.
There's no conclusive. It's been going on for a long time. You're talking about, I guess if you really add it up, Steve, you're talking about thousands of years, okay? It's been going on for, there's nothing conclusive, but hopefully we're going to have things solved very quickly with regard to Gaza and also with regard to Ukraine and Russia.
Mr. President, what are you considering for the replacement to nominate for Lisa Cook, and what economic background or history are you?
Well, we have some very good people for that position, and I think we have some very good people. We're down to, I mean, I think I maybe in my own mind have somebody that I like, but I deal with Scott and I deal with Howard, and we're dealing with a lot of people actually that are going to be involved in that decision ultimately. It's a very important decision. As we see, I mean, I got a bad recommendation when I went with Jerome Too Late. You know, it's just, he's too late. His nickname is Too Late, costing us a lot of money, hurting the housing. I mean, our housing industry is good, but it could be phenomenal. Most of this country, in terms, economic terms, has been phenomenal. We've never seen anything like it. Because of him and his high interest rates, the housing is less than it could be. We're going to get that straightened out very quickly. He gets out very quickly, fortunately. He's been the wrong guy. Not a bad person, I don't think, but you know, I do think he has motives, by the way, but I don't consider him, I've dealt with worse. But he hasn't done the job. The recommendation from a certain person was not a great recommendation. That person vouched for him, but we're doing a very careful study. We'll see what happens. Look, we just put a very good man in one position. We might switch him to the other. It's a longer term and pick somebody else, but we're very happy with the person we have in there. And we'll have a majority very shortly, so that'll be great. Once we have a majority, housing is going to swing, and it's going to be great. People are paying too high an interest rate. That's the only problem with housing. We have to get the rates down a little bit, and when we do, it's going to be a tremendous difference. The country is doing so well. It sort of blows through the fact that we have a man who's too late and not doing a very good job. Please, in blue.
Mr. President, regarding crime in D.C., something that might help especially ladies is being able to carry. I know you talked about reciprocal carry. Would you like for that to apply here in Washington, D.C.?
When you say carry, I assume you're talking about carry what we're talking about, right? In other words, carry a gun. Is that right? Would you like to carry a gun?
I would like to, yes, sir.
You'd feel a hell of a lot better, right?
I absolutely.
I agree with you 100%, okay?
Okay, great.
But I'll tell you, within another couple of weeks, it's hard to believe what's been accomplished in 12 days, but within another couple of weeks, you won't have to carry. You're not going to have to carry. You're going to be safe. People are safe now. The turn has gone fast. I knew it was going to go fast, but this turn has gone really fast. And within a month or two, this is going to be one of the safest places in the country. I have no doubt about it. And we'll do an extension. We'll work with Congress, or I could declare an emergency, but I don't think that's going to be necessary. We'll work with Congress. We're going to be working with Congress. I spoke with our great speaker, and I will be speaking to John Thune, and we're getting tremendous support from Congress, especially maybe
I'm
here.
on prop firm accounts connected to Ninja Trader.
Everybody wants to see our capital be great. You could say be great again. You know, it's such a beautiful place, but if you have crime, nothing looks beautiful. So, but you won't need to carry a gun, but if you do,
Well, I would like
it's
to
going to be
know
your
the
choice.
option, just in case.
Well, a lot of
Sure.
people feel that.
Also in other blue cities, you've got Karen Bass in Los Angeles, Brandon Johnson in Chicago. It seems to be very popular here, the fact that people can walk around, go to restaurants, shop, and not have to worry about their safety. If blue city mayors oppose those...
Is there bug audio?
Do you anticipate the Democrat voters are going
Sounds like we're outside. What is that?
to take it out on them at these
I think so. I think that crime is going to be a big thing.
XRP, let's
and
go.
We are the party, the Republicans are the party that wants to stop crime. We're against crime. The Democrats like crime. I don't know why. I mean, we talk about common sense. I think I got elected on talking about common sense. The border, we have to have a wall. We don't want transgender for everybody. We don't, as I said before, we don't want to have men playing in women's sports. I mean, you see the difference. Weightlifting. Take a look at weightlifting. Take a look at long distance running, where a runner came in 5 hours and 14 minutes.
I don't know if you guys can handle it, but this is going on 2x speed. We got to get this done. At this point, it's going to be 20 minutes even with that. I do normally listen to 2x speed. Hopefully you guys can understand and comprehend it. If not, I will try and do a synopsis of this 4-hour meeting. But we are in power hour. We're in power hour. We're 20 minutes away from the 350 algorithm. Didn't expect to be live this long. This meeting went way over schedule, but it is vital we listen to this. Gotta turn 2x.
Champions. One male, one. It's not fair. It's demeaning to women. It's so bad. But they have another one, and I think this is the beauty of them all. Crime. They're against crime prevention. You can't do that. You can't do that. And I think to myself, I say, is there some game? You know, they're smart people. Is there anybody that could cheat like that in elections is smart, okay? And there's never been in history anybody that could cheat like that. They're smart. They're brilliant in many ways. I say, is there some trick to this? When they say, Trump is in Washington, D.C., stopping crime, he's a dictator, and people are being mugged like your brilliant associate here. I don't know how you're alive. I mean, based on that story, you got very lucky. You didn't just go, all you got to do is this, right? And, you know, it's pretty amazing. So we have something. I think we have two things. I think what Bobby was talking about with respect to drug prices is unbeatable. Nobody else could have done it but us. And I think that crime. I think crime will be the big subject of the midterms and will be the big subject of the next election. Think of it. They are, instead of saying, Trump's right about crime, it's really bad in Chicago. You have a guy in Illinois, the governor of Illinois, saying that crime has been much better in Chicago recently, and Trump is a dictator. And most people say, if you call him a dictator, if he stops crime, he can be whatever he wants. I'm not a dictator, by the way, but he can be whatever he wants. I think it's going to be a big subject for the midterms, and I think the Republicans are going to do really well. They called it a trap. This Democrat consultant, they said, he's put him in a trap again, because these are all traps. You know, 80-20, but they're not 80-20. They're almost 100 to nothing, all these issues. But I would say that crime is stronger than men playing in women's sports. I think it's stronger than transgender for everybody. You know, it's transgender for everybody, according to them. It's stronger. Of course, this is a cause of it, open borders. Open borders gave us a lot of this crime, so, you know, so they're sort of on an equal footing, I guess. But crime is going to be a very big subject. And you know what he should do if he was smart? Illinois or New York, if they want, or Gavin Newsom. They should call me and they should say, you know, we got a problem. You know, we could solve with this team, different players, but work the same way, because you'd leave them here. You don't want to take them out and let it go to hell. Everybody's so happy and I bet you walked over here today and you had no fear. Nobody has any fear anymore for the last 12 days. But it would be so smart. Gavin Newsom called me up, say, you know what, we have a big problem. We have the Olympics coming up. We want to do well. We have tremendous problems on crime and other things, and we'd love some help. Chicago in particular, maybe right now. I mean, it's a disaster. It's a disaster. We could solve their problem in, it's bigger than this, let's say 2 months. Okay, working with their police. I know their police very well. I have a big project in Chicago. I was so proud of it. It's the best site in Chicago. I got it. Nobody else got it. I was happy as hell. That was when I was a real estate guy, and I got it. The Sun Times site, they call it. And I built the building. It's a great building. And I'm so embarrassed when I see the kind of crime stats coming out there. So embarrassed. And if I were a governor, a Democrat governor, or mayor, or anybody having to do, I'd call up President Trump. I'd say, President Trump, we need your help. We saw what you've done in D.C. in a period of 12 days. This is 12 days. We haven't even started. This is going to be so safe. It's going to be the safest place on earth. And we'll do the same thing in Chicago. But I'd like to be asked as opposed to just going in and doing it. Because, you know, when you go in and do it, then they start screaming, oh, he shouldn't be here. We don't need him. We're doing so well. And then the better we do, they take credit for it. So it's really pretty unfair. Yes,
For a lot of victims like myself, the big concern is long-term sustainability. Who's your within our public value plan ensuring that DC is safe in the long term?
Longer term, yeah. Well, it's a great question. Number one, we want to stay there for longer than 30 days, as you know. We have an absolute mandate, and I can extend it, but I'd rather not have to declare a national emergency, because by that time, I mean, right now there's not an emergency. We've done, as you sort of said yourself, it feels like a different world. We've got under arrest and prosecution, and we've taken some, and we're in the process of taking hundreds out of our country that shouldn't be here. And these are hardcore professional criminals. They were born to be criminals, in my opinion, but they're seriously bad people. Murderers, drug dealers, you know them all. You see them all as you walk beautifully to work, and every once in a while somebody puts a gun to your head, because that's what happened in your case. We're getting a lot of them out of the country. We're putting a lot of them in prison because we're afraid to bring them out of the country. They could come back. You know, as good as we're doing, they could come back. We don't want them back, and that's going to solve a lot of it. We also think there should be a presence here for long enough. We should also work with our police department, because you have very good police here. Very good. We're working very well with them, by the way. And we have to work together for a while. We have some people that are very tough and very strong working with the police. They're going to be able to handle it. And you know what? If it gets a little bit bad, just a little bit, I'll bring them back in and we'll straighten it out. We'll make it perfect. You're going to be so safe in the city. And you're going to have the city beautified. We're going to be giving out, we're working with Clark, as you know, construction. They're the biggest. They're working with me also. We're building a beautiful ballroom for the White House. They've been after it for 150 years, employs a lot of people. It's going to be as beautiful a ballroom as has ever been built. And Clark is the big builder in this city. They've done, I guess, a majority of the good work, the big work, and we're working with them on the beautification, the fixing up of the roads, the fixing up of the medians, you know, between the roads, so cars don't wrap into each other. They wrap into. I have one piece sitting on the ground for weeks. This was a year ago, and I had to come in, unfortunately, for fake court cases. And I looked at the condition. We have it fixed up a lot right now. You know, the tents are removed, and a lot of things have taken place. But I'd come into this city and I say, boy, does it look bad. The filth on the roads, the medians were broken and always laying down, and nobody would fix them, and all of that. Well, we're gonna have new medians. We're gonna have a nice topping put on the road. We're not gonna rip the roads apart and start a construction project that lasts for 2.5 years as they rebuild the road, which they don't have to do. And we're gonna have this place so beautiful. That's gonna be a part of it. Now, the biggest part is crime, but it's also a part, when you see a dirty city, it's like I told, I don't know, it became the #1 thing viral. I said my father is a smart guy, he's a great guy, he's a loving, wonderful father, but he could be a little on the tough side. He told me that, son, when you walk into a restaurant, you see a dirty, filthy door going into the restaurant, don't go there because the kitchen's dirty also. When they see a dirty capital, the rest of the world, they lose a lot of respect for our country. This capital is going to be so beautiful. We're going to have new poles, new lights, new fences. It's stuff that, when you add it up, it's money, but it's peanuts compared to what we're talking about. And we're also going to have great safety.
I want to ask you on crime and also a question on foreign policy that maybe other officials can weigh into. And on crime, I shared her story, and you mentioned, people going to their...
Terrible story. I'm just amazed she's here. When the gun is Pam, when the gun is put to the head. Did they ever capture these people, by the way?
I kept calling, but I haven't heard back about this.
It'd be really great if you could maybe give the information. She's very good at capturing people, She's very good. If you could give that information to Pam, would be great. Would you do that? You'd love to see them. I would assume you'd like to see them captured. You can't, you just can't? Yeah, take a good look at them. Go ahead,
Just a few weeks ago, I was out to dinner with my husband, and we're taking the metro back, and then we get attacked on the metro. They're throwing things, some teenagers, throwing liquid at us.
Oh, they're throwing things. How about when they chop down the granite curbs and the concrete curbs, but the granite curbs so expensive. Those granite curbs, nobody uses them because they're so expensive. And you see a guy chopping them and handing out big chunks of them like a brick, because they couldn't get in because people were stopping them from walking out. A little bit unusual when you walk in with a bag of bricks. Generally speaking, Sean, that's not a good sign. That's not a good sign. But they now come in with hammers. They can disguise a hammer. And they start pounding the concrete and the granite, and they hand out chunks. And those people take those chunks and start throwing them at cops, or they stand on the top of bridges and they drop them down into the windshield of your car, and you get killed running into a light pole. It's those days are over.
I wanted to ask you, Governor Hochul, Kathy Hochul said that she spoke to you on the phone, and you said you might send National Guard troops to New York. You mentioned that. So will you?
I'd love to do it. If she'd like, I get along with Kathy. If she'd like to do that, I would do it. See, look, New York has difficulty, and I don't want to make this bite. I want to make this like friendly. But the places we're talking about happen to be virtually all Democrat-run. Now, take a look at your 25 places that are most troubled. Everyone, except maybe one, and it's way back in number 24 or 25, but essentially 25 out of 25 are run by Democrats. And cashless bail was a disaster. When they did that, and I believe it was instituted first in New York, but when they did cashless bail, that was a tragedy for this, because that's when it really started getting bad. When somebody kills somebody, you don't say you can come out, you don't have to put up anything. You put that person in jail, and you find out whether or not it's true, but you don't give cashless bail with a promise to come back in a couple of months, we'll start talking to you. Because they go out and they kill other people, and you can't do that. The cashless bail has been, it's just a woke thing. It's got to stop. You see that, Christy, better than anybody. It's got to stop. It causes unbelievable, and we're doing that. We're stopping it in D.C. I would love to have the governor of Illinois call me and say, look, we have a problem in Chicago. We will stop that problem in Chicago in 2 months, maybe less. 2 months, we'll stop it. These are tough cookies we have working for us. These are tough cookies. These are not politically correct soldiers. I won't go into definitions of what that means, but these are not politically correct soldiers. These are rough guys. I watched it last night. I see it. I saw them the other day when we went down and we spent some time together with them. These are tough cookies. These are not people that you're going to laugh at and spit in their face and they're not going to do anything about it. And these people, they're afraid. These gang members are bad people too. And these are bad. These are just bad people. Ours are bad, but they're bad in a good sense, right? You understand that, Scott? And we can solve Chicago in 2 months. Now, then, as per your statement before, we have to keep it going, and we'll be able to keep it going. The first thing you have to do is get it down. We are very close to being in that position in D.C., and within a month, we will be within a month from when we started, which is quicker than I thought. You're going to feel very, very safe. I think you feel very safe right now. But I would love it to have these governors, mayors call me and say, we'd like to invite you into our community because we have a problem, and you can handle the problem, and we can't. One other thing, sanctuary cities, they should be terminated. They're sanctuary for criminals. They're safety and security for criminals. They are very, very bad, and all of these places have big sanctuary cities, and all they're doing is protecting criminals. Okay.
You have spoken out very strongly for a long time about what you see as the weaponization of government. Is your administration weaponizing government by digging into the mortgage records of officials you don't like?
No, they're public. I mean, you can find out those records. You can go check out the records yourself, and you should be doing that job, actually. You wouldn't do that because that's not the kind of reporter you are, but you should be doing that job. I shouldn't have to be doing it. If you did your job properly, we wouldn't have problems like Lisa Cook. Go ahead, you were going to say something? Go. Blue? I think we have to have lower interest rates.
It's all a question for you and Madam Attorney General, National Security. We've heard from Senator Miller yesterday in the Oval Office that there are street criminals here in D.C. who are actually found to be doing business with transnational criminal cartels overseas.
We know who they are, and we know who they're doing business with, and we're arresting the people, very strongly arresting, and we're keeping them there because, your laws here make it very difficult. And one of the other laws we're trying to get done, because you have 14-year-old kids that are just as tough as a 25-year-old kid, just as dangerous, and they carry the same gun. And we have to make a provision where they're treated like older people, because these are seriously tough, bad, they're children, but they're criminals, and they're really bad criminals. And they're used by older people because they never get charged, because you can't do anything to them. But we are getting that changed, Pam, I hope, because you have 14-year-old kids that are evil, they're sick, and they have to be put away. Something has to be done, because you can't have a society where they're allowed to walk the street. You know that better than anybody. I can't believe you're not tired holding that? Look at this. How strong are you? How strong are you? Look at him. He's been holding that thing for 3 hours. You're good fisherman. Go ahead.
Alaska, you had mentioned there would be severe consequences of Vladimir Putin not agree with after that summit that was rolled back given the negotiations. Is he back on the clock now?
I want to see that deal end. It's very, very serious what I have in mind if I have to do it, but I want to see it end. I think that in many ways he's there. Sometimes he'll be there and Zelensky won't be there. It's like, who do we have today? I got to get them both at the same time. But I want to have it end. We have economic sanctions. I'm talking about economic, because we're not going to get into a world war. I'll tell you what, in my opinion, if I didn't win this race, Ukraine could have ended up in a world war. We're not going to end up in a world war anymore, but it would have ended up possibly in a world war. That would have been they were ready to trot. But just like India and Pakistan, we're going to end up in a nuclear war if I didn't stop them. It's sort of strange. I saw they were fighting. Then I saw 7 jets were shot down. I said, that's not good. That's a lot of jets. $150 million planes were shot down. A lot of them. 7, maybe more than that. They didn't even report the real number. And I'm talking to a very terrific man, Modi, of India. And I say, what's going on with you in Pakistan? Then I'm talking to Pakistan on trade. I said, what's going on with you in India? And the hatred was tremendous. Now, this has been going on for a hell of a long time, sometimes with different names for hundreds of years. But I said, what's going on? I said, I don't want to make a trade deal. No, we want to make a trade deal. I said, no, I don't want to make a trade deal with you. You're going to have a nuclear war. You guys are going to end up in a nuclear war. And that was very important to them. I said, call me back tomorrow, but we're not going to do any deals with you, or we're going to put tariffs on you that are so high. You were there, Howard, right? You're going to put tariffs on you that were so high, I don't give a damn. Your head's going to spin. You're not going to end up in a war. Within about 5 hours, it was done. It was done. Now, maybe it starts again. I don't know. I don't think so, but I'll stop it if it does. We can't let these things happen. The Russia-Ukraine situation, last week, 7,012 soldiers, 7,012 soldiers died. They were Russian, they were Ukrainian, they weren't American, so a lot of people say, what do you care? They're not American. I care. They're 12,000, over the last couple of weeks, over 12,000 people died in like in 2 weeks. You know, we're talking about crime where somebody's killed here or somebody. Think of it, you have your son leaving Russia, leaving Ukraine, their little house, wherever they live with their parents, and waving goodbye, just like our parents would wave goodbye. And they wave goodbye, son. And then a week later, his head's blown off in a stupid war by a drone, a whole new form of military problem. So, no, I'd like it to stop. I want to get it to stop. And it will not be a world war, but it'll be an economic war. And an economic war is going to be bad. And it's going to be bad for Russia, and I don't want that. Now, I have to also see, because not everybody, you know, Zelensky's not exactly innocent either, okay? You know, it takes two people to tango. And I say it all the time. You got to get them together. I get along with Zelensky now, but we have a much different relationship, because now we're not paying any money to Ukraine. You know, stop that. We're paying money to ourselves. What's happening is NATO is buying all of the equipment and paying in full. But even with that, forget about that. I want to get it stopped because it's a lot of lives that are being lost. Every week it's 7,000, 5,000, 6,000. I get the reports, and I see battlefields. I'd rather not see them. And you know, you read about Gettysburg. You read about Gettysburg, and you see, you know, those 1,000, 600,000 people. But in that war in particular, was really bad, like 150,000 or something, just dead body. I'm seeing the same. I see pictures. I see satellite pictures of heads over here, arms over here, legs over here, and this is like a modern age. It's no different than the worst wars that I've ever seen. And if I can stop it because I have a certain power or a certain relationship, I had a very good relationship with President Putin. Very, very good. That's a positive thing again. And I think I'm probably the only. Steve Witkoff would tell you I'm the only one that can solve it. I don't know. You told me that a few times. Unless you're saying that just to build up my ego, but it's not really. I have no ego when it comes to this stuff. I just want to see stuff. Thousands of young people, mostly young people, are dying every single week. If I can save that by doing sanctions or by just being me, or by using a very strong tariff system that's very costly to Russia or Ukraine or whoever we have, you know. But I stopped 7 wars, and 3 of those wars were going on for more than 30 years. You know, if you look at Congo, if you look at just look at any of them, almost all of them were going on for an extended period of time. Now, interestingly, one had just started. It was 2 days old, and you know that one. And we did that one when we were in Scotland negotiating. It was 2 days ago. There were 2,000 dead bodies laying on the border, and I got that one stopped too. And I'm very honored by that. But I still, the one that I thought would be the easiest is turning out to be the hardest. That's President Putin and President Zelensky. But I think I'll get it done. You never know. It's war. With war, you never know, right? War's very tricky, very horrible. But with war, you never know. Things change. People go into war, think they're going to win the war, and then they get their asses kicked, and they lose their country. They lose millions of lives. Nobody goes into a war thinking they're going to lose. They go in. I'm sure that Ukraine thought they were going to win. It's going to be, you know, we're going to win. You're going to beat somebody that's 15 times your size. Biden shouldn't have let that happen. Biden shouldn't have. I mean, the man was grossly incompetent. He should have never been there. That would have never happened. But you don't go into a war that's 15 times your size. Say it.
Fed just put out a statement saying that Lisa Cook has indicated to her personal attorney that she'll promptly challenge this action in court, seek a judicial decision that will confirm her ability to continue.
That's all right, whatever it is.
The Fed will abide by any court
Thank you very much for reading it. I abide by the court, yeah. I abide by the court. Yes, please. That's enough. That's enough. Go ahead.
What other companies are thinking about taking a stake in?
Well, you know, we didn't take a stake in the sense that it was reported. Everyone said, I bought a stake in Intel. No, I got it for free. I said, I was with the, is that correct statement? Howard was there.
Absolutely correct.
Scott knew all about it. They came in, a man was charged with something by a very good person. Senator Cotton made some statements about the gentleman that was running Intel. When he came in, and I said some rough things about him, I said, I'm not happy with it. And they called, and he was very devastated at what I said. I said he should immediately resign. And he came to see me, and I was very impressed by him, actually. And he made a mistake, or factors happened where something like this could have taken place. In the meantime, his board was staying by him. And I said to him, and it took about, I would say, less than 45 seconds. I said, you know what you should do? You're smart. Give the United States of America 10% of your company. And he looked at me and he said, I'll do that. I said, I just made $11 billion for the United States. And we made the deal. I didn't pay. We didn't write a check. Now, I guess Biden, with the stupid CHIPS Act, handed money to all these people that didn't need any money. It didn't do anything. You know, they're giving billions of dollars to everybody. They all have so much money. They have more money. But there's no commitment that you had to build. They just took all this money. I don't know. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. See, with tariffs, they have to come in. Because if they don't come in, they can't sell into our country. So it's power. And you don't have to give up any money. But I said to him very simply, I mean, I'm glad we're straightening this out because everyone thinks I bought in. No. I said, it would be great. We'd be a great partner for you. And I want to see Intel do well. You know, Intel was a great company. And it could be a great company again. But I said, I think it would be good if we own 10% of your company. He said, I'll make that deal. And it happens to be worth $11 billion. So we made $11 billion for the country. And then I was criticized by some of the fake news media. That's not the American way. Actually, it is the American way. Now, if I can help other countries or do those deals with that, I would do that. I think it's great. It's good. Builds up our balance sheet. Let me tell you, our country is becoming very rich again. You don't see it. When the CBO came out on Friday and said, we just found $4 trillion. And that goes to reduce our deficit. $4 trillion. And it was from the tariffs. Our country is becoming very, very rich again. I hope you get used to it. You're going to have to get used to it.
Any update on your previous talking about potentially giving Americans a tariff rebate check?
Well, we have a lot of money coming in, rebate check for the Americans, and it's coming in at tremendous numbers. Don't forget, I would say, Scott, we probably are talking about right now
rebate.
50%, maybe even less than that. With all the money you're hearing is coming in, you're talking about, you know, a lot of it hasn't kicked in yet. And when it really kicks in is in 2 years when these plants are built and opened and the money starts pouring in, right? But I mean, there's a concept of making you could call it a dividend, as we would say, making a dividend to the people in this country who have had to suffer through stupid leadership. And they paid a lot of taxes and they got nothing for it. or they got attacked like you were, okay, for it. No, there's a possibility. Primarily, we want to pay down debt,
Appreciate
but there's a
Kaz.
possibility that we take a piece of it and pay make a dividend to the people.
I have a question for Steve Wickoff, if I may.
Yeah.
This past weekend, Sergei Lavrov was saying that Putin will not sign a peace deal with Zelensky because Russia views him as illegitimate. Just wondering if the Russians had been relaying this to your team, if they view Zelensky, as a leader worth signing a peace deal with, if they will.
Doesn't matter what they say. Steve can answer, but I can answer too. Doesn't matter what they say. Everybody's posturing. It's all bullshit. Okay. Everybody's posturing. Steve, you have a different answer? I agree with you, sir.
500 people short of the police department, Metropolitan Police. In New York City, it's 3,000. In Chicago, it's 1,300. Well, they've had to bring in troops from the National Guard if the police departments in this country were fully staffed. Defund the police. How bad did that turn out for America?
It's an interesting question. I was surprised when I heard how many police were here. It's not a really big area. And I think they said they're down to 3,200 police or something like that. I said, that's a lot of police. And I was a little bit surprised because to me that's a big force. And it's not a big area, but it is what it is. There's a lot of crime. You have a lot of, don't forget, you have a lot of police that weren't allowed to do their job. When I came in, as you remember, we made tremendous strides in a little conflict that we had going at the time because I allowed our military to make the decision. I said, you can make any decision you want. I gave it to the colonels in the field. I gave it to the captains in the field. You remember that where everything went through Biden, meaning one of the people, and everything went through Obama before him. Everything went through, they had to make the decision as to whether or not to attack the Taliban. So they'd find 30 people together, they'd call up Washington, and they'd go to a political hack who knew nothing about it. My first night I got that same call, they called me, and they said, I got a call at 3 o'clock in the morning because I listened to the system, and they were calling me and they were asking me whether or not they could attack a group of people having to do with you know what war I'm talking about. And I said, I know nothing about this. Wait a minute. And then I said, who is it? Let me speak to the people calling. They're calling from Afghanistan. And I said, let me speak to the people. I want to speak to them. And it was a colonel. I said, where'd you go to school, Colonel? I went to West Point, sir. Were you a good
Raising
student?
Cane.
So you're calling the White House to ask for permission to attack, and by the time you get the answer, how long does it take? Sometimes 2 or 3 weeks. So by the time you get the answer, the people that you want to attack have already left, right? He said, how did you know that, sir? I said, let me ask you. So you're a good student, you went to West Point, and you love the military, right? Yeah. You make the decision. And I gave all those guys that went to all these great schools, and they're all military people, I gave them the right to make their own decision, and we kicked ISIS's ass. Don't forget, ISIS was supposed to take 5 years to terminate him, and we had a man named Raising Cane who happens to have done the whole thing in Iran. Great general, and he's a wonderful guy too, believe it or not. But he's a great soldier. We let them do their work, and we defeated ISIS. We defeated everybody. Every fight that we had militarily that I had, I won. And I let these great soldiers do. Some make a mistake, I guess. But like this colonel, I'll never forget it. Where did you go to school? I went to West Point, sir. I did ask him a question. Like good students are supposed to be answered. He said, I was a good student, sir. And I said, you do what's necessary. And, I don't want to sound overly vicious, but he wiped out the entire group of very bad people that want to kill us. So you have to let them do their job. In Washington, they're not allowed to do their job, okay? They're not allowed. You have great police. You have great police, but they're not allowed. Hello. Go ahead.
Like Congress, Mr. President, would you be open to a year-long continuing resolution?
I'm always open to whatever is necessary. Here's the problem in Congress. You have Democrats that will never vote for anything. I could say that we're going to lower your taxes by 50%. We're going to guarantee you free cities, safe cities. Nobody will ever get touched, molested, beat up, shot in the head. We're going to give you the greatest country ever. We need your vote. And they won't vote. And they do it in unison. The only thing they do good is cheat on elections and unite. You know why they unite? Not because they're good or they're loyal people. They unite because they're afraid. They're afraid of the radical left. And you can't get their vote. So we have a vote coming up at the end of September. And I think we're going to pass it because we have the majority. And I think almost every Republican will vote for an extension. Because no matter what deal you make with these people, look at Schumer. He made a deal a year and a half ago. And after making the deal, he's been almost run out of the party. He's not the same man. He's not the same man. He's finished. He aged 20 years. He's become a Palestinian, by the way. We call him our great Palestinian senator. But Chuck Schumer. And I wrote him a letter. I said, Chuck, that was really great. Thank you very much. And somebody gave the letter to the press, not me. And he was destroyed because they thought I was being sarcastic, and I wasn't. He made a great decision. It kept our country open. That was a positive. But you can count on almost no vote. I mean, I see things. I'll give you an example of crime. So we're going to pass a bill to stop crime. We may not get one Democrat vote. Okay. We may not get one. So when you say continuing resolution, I guess so. And it's going to be passed exclusively by Republicans.
Mr. President, why do you mentioned in Iowa that you want to see some changes to the H-2A visa program for farm workers?
Right.
You mentioned in Iowa that you want to see changes. Do you want to see that before the fall harvest?
Well, I love both groups, and we take care of our farmers, and we also take care of the people that want bad people out of our country. And we're working on something that's going to work really well. We take care of our farmers, but we also have to take care of those people that voted for me because they don't want criminals in our country. And we're working on something where we can take care of both.
You were talking about the CDO reporting, two of your cabinet members were talking about. I remember back on Liberation Day, many of us reporters covered your detractors, people saying that it was going to explode the deficit and therefore explode the debt. Who all has called you to say I was wrong?
That's very good. You know the answer to that. Okay, yeah, please.
Governor Pritzker said yesterday that at a press conference that he would encourage nonviolent resistance to the National Guard if they were sent to Chicago. What's your response to that?
He said what?
This would encourage nonviolent resistance if the National Guard is sent to Chicago.
Look, this guy doesn't know what resistance is or nonviolent resistance is. He's a bad politician. It's amazing. I mean, if he didn't have the money, he wouldn't get any votes because there's no compelling reason to vote for him. He's a major loser. But it would be nice if he would call me. I would change my mind immediately. He said, because everybody knows Chicago is a hellhole right now. Everybody knows. It's not like he's saying Chicago has much better numbers, right? Well, what's much better? You mean 100 people are going to be murdered? It's going to be much more than that. So I would have much more respect for Pritzker if he called me up and said, I have a problem. Can you help me fix it? I would be so happy to do it. I don't love, not that I don't have the right to do anything I want to do. I'm the president of the United States. If I think our country's in danger, and it is in danger in these cities, I can do it. No problem going in and solving his difficulties. But it would be nice if they'd call in and say, would you do it? And we do it in conjunction. Now, we work very well with the police because we naturally get along with the police. So the police and us work really well together, whether the mayor is opposed or whether, you have a really rotten mayor there too. He's got a 6% approval rating in Chicago. And I see black women wearing a red MAGA hat last night on television. Please let the president come in. My son was attacked. You have a force of black women. Black women. They're like only Trump. They want Trump to come in. And you see them. They're all over the place in Chicago because they're afraid to go out and they don't want their son or their daughter killed, just like your parents didn't want you killed. And we have a tremendous
look, it's not about winning elections because we want to have nice, fair elections. It's not politics. We want to see a safe country. You have people that want to see a safe country, and they're great people. You have great people in Chicago. The mayor is at 6% approval. He's an incompetent man. He should have never been put in a position like that. He can't handle it. You have an incompetent governor there. You have an incompetent governor in California. Gavin. I know him very well. He's incompetent. He's a nice guy, looks good. Hi, everybody. How you doing? He's got some strange hand action going. I don't know what the hell his problem is. It's a little weird, to be honest. There's a little something shaky going on there. But, you know, all he has to do is call me and say, we have the Olympics coming up. We want to make it really good and safe. And I'll put some really good, great American patriots in there, and you won't have any problem. Don't forget, it's loaded up with some stone-cold killers, some really bad people, some people that were just born to be bad. They're criminals, bad criminals, dangerous. And we can solve the problem for them very quickly. Very quickly. Okay, you know what I think? I think this. You have not had this happen for 4 years. You sat and you'd ask one question to Biden, and it was always the ice cream question, right? What flavor ice cream do you like? I like vanilla. And that was the end of the conference. I think now we've done enough. These people are very busy. I want to just thank, this is the greatest, this has never been done before. First of all, a cabinet meeting was secret. You never let the fake news media in. But the fake news media isn't all fake. It's a lot of it is, but it's not all. I think it's a great thing. I think maybe it's going to be done in the future. I hope it's going to be done. But you really get the word out. I mean, we had, each one of these people spoke. I think each one, if I thought one of them did badly, I would call that person out. I would say, Christy, what the heck are you doing? No, but no, seriously, you have a very talented group of people. They get along, they work along together. And there's something really nice about just, the openness of what we're doing. It's government. It's an open government. That's what we are. And we haven't made too many mistakes. Maybe we'll. But we haven't made too many mistakes. We've called it right. And I think you can be very proud of your country. We are a respected country again. We are really, right now, respected at the highest level, and we're doing great. And we're a very rich country again. Very rich. And that's a good thing, because when we're rich, we can take care of poor. And that's what we're doing. And we're taking care of crime. And I hope, just in finishing, I hope that Illinois, I hope that New York, I hope that California, I hope they call me and they say, I'd love to have you come in and help us out. I will be a totally different person with them. I will respect them for doing it. Thank you all very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank goodness. That was a 4-hour cabinet meeting. And now I have the very tall task of trying to synopsize it. But before then, there's probably a trade opportunity to come, because we are in the 3:50 algorithm, 3:50 p.m. EST algorithm. Last 10 minutes of market, and we'll see what this wants to do. So far, it's trying to go up. Turn on this music as well. All right, so far we're going up, ticking up, ticking up, ticking up. A little further. Man with one short. Down 45, down 60. Man, I want to go to that pivot point. In with one more, in with two. This volatility lasts for like 2 minutes. 2 to 3 minutes. May just be straight up action. We'll see. Down 200, down 300. Tapping that pivot point. Down 10 points. Let's see. Adding one. And with 3 contracts short. See if we get a pullback. Everything is rounding up. Looks good. But I'm betting on pattern recognition right now. 350 algorithm, I've traded numerous of times. See if I'm right. A 5, up 20, up 50. Still has some bullish momentum. We'll see. Up 60, up 100. It's pretty strong. Down 400, down 200. We need a pullback and rejection of this pivot point. ES is trying to pull back. Pivot point at 23,586. Key level pivot point, 4-hour time frame pivot point as well. Nvidia is trying to come up. We have 8 minutes, 7 minutes until market close. We will have to ramp up risk. Down 700. Down 10 points. Trying to prop off the pivot point. Video is coming up. Palantir's up 3%. Adding 4 there. It was 7 short. We'll see. Stepping up risk. Down 1,000. This could just be straight up action. Sometimes this 350 algorithm just goes straight up. Or straight down. Most of the time it wicks up 30, 50 points, then has a pullback. Beautiful. Up 200, up 300, up 400, taking 2 off. A little more, a little more, a little more, a little more. A little more pullback, a little more pullback. Taking 2 more. Beautiful. I'm scalping that. Took it out for 865. Beautiful. Negative R&R, negative R&R. Pattern recognition, baby. Pattern recognition. Looking sketchy for a minute, though. This is probably going to pull back all the way to the 21 EMA. Pattern recognition. Man, I haven't traded the 350 algorithm in like a month. It's been like a month. Leave it up to Trump to take the news conference, the news meeting, the cabinet meeting 4 hours when it's usually an hour and a half, 2 hours. And now we're trading the 350 algorithm. Hey. Alright, now let's try and synopsize what just happened. Let's try. So a lot of revisions to workforces, a lot of just efficiency savings. We had Tulsi Gabbard, I believe, report 700 million in savings for her department. Also, domestic auto production is coming back in rapidly. They project that to take around 24 months. So around 18 months from now, we should start seeing some of that hit the economy. Fossil fuels are also coming up. They're deregulating all that and putting more regulation and getting rid of wind and solar. Trying to just get the farmland back, get rid of the eyesores, take away all the stuff. Really interesting stat. 1.2 miles away from a railroad or water or anything, the windmills have a strange reaction, so they're looking at that. That's a little strange. Also, autism, they're looking to have a cure. Supposedly, Trump already knows of the so-called cause of it, but Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is looking into that, and Trump is intimately trying to find a cure for the 1 in 31 rate autism. Then we had we had 500 million. So the deal with Harvard, I think they settled with Yale if I remember correctly, but the deal with Harvard they were talking about with the, I forget her name, the school person, we'll just call her the school person in the cabinet, responsible for all the schools in the country, etc., etc. They are only willing to get a $500 million settlement from Harvard. They're not going to take any less, any more. They're also looking, what was that contract Lutnick was talking about? He wanted to implement a contract, getting the patents for the U.S. consumer, because we're paying for grants for the colleges to do research. So the taxpayers are paying and funding all these grants, researches to these diseases, etc., that are getting patents alongside it. So common sense, they're doing the work, we're funding it, taxpayers are funding it. So the taxpayers, aka the U.S., should hold some stake in the patents of them cures, just other things, patents in medical, etc., inventions, etc. So it makes sense, What else of significance? 000 crossing the border, which is hard to tell. 1.6 or 1.7 million people have self-deported with the Mobile One app that was transporting illegal immigrants into the U.S., now taking them out. 1.6 million people, illegal immigrants, have decided to self-deport, which I thought is astronomical. I was not expecting that type of numbers in a matter of 5 to 6 months. I mean, just imagine where we'll be at. I think the target they're aiming for is around 11 million, if I'm not mistaken. That could be made up. But that's immense, very immense. They're ramping up production. Oil prices are $60 a barrel. The U.S. is producing 300,000 barrels of oil a day, I believe. Could be misquoting that. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will see a bigger capex boom here. We're getting the Treasury taking in record tariff revenue. I think we'll see a tariff revenue jump in September. I do not know if I'm missing anything. I probably am. China respects us again. Fed Cook being fired. Lisa Cook, or whatever her name is, the Fed that got fired for mortgage fraud, is supposedly launching a lawsuit for wrongful termination, etc. Pretty much it. So I think I'm now. It's not bad. Just going over the news right now. Trying to see if I missed anything. Exxon held secret talks with Rosneft about going back to Russia. Trump and Kazimir. I'll bow by courts. Sanctions on the strong tariff. War will be bad for Russia. Economic war. They talked about the Afghanistan withdrawal. That's pretty much everything that comes to mind of significance. Trump said something in the beginning, but it was 3 hours before. I can't remember it. Market is closed. This is the first day we traded the entire market. We did take a break for 4 hours and trade news. But we traded here in the latter half of the day and the 350 algorithm, power hour 350 algorithm. So Nvidia ended the day 1.07% up. Tesla ended the day 1.47% up. Google ended 0.6% down. Amazon ended 0.32% up. Microsoft ended 0.44% up. Meta ended 0.13% up. Apple ended 0.96% up. Google ended 0.6% up. MicroStrategy ended 2.4% up. Palantir ended 2.3% up. GameStop ended 1.6% down. Costco ended 1.85% up. Alibaba ended 0.15% down, low negative. AveGo ended 1.27% up. AMD ended 2% up. QCOM ended 1.7% up. Adobe ended 2.3% down. Voyager Technologies, a newer IPO on the Nasdaq, ended 3.75% down. Up. Voyager Technologies ended 3.75% up. Robinhood ended 0.8% up. The Nasdaq futures ended around 0.37% up. ES futures ended around 0.4% up. Dollar ended 0.25% down. The Dow Jones industry ended 0.3% up. The regular Nasdaq ended 0.25% up. Regular SPY, SP 500 ended 0.4% up. And the Russell 2000 ended 0.85% up. Bitcoin is currently 0.75% up. ETH is almost 5% in the gain, in the green, 5% for the day. Solana is up 5%. XRP is up 6.3%. Doge is up 4.3%. So we may have hit the bottom, at least temporarily. I'm expecting a more downtrend. Bitcoin hit around 106,000, then bounce. This could be a false break, liquidity sweep up, send it down. This could actually be the dip opportunity. We will see in the next coming days. I told my landlord to celebrate. Well, I guess I'm missing, last night I told him to meet at market open. Well, I guess I'm missing that by 3 points. Sucks down. Arad says, bro, where can I learn how to do it? I'm about a year trading. I don't understand why you took the short. Can you explain why? I explained every single reason. It's pattern recognition. I've traded the 350 algorithm numerous of times, and I just know how it reacts. Sometimes it just goes straight up, but it's very rare. Sometimes it just goes straight up for the last 10 minutes. Very rare. Usually a staircase pattern, just grind up or grind down, or it's wick up 30 points, 50 points, then come right back down. In this case, that's what it did. Or it's the inverse. It's one of them. It's like 4 patterns that it does randomly. Obviously, news trumps everything. Junior. What's up, Junior? Hopefully you're well. Hopefully you're well. Giannis said quit. Get away from 5G. Take some peptides. Live to 100 plus. Get in the blue zones, Giannis. Learn by doing, Rod. Some news in 25 minutes. What news? What news? Oh, Nvidia? No, that's not today. US API distillate stock change, Cushing stock change, gasoline stock change, crude oil stock change, all tentative. It can move up and down. Tentative means it can move up and down the schedule as needed. Tomorrow's docket, guys. 7 a.m. US MBA mortgage applications, 30-year mortgage rate, 10:30 a.m. EIA crude oil inventories, 12:45 Fed Barkin speaking, then pretty important 1 p.m. US 5-year note, and then super important will dictate weeks to come, next week heavily, the days on this week remaining trading heavily. Nvidia Q2 2026 earnings after market tomorrow at 4:20 p.m. Very crucial earnings call at 5 p.m. This is going to dictate a lot. I may take a long in pre-market tomorrow after the Nvidia earnings. So not tomorrow, the next day, or post-market tomorrow. I may. We'll see. I'm expecting another earnings beat, but we'll see. That is the docket for tomorrow. Nvidia earnings could either spike or crash the market. That is an understatement. Understatement. I will be back again at 9:30 a.m. EST tomorrow. Hopefully you guys had a very positive trading day. We are super green, 100% win rate, thankfully. Negative R&R. We are getting a bounce off this pivot point, 23,586. We are in post market though. Market is closed. Volatility has some highs. I haven't looked at the chart. It looks green. It looks bullish. I'll be looking at the level 22,654 very heavily. If the Nasdaq gets above it, taps it, I'll be looking at it for the break during pre-market, post-market. I will write up a little note before tomorrow, most likely, for the YouTube members, for the insiders only. So join the memberships. Also check out the merch, no missed opportunities. But besides that, I will see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. EST. Persevere through resistance. Do not fear the unknown. Do not fear missing out. And there are no missed opportunities. Only the next one. I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace.